One fine day, the world suddenly flipped upside down and turned into a full-blown zombie apocalypse. But instead of getting some kind of superpowers or a cool system, people had to rely solely on old-school science to survive. At first, it just popped up in a few spots around South Korea, but since no one could stop it, the infection spread like wildfire to the U.S., China, Japan, squeezing humanity into tiny little safe zones. You'd think if folks just kept their heads down, the disaster would chill out, but every now and then, drone drops would shower down supplies kind of like a messed-up game event. Those crates were packed with military gear, fueling the chaos caused by inmates who loved this end-of-the-world vibe even more. And the zombies? They started evolving like some glitchy boss fight from a popular survival game. Humanity's last shot rested on a guy in one of these hideouts. Nothing super special about him, but he was the only one with a bit of natural resistance to the zombie virus. Once the research team got their samples, there was hope for a cure. But inside the bunker, people started acting weird, flipping into fanatics of some mysterious cult that aimed to take him down. In a busy city somewhere, inside a not-so-fancy apartment, a computer screen glowed with a game interface. A tired young guy lay on his bed, totally ignoring how high the sun had climbed. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with an alarm for 7:05. Jake barely opened his eyes, mumbling, "Dang it, I fell asleep playing again." He sat up, shut off the phone, and groaned. "Man, I really want to skip school today." As he stepped out, his eyes caught a note on the fridge. "Mom's gone to work. Make sure you eat and don't skip school." Jake was so used to that note he didn't even react before throwing on his school uniform and heading out. Looking up at the towering apartment complex building 104 standing tall and proud, he felt this weird pit in his chest. Kids living there probably couldn't even imagine a life like his. But he shoved the thoughts aside and kept walking. At gun high, Jake tripped and hit the ground, cursing under his breath. "Damn it." A guy nearby laughed. "Whoa, sorry, Jake. I was trying to take it easy." His friends joined in. "Man, if you'd fallen a bit more sideways, you'd have a busted head." But the way Jake got knocked down looked pretty real. The guy who hit him, Parent Brian, was looking for an excuse to stir things up. "Wait, did you just say, damn it? Did I hear that wrong?" He laughed out loud. "Seems like I've been going easy on loser Jake too much lately. This kid's losing his fear." Perrin was 18, in class 23 at Seon Gun High. Out of nowhere, a sharp voice came from behind Perrin. "Hey, why's the hallway gotta be so noisy?" Perrin froze mid-move. A beautiful girl behind him spoke, all confident. "Y'all ain't kids anymore, Brian. Cut the crap with picking on the weak." When Perrin saw her, he smiled brightly. "Oh, it's Hannah." She shot him a glare. "Whether it's losers or bullies like you, Perrin Brian, seriously, quit making a mess and trashing the school in front of me." Hannah was 18, in class 23 at Exong Gold High. Perrin draped an arm around Jake like they were buddies. "Come on, who's bullying who? Jake's the mascot of our class. We're just joking." "Haha," Hannah snapped. "If you want to joke, take it outside, don't make a scene in the hall." Perrin fired back. "Who even are you to boss people around?" "Ha, Jake hates you the most." Hannah wasn't having it. "Look, I'm not beating him up, all right? I just ignore him." Perrin shot back, still pretty harsh. "Loser, haha." Hannah and Jake went way back, just like Perrin and Brian. After some back and forth, Perrin finally gave in. "Whatever. Today I bumped into a buddy. Wanna come?" Hannah crossed her arms, annoyed. "Are you crazy? After what happened last time? No way. Especially at Jake's rat hole of a place. Gross." Hannah lived in a fancy apartment that Jake could see from his spot. Her parents ran a hospital and were serious big shots, rich kids born with a silver spoon, social media queens on TikTok and Instagram. Plus, she was top of her class, planning to study in the U.S. next year. She looked like the total package, but her one flaw, she's got zero respect for losers like Jake. Hannah stormed into class, casting a disgusted look at Jake. "What's your problem?" A girl nearby snickered. "Ha, so when did all this mess start?" Jake remembered that it all kicked off back in 8th grade, when he finally worked up the nerve to talk to Hannah. He nervously trailed behind her. Hey, you live around here too?" She actually turned around, catching him off guard. But then the rest hit him like a cold splash. Hannah sneered. "You kinda stink. Can you not follow me? If you live this way, take a different route or just stay away. I don't want to talk to someone like you." Jake just stood there, taking the insults. That's when it hit him. Hannah straight up hated him. He bowed his head, lost in thought, and somehow felt like his poverty was written all over him. Come to think of it, he always smelled fresh. Is that what being rich smells like? Usually, if someone hates you, the feelings fade over time. That's just how it goes. When I hit junior year, Jenna somehow ended up sitting next to that guy in class, and she wouldn't stop whining. This sucks. Junior year and I still gotta sit by him. 18th grade English, Korean geography, math, and 2 honors classes. Somebody swapped seats with me. We've been at the same school and classes every year, and even though he's constantly mocking and looking down on me, weirdly, I still can't figure out what I really feel for him. Could it be that I still like him? Is this how a loser feels? Looking at her pretty face, he couldn't help but scold himself. Liking the one guy who always mocks and puts me down seriously, what a joke. But now, with Seom Pin pushing him around physically and Hanina tearing him apart mentally, each day has just been misery. Life for him's nothing but shame and embarrassment. Finally, it's break time. The chubby guy next to him chatting with another buddy. Yo, Sunho sucks. Haven't you heard? The second quarter's anime drop is fire right now. Bet you know the originals, huh? The other friend quickly replied, nah, I'm over anime this year. But today's the RZ offline event, right? If it weren't for school, we'd have been there all morning. Oh Byung-jun sounded a bit bitter. Why the heck are they holding a game event on a weekday morning? I'm not into those. I'd rather hit up a Lumina concert, the friend suggested. Oh, wanna try for tickets with me? There's one this month. This dude's name's Ben Sunho, 18 years old, goes to Songgon High, class 26. The chubby guy here is Obi Byung-jun, also 18, from Songgun High, class 25. Sunho and Bung-jun are in different classes than me, but they're the only ones I vibe with. Too bad they got lucky with good classmates, so no one messes with them. Byung-jun saw his down face and threw out an invite. Min-jun, you want to come to the Lumina concert? But Minin was tangled in his own messy thoughts. He silently thought, they're seriously born lucky. Everything just fell into place for them. Seeing him lost for a while, Byung-jun called out louder, Jong Minin, you still acting like you don't care? Am I the only one living this dead-end life? Sunho got fed up and cranked his voice, Yo Minin-kun, this time we actually pulled you back to reality. Startled, Minin blinked at them. Humph. Sunho held up his phone and repeated the question. You coming to the Lumina concert or what? We're about to go ticket hunting. Min-jun glanced at the gorgeous girl on the screen but without any real interest, forced a smile and said no. Gotta support Jenna, right? Haha. Nah, I'm done with idols. Hearing that, his two friends gasped. What? You serious? You dumped fandom just cause of Jenna, the big fan Kohaluja idol? Man, you're crazy. Dong Min-jun just shrugged and waved it off. Anyway, I gotta get to class first. The two friends watched him walk off like a ghost, totally clueless. Not long ago, he was Lumina's biggest fan. Today, he looks even more drained than usual. Huh, what's up with that? They whispered. Guessing. Didn't Jenna get caught up in that dating scandal? You think Minin's all crushed over it like it's the apocalypse. Do losers really act like that? The other chipped in. If your bias was Jang's and got in trouble, you'd feel the same, no doubt. Class 23's Jong Minin sat slumped as usual, his mind buzzing with thoughts. Man, hope the school day ends fast. Then he overheard Zongpin chatting at the back. That communist jerk's staring again. Haha. Hey, the guy next to him asked suspiciously. You mean Kang Hakon? Minjin perked up, tilting his head to listen. Zongpin bragged loudly. For real, he's shorter than me. Bet I could take him down easy. People nearby jumped in. You train at Jim's gym? No way he stands a chance. Haha. Zongpin kept trash-talking the other guy. That damn communist left his parents in North Korea and's all disrespectful too. Haha, how'd he even escape? His buddy added. Don't know much, but word is he got here at 13. Probably dodged death more than once. Another guy glanced around nervously and urged them to calm down. A buzzcut student stepped forward, eyes tired, saying, What did you just say? This guy was Kang Han, 18, from Seon Gun High. Class 23's Zongbin scowled and shot back without a hint of fear. What's your problem, you punk? Han just opened his mouth but got cut off. Don't talk nonsense. Zongbin moved in, grabbed the other by the collar, lashing out. The dude stood half a head taller and way bulkier. Still, Zongbin wouldn't let go, and Kang Han's blank stare didn't change. Their friends feared things would get ugly and rushed over. Hey, chill out, okay? Zongbin cooled down. Han, sorry man. He let go but whispered a warning in his ear. You made it all the way to Korea. If you want to stay alive, zip it in school. After that, the group finally backed off. Minjun rolled his eyes at the drama but couldn't do much. Just sat there quietly, thinking about this dumpster fire of a class and this crappy school. Eventually, the day dragged on and the bell rang. As usual, Minin walked home, mind racing. Yeah, starting tomorrow, I'm ditching this lame school. That's the fastest way to turn this hellish life into something better. Starting tomorrow, I'm never setting foot back in that school again. Out of nowhere, a loud shout hit him like a lightning bolt. Hey, he spun around and spotted Johnny and his crew stepping out from a nearby alley. Johnny sneered, falling back into his usual trash talk. Perfect timing, as always. Ha! I need to grab a pack of smokes. Help me out and ask that old lady over there to buy it at the corner store, will ya? Jake's eyes went wide as he looked at them, quietly cursing under his breath. That little punk. Whatever, I'm already out of school. I'll never have to see this jerk again. Still, maybe I ought to give him a piece of my mind. But Johnny just thought about it and never acted. He just lowered his head and passed by, pretending not to hear them. Johnny's crew stared dumbfounded. Really? Jake trembled. Not gonna back down? You just ignoring me now? While Johnny gawked, one of his buddies burst out laughing. What's the deal with this? Ha! Jake's gone rogue. Ha! Ha! Johnny's totally getting ignored. Ha! Damn it. Ha! That punk. The sun climbed high over the narrow street. Jake lay beaten out cold, his body aching and stiff. Johnny's gang's voices still echoed through the alley. You crazy bastard. What's gotten into you today? Johnny grabbed a brick, threatening the poor loser. Maybe I should just straight up end you today. Haven't really taught you a lesson since middle school. You getting soft? Huh. You punk. One of the other guys standing nearby chuckled. Hey, just to be clear, I tried to hold Johnny back. If Jake croaks today, I'm not involved, okay? But just then, a faint whisper slipped from Jake's lips. Kill me. His body motionless on the ground, voice barely there. Just kill me. I don't want to live anymore. The two guys next to him barely even blinked. Hey. This is starting to sound serious now. Johnny's face darkened instantly. He snapped angrily. You bastard, listen up. If you dare put my name in your suicide note, you better be ready. Johnny squinted, eyes wide. After you're gone, I'll find your mom and end her too. The gang started realizing things were crossing a line, and their faces showed a hint of fear. Damn, you just went way too far. One guy shouted angrily. Screw this. Let's bounce, losers. They left, but Jake still lay there, not moving an inch. Nobody knows how long passed before he finally pulled himself up and started walking home. Each step up the stairs felt heavier than the last as he thought, I wish this world just ended tomorrow. He looked up at the bright sky. Maybe dying would be better. Jake stared at the shiny skyscraper ahead, thinking, if I jumped off that roof, everything would stop. Nothing would matter anymore. There's no reason to drag through this miserable life. As he trudged ahead, head down in despair, a voice called out from behind. Hearing that familiar tone, Jake turned around. Sarah had just gotten home from school, wearing her uniform, asking, What are you doing here? This isn't your place, right? Why are you hanging out with those guys? Sneaking in or what? Jake looked at her cluelessly. Sarah added, Looks nothing like you're delivering stuff. Planning to steal something? Damn. Jake clenched his fists, mocking himself. Yeah, that's right. Someone like me doesn't belong anywhere near people like you. I came here to end it all, die right here at your place. Getting no reply, she pushed on, softer this time. But what happened to your face? Did someone mess you up? Jake stayed silent, eyes vacant, staring at the ground. Sarah lost her patience and yelled, Seriously, you're driving me nuts. If those jerks like Perrin or Johnny mess with you, at least fight back. If they hit you once, next time stand your ground. Jake kept silent, just listening. Honestly, people like you look pitiful. You can't do anything right, at least have the guts to push back. Living like that, don't you feel ashamed? But he kept walking past her coldly. Sarah, annoyed by his indifference, snapped, What the hell? You leaving already? He ignored her, moving forward. Sarah lost it and shouted, Still blowing me off? Hey, crap. Are you nuts? After yelling and seeing his back, she sighed, defeated. Man, but he's really pitiable. So fragile. Tomorrow, I'm definitely gonna roast that jerk Johnny. Jake kept his head down, walking off. It was almost dark when he finally got home. He powered on his computer, thinking, maybe I'll play some games. He changed clothes already, put on his headphones, and dove into his own little world. Unbelievable. I gave up on dying just because of Sarah. Thinking back on her beautiful face, he admitted he wasn't wrong to care. All right, now that I've quit school, no more Johnny or Sarah to deal with. He stared at the screen, trying to distract his mind. But starting tomorrow, maybe I'll help Mom out with some chores. Then his gaming buddies saw him online and instantly messaged, Yo, Jake, you're back? Come on, log in quick. We're waiting. Jake replied coolly, Hold up, I just turned it on. It's already 8:30. His room lit up, occasional exclamations breaking the silence. What the heck was that? His fingers clicked wildly on the keyboard, totally lost in the game. No, not that way, there's like 3 zombies here. Boom, all clear. Suddenly, one buddy said, Hey man, gotta run out real quick, some emergency. Jake felt a little reluctant. So sudden. Just one more round, come on. It'll only take like 10 more minutes. The other person joined in at the same time. Jake, actually, I gotta head out soon too. Jake was caught off guard. What's going on here? Is this the same with Brandon too? He glanced at his watch, wondering quietly. What time is it now? 10 o'clock already? It's that late? Their voices started buzzing with chatter. What's happening? Have you checked the news yet? It's total chaos out there. Jake had no clue about what was going on outside. Huh. What news? Suddenly, he heard some strange noises coming from outside. He pulled off his earbuds. Suspicious. What the heck? Jake stepped out of his room, leaned his head out the door, then slowly moved toward the doorknob, asking aloud, "What's that? Someone there?" The noise outside grew louder. Panic started creeping in. Who the hell is that? This is creepy as hell. He pressed his eye to the peephole, peering outside. A man with glazed eyes was staggering near his door, mumbling, "Yeah, help." Jake quickly recognized him, his upstairs neighbor. The groans outside didn't stop. He cracked the door open, but sweat broke out as he took a step back. Wait, did the wrong floor get served again? But the man stayed stubbornly right there, with a huge puddle of blood stretching down from above. Jake thought, damn, this dude's drunk again. He twisted the doorknob and slowly pushed the door just enough for a sliver of light from the hallway to slip inside. The guy was clearly drunk, but when Jake stuck his head out, confusion still written all over his face. What he saw next made his eyes go wide. Before, he'd only caught a glimpse of the guy's face, but now, his upstairs neighbor had this massive wound on his belly. Blood was dripping down the stairs with every step he took. Jake panicked, asking, "Hey man, you okay? Should I call 911? But the guy didn't seem to hear a word. He went berserk, baring his teeth and growling wildly before lunging at Jake with full force, attacking fiercely. Jake caught sight of the nasty mouth snapping at him and screamed in terror. Still, he shouted back, desperate to snap the guy out of it. "Hey, dude, what the hell's gotten into you all of a sudden?" But the dude didn't seem like he would calm down, so Jake cursed under his breath, "Damn it," and kicked as hard as he could into the guy's stomach to defend himself. The man crumpled and collapsed outside the apartment. Seizing the moment, Jake slammed the door shut and locked it tight. The snarls from his neighbor echoed just beyond the door. He leaned back against it, panting hard. His legs felt like jelly, barely holding him up. He tried to calm his racing heart. What the hell just happened? The neighbor's face seemed a bit clearer now. Jake grabbed his phone in a panic and started dialing. "The cops. I gotta call the cops." But things didn't go as planned. He kept calling but heard nothing back. Jake was freaking out. What? The phone wasn't working at all. He eyed the screen suspiciously. Suddenly, he noticed a bunch of alerts popping up that he hadn't seen before. Emergency alert. At 9:10 in the morning, an emergency warning was issued for the Soon area. Terrorist attacks were happening at unknown locations. Please prepare to evacuate. Priority goes to kids and the elderly to get out first. At 9:35, a shelter-in-place order was issued. If attackers are nearby, stay inside and wait for rescue. Unexplained attacks are happening around Soon and other unidentified areas. If you spot attackers, stay home and wait for help. There are many reports of murders happening. Jake muttered, "Emergency alert." Then the noises outside the wall caught his attention again. Without thinking twice, he stuck his head out through the narrow window crack to check outside. Strange, weird sounds came from freaky people clawing and tearing apart innocent bystanders. Anyone still clear-headed was rushing to escape. "Hey, someone please help me, Kra. What the hell is going on?" Quickly, Jake spotted a familiar silhouette inside the madness. It was the neighbor from upstairs. Before he could even process it, panic hit him hard. His mom hadn't come home yet. Worry slammed down like a ton of bricks. Is Mom okay? Jake smashed his phone again. She normally gets home right about now. Every beep felt like a needle in his heart, anxiety flipping to full-blown terror. His eyes went blank suddenly. He couldn't get through on his mom's phone either. Faced with this harsh reality, Jake was helpless. He had kept the lights on initially, but soon turned them off in a hurry. He burrowed deep under a thick blanket, frozen in place, though his whole body trembled. Muffled growls still echoed outside, probably just a bit away from his apartment by now. Only then did Jake peek back outside, phone in hand searching for info, but it was pointless. Internet and everything else cut out a while ago. Thank God the TV still worked. He grabbed the remote and switched it on. Sure enough, the breaking news was live on the screen. He figured he should lower the volume so no one outside could hear. The anchor started talking, reporting multiple brutal murders committed by unknown suspects across the nation. The government is treating this as rampant terrorism and is investigating the causes and those responsible. However, no detailed information has been released yet. Yes, I repeat, the current situation is extremely serious. Jake's nerves frayed even more, freaking out. Terrorists, something really bad is going down. The anchor continued. If possible, stay inside, lock all windows and doors, and avoid any contact with the outside world. Panic hit hard. Terrorist attack, something really bad just went down. The news anchor kept going. If you can, stay indoors, Lock your doors and windows, and avoid contact with the outside world. Here's a breaking news update. Reports are coming in about murders happening all over Miami. Jake stared at the grotesque zombies relentlessly tearing into people. Violence like this isn't just popping off in big cities like New York, Miami, and Chicago. Small towns are getting hit hard too. The cops and military are on the streets, but things are spiraling out of control. Leaning back against the door, Jake's eyes went vacant. This is straight up madness. This isn't some terrorist scare or chaos spree anymore. After a moment, a wild thought crossed his mind. No way I'm seriously thinking this. Zombies? Could this be a nightmare? Could everything really fall apart this fast? From New York to Miami in just one day? Why is this even happening? What's the cause? Shaking off the haze, he jumped up, panic written all over his face. Man, I can't just stand here frozen. Wait, didn't that neighbor guy head out earlier? Jake moved to the door, thinking if the stairs were clear, he should first lock up the building's main entrance. He peeked through the peephole hallway, empty, no one around. Then he slowly cracked the door open and followed a long streak of blood down the stairs, watching every shadow carefully. No way someone's still up there, right? He gripped the door latch, cracked the door just enough to slip his head out, staying quiet. The zombie outside immediately snapped its head towards the door, and when it didn't spot any noise, it turned and shuffled away. Jake locked up, rubbed his chest, exhaling hard, his eyes scanning the dark, endless hallway upstairs. Are those people up there even okay? The silence was eerie, but his cowardly gut kept him rooted. Screw it, I'm staying inside till morning. The cops or someone will show up to save me, right? Saying that, he crawled back in. The TV was still flickering with the news. Yeah, we'll keep you updated on the breaking story. But then, out of nowhere, the screen went blank. The only link to the outside world was gone. Now even the broadcast got cut off. With the lights off, faint growls echoed outside. Jake snuggled under the blanket, utterly still. No matter how hard he tried, sleep wouldn't come. What freaked him out the most, though, was this weird feeling. Just yesterday, he'd been ready to end it all, life was hell, and honestly, he wished the world would just end with it. But now that everything's falling apart, here he was, desperately fighting to survive. Guess some things don't change. Whether then or now, his life felt like hell. Lost in thought, dawn crept up fast. First rays splashed over the city, tossing red stains through the crack in the door. Jake slowly peeked out. Some zombies still staggered around, wobbling and drifting. He scanned the air, smelled blood, felt something off just breathing the atmosphere. Watching that twisted mess outside, fear didn't fade. He slammed the door shut again, locking it tight, cold sweat pouring nonstop. Stepping outside now might as well be suicide. Jake's gaze dropped down the stairwell, then he started counting his food stash. 4 packs of ramen, 6 instant noodle cups, some ready rice and uncooked grains, enough for one guy about 2 weeks, plus some snacks, 3 bottles of water. The tap still worked, so he better stockpile whatever he could. Lucky, the stove seemed functional too. He began planning how to survive, just considering emergency rations. He figured he could hold out inside for about a month. Surely someone's coming to save him within a month, right? Jake glanced at his phone, unease gnawing at him but refusing to fade. Still, he really hoped his mom was okay. He couldn't call 911 or anyone else. The network was completely down. He froze, staring down the hallway, and realized that besides a few abandoned apartments, this building still had 5 families living in it. The dude upstairs had turned into one of those things, and up top lived an old couple and a lady. Wonder if they're still alive? Suddenly, he remembered there was a college kid living in the penthouse. Wasn't he actually still there recently? Every Tuesday, that kid would bring his girlfriend over. Yesterday was Tuesday, so maybe he was still up there. Jake took a deep breath and crept upstairs, sneaking peeks through the peepholes at other rooms. No signs of survivors elsewhere. So the college kid was his last hope. Please don't tell me he's turned like that dude upstairs. Jake reassured himself and kept moving. But just as he spotted the door, a bad feeling hit him. The rooftop door was wide open. Jake pushed through the door onto the roof, hesitated, glancing toward the kid's room. Should he call out? Nah, better not risk it. But the scary scene before him only dialed up his worries. What the hell? The bedroom door inside was open too. To check, he peeked inside. The place was a complete mess, broken stuff everywhere, and he felt a knot in his stomach. No one inside, but instantly he noticed something off. Blood everywhere, and he swore he sensed someone else. Legs trembling, he stepped back out, cursing under his breath. Damn it. He cautiously tiptoed his way out, letting fate decide since he'd done everything he could to stay quiet. But then his arm accidentally knocked over a thick potted plant on the shelf. The pot slid off immediately and crashed to the floor, while his heart pounded like a drum in his chest. Damn, Jake whipped his head around in panic. That growling was getting louder behind him. Without thinking twice, he bolted. But of course, his feet tangled up in the worst way. Jake lost his balance and fell hard. Man, his face went as pale as a ghost, totally drained of blood. The neighbor guy was covered in blood and goo, eyes dead as stone, charging straight at him. Just as the zombie lunged, it seemed like the end. But somehow, Jake dropped down low just in time to dodge the grab. The undead dude kept stumbling forward, and suddenly Jake popped back up, accidentally pushing the zombie over the railing. It all happened in a blink. The guy tumbled off the rooftop. Jake spun around, panicked. But when he calmed down, he realized he just narrowly escaped death. He dropped down hard, heart racing. He's fallen. Without hesitation, Jake dashed out onto the rooftop, slammed the door shut, and scrambled downstairs. Ha! Jake burst into his apartment, collapsed onto the floor, gasping. His hands were shaking uncontrollably as memories of the moment flashed through his mind. He kept muttering, "That guy on the roof's probably dead, right? Did I just kill someone?" Sitting up straight, he gave himself a pep talk. "No, it's not my fault. He attacked me first." Before long, it was 7:30 in the evening. The sunset had faded, replaced by nightfall. Jake curled up in a corner. That day, guilt gnawed at him nonstop. Did I seriously cause that guy to fall to his death? How the hell did he suddenly open the building door? Jake spotted a familiar figure quietly lingering up ahead, his rooftop neighbor. Hearing noise, the zombie swung around, its neck awkwardly broken. Jake froze for a moment, rooted to the spot, staring down at the grotesque, shattered body. The neighbor was still alive, groaning, growling, inching closer. That's when it hit him. They're not human anymore. Jake took one last look and backed into his apartment. Sorry, man. The door shut behind him, but the zombie's moans kept echoing. Ever since then, strangely, his fear of infected people began to fade. The next day marked the third day since the apocalypse began. Today, Jake cooked for himself, making the place feel a little cozier. After finishing breakfast, he figured as long as the gas hadn't been cut off, he could keep eating like this. Not sure when that would happen, though. Was it really smart to just wait in the basement until someone showed up to rescue him? Supplies would run out eventually. Since no one else had appeared on the roof, it seemed like no other infected were nearby. Should he head back upstairs and try to call for help? Maybe build a fire on the roof. Probably would have to go outside tomorrow. Thinking about it, he realized he'd changed since day one. Maybe it was because he'd been ready to give up his life days ago, or maybe the stuff he went through these past 2 days. Not sure exactly, but those zombie types didn't scare him like they used to. Suddenly, his phone rang, snapping him out of his chaotic thoughts. Seeing the name pop up made his heart jump. His mom didn't hesitate for a second, grabbing the phone fast. "Hey, Mom." The warm, familiar voice on the other end finally steadied his jittery heart. "Jake, where are you? Are you okay?" "Right now. I'm hiding alone in our place." "Where are you?" His mom's calming voice answered back. She met the military during evacuation yesterday and was now in a shelter in Southland. "Don't worry about me. If you're home, don't go outside. I'll make sure the rescue team comes to our place. I'm in soon right now, heading towards our neighborhood." Her voice crackled before cutting off abruptly. Jake shouted, "Mom." "Damn." It cut out again. "But still, I'm so relieved you're safe." Before he finished, his phone started buzzing nonstop. "What's this?" Getting texts all of a sudden. In a group chat, 2 of his friends were still goofing around. Seeing the messages, he finally breathed easy. "Son and Brian, those guys are safe too. Damn, check the news, it's total chaos. Airstrike warnings everywhere. All police forces called out. No joke. This crazy dude. Now's not the time for jokes. We're all stuck at Jusadaru. What's with Min's messages? Did they really send those? A bit slow though. Is my data down? No, seems fine on my end." Jake was the only one not checking texts. "Son, you home? Call me." Seeing them still cracking jokes, he couldn't help but feel helpless yet serious. He couldn't believe they were joking in a mess like this. Son and Brian lived close by, so they could watch out for each other. But only Son and Brian had reached out amidst all this. Suddenly, a thought hit him. He remembered someone named Hansen, the closest person he knew. Now that he thought about it, that guy had come around last year. Back then, the Songbin crew would regularly hang at his place, smoke, drink beer, all kinds of stuff. Their talks were pretty intense. Hansen found Jake through Insta and asked me to introduce him. Zonpin laughed out loud when he heard that. "Haha, for real? He doesn't even know I'm already taken, right?" Everyone around us was cracking up too. "Yeah, haha. But hey, do you really think Hannah's gonna show up here? He's usually pretty serious about stuff." Jake was still rocking that tough guy look. "No big deal. Haha. I told him to come on over, no hesitation. Haha, I bet he doesn't even realize this is Mike's place." Another guy burst out laughing. "If she actually shows up here, isn't Hannah just looking for a boyfriend? No way. I'm kinda hyped for this now. Haha." Those pics on Insta look fire, no doubt. Suddenly, Jake blurted out an idea. Hey, Dan. If she really rolls through, this could be the perfect chance. You in? Dan cracked up. Ha, man, you'd snitch on her after we went through middle school together, but does Hannah really plan to come? And if I get caught trying to hit on her, I'm done for. Jake shrugged casually. Who cares? Right then, Jake's phone buzzed. Hey, Hannah just hit me up. Mike turned his head out of habit. The dude started buzzing. Yo, Hannah's actually here? Haha. Oh, for real? Haha, she's actually coming? I'm gonna go meet her outside. Mike wondered the same thing. Is she really out there? Outside the door, Hannah popped up wearing a cropped tee and some tight shorts. Add to that, those long legs and a waist everyone would envy. The guys in the room froze for a sec, and one of them behind her said, Come on in. Mike's crib is legit, right? Haha. Jake smiled and introduced her. And this is Dan, the guy I keep telling you about. You two already know each other from Insta, right? Say hey. Haha. But Hannah just shrugged and said, I gotta bounce. Jake looked confused. What? You showed up all the way here and now you're leaving? Mike was starting to feel anxious inside. What's killing me isn't Jake and his crew barging into my place. Hannah jumped in quickly. The smell of smoke is disgusting. The floor is sticky, and this place feels suffocating. Why didn't you tell me this was Mike's house first? Gosh, this is frustrating. I was frozen for a minute, stunned by her attitude. But Hannah's reaction, now sitting in the bathroom, head down, lost in thought, Mike wondered if she was okay. If those symptoms were from a zombie virus, since his dad runs a hospital, maybe he'd know some fixes. But why was he worried about her now? He shook the dark thoughts off himself. She's a survivor, she'd manage. Suddenly, he heard a voice calling from inside. Eyes wide, he stared at the door suspiciously. Did someone just call him from outside, or was he imagining things? But a second later, the voice came again, louder this time. Mike, you in there? If so, open up. Hurry! Mike froze, totally stunned. He quickly yanked up his pants and shouted, Hannah! Outside, the rattling cardboard boxes echoed her desperate calls. Mike was getting freaked out. Oh snap, you really are in there, huh? I thought I heard your voice. The noise behind her turned into a full-on alarm bell. Zombies caught the scent of a human and lunged straight at her. Growling like crazy, Hannah slammed her fist against the wall, screaming, Mike, hurry up. Please open the door. If you're there, answer me. Suddenly, the door next to her slammed open. Mike stuck his head out, shouting, Get in here, quick. Hannah darted inside, and he slammed the door shut right behind her. The zombies pounded on the door, breathing hard. Mike looked at her as she collapsed onto the floor, her figure, stunning pale skin, rosy legs. He knelt down, concerned. Hey, you okay? What are you doing here? Suddenly, Hannah grabbed his shirt, yanking him close, burying her face in his chest, shaking with fear. Mike was caught off guard, frozen, just waiting for her to calm down. With a trembling voice and a hint of hurt, she asked, What the heck is going on? After a long pause, Mike finally muttered, You okay? After a few minutes, Hannah finally settled down. She slowly pulled her hands back. Then her eyes widened as she looked at him. Thanks, Mike. Honestly, if it weren't for you, I'd be dead. Hearing those soft words, Mike couldn't help but blush. He awkwardly scratched his head and said, Yeah, no problem. Glad you're safe. Hannah glanced around and asked, So, is it just you here now? Mike stammered. My mom went to work 3 days ago and hasn't come back. I reached her once. She said she's fine and got evacuated by the army. Hannah kept scanning the place and said quietly, Got it. That's good news. Wanting to break the awkward vibe, Mike asked, What about your parents? She answered smoothly, I talked to my dad last time. He sounded safe at work. My mom mentioned something here. Her eyes dropped for a moment, but when she saw Mike's dining table, she corrected herself. Both my parents are okay. By the way, if you have any water, can I get some? I haven't had a drop in days. Oh, and if there's power, can I charge my phone? It was already 3:20. 3 empty water bottles were on the floor. Hannah leaned against the wall, sipping from a fourth. Mike stared at her, totally baffled. Seriously, how much water is this dude downing? Watching the water level drop in the bottle, he was already freaking out inside. I gotta save some for myself. If the water runs out completely, we're screwed. But seeing the person he liked right in front of him, he couldn't bring himself to say it. Plus, maybe she risked everything just to make it here. Dropping all doubts, he asked straight up, So, did you come here from my place? Yeah, but why did you come to me? Jenna didn't hold back, opening up. I've been hiding out outside the whole time. Minhwa blinked, caught off guard by that. Jenna avoided his gaze, slowly explaining. 3 days ago, the day I ran into you near that apartment complex, stuff happened. I went home to change, then stepped out for a bit. Then, I heard screaming. And bam! Everything went nuts. People ahead started hauling ass. I just ran without even thinking. I ended up hiding in the stairs of a nearby mall. I figured someone would come for me, but no one showed. Minnan snapped up, slightly frantic. Wait, you mean you were stuck there all that time? Alone? She went on. There was an unlocked door by the stairs that led to a small meeting room or something. The door inside to the main building was jammed, so my only option was to hide there. Luckily, there was a water jug inside, and I survived off that. But by day 3, the thirst and hunger pushed me to my limit. Since my place is less than a mile away, I decided to risk running home, hoping to spot cops or rescue workers along the way. But as soon as I peeked outside, I got freaked out. What? Why here of all places? Looks like I gotta cut through this alley. Think fast. She spun around and started moving. So I sneaked my way toward your neighborhood. The moment she saw the path, it hit her. It was way too familiar. This is Minan's hood, but obviously, no route is safe. 2 zombies were still guarding the way ahead, but to get back to her apartment, she had no choice but to pass through them. I got no other shot. Gotta take this route. Right then, a glimmer of hope latched onto her thoughts. Looks like I'm getting close to Dom Minan's place. Been there once before, so I kinda remember the general spot. Pretty sure I need to take that alley over there, the one Minan knows about. Pretty sure he got home 3 days ago, and he's probably still there, right? After running, she leaned on a knee, gasping for air. Then thought out loud, should I even call them zombies? Still, I dodged anyone looking like one. Wandering everywhere nearby until she got close to him. Minan, not great with words or comforting, nervously said, I'm really glad you're okay. You're brave for stepping outside like that. Jenna shut her eyes and let out a long breath, like dropping a heavy weight. Phew, honestly, I feel so much better knowing you're home. Then she stood, tying her hair up, grumbling. My hair's a total mess, feels gross as hell, sweating like I just ran a marathon. You think the water still runs here? Minan noticed the shirt under her arm stuck to her skin from sweat. He could almost see through it. After a moment, he blurted out something he probably shouldn't. Yeah. Your armpits are soaked through enough sweat to fill a pool. Want to change clothes? Need to borrow mine. Jenna's face instantly turned red. Half annoyed, half embarrassed, she kicked him a few times. You're crazy. Seriously. Damn. You really are a loser just like I thought. Stupid jerk. No wonder you keep getting your ass kicked. Minan took the hits, but honestly didn't know if it was on purpose or not. What? Jenna was just shutting him up a bit, then quickly turned and went to the bathroom. Haha, even cussing you out drains me. Anyway, if there's still water in there, mind if I take a shower? Minan watched her, stammering for a moment before saying, Sure, go ahead. Jenna replied instantly, Thanks. Only after she was fully inside did he start calming down. Damn, what the hell's going on? Silence fell over his little place again. Minan sat there, zoned out, lost in thought. So, what now? Before Jenna showed up, I was planning to go out, but now she's here. Leaving her behind and going solo feels wrong. And even if we both waited out here, I only stocked enough food for one person for a month. If both of us stick around, our survival time is basically cut in half. He lowered his head, refusing to accept reality. It felt hopeless. Sounds from the bathroom snapped him back. Jenna's actually showering at my place. That's just as wild as this whole zombie outbreak. Minan started remembering old times. Back in school, she wouldn't even glance at me. She treated me like I was some bug. Then, the door opening interrupted his trip down memory lane. Jenna was done showering and popped out, asking, Hey Minan, can I borrow some clothes? I've been rocking the same outfit for days. I gotta wash it at least. Minan blinked, thrown off, but quickly started searching. Of course. You want a t-shirt and pajamas or shorts? Long pants? Jenna didn't care. Whatever works, just give me whatever. You're short, so stuff should fit. But as soon as she grabbed the shirt, she couldn't resist sniffing it. Damn, this reeks of mold. Got anything cleaner? Minan blushed, staring anywhere but at her. Yeah, I do. But it's probably not much better. Jenna knows the situation all too well and just accepts it. Whatever, I'll just throw this on for now. Even after putting it on, she keeps griping like it's a habit. Ugh, this smell is disgusting. I seriously can't stand it. I'll just tough it out until my clothes dry. Maybe spray some cologne or something. Minjun lowers his head, looking embarrassed. I did wash them recently, though. Jenna sighs. Is this what living in a basement is like? I'm super sensitive to smells, so cut me some slack. She turns away, still grumbling nonstop about how bad it is. But hey, what can you do? Haha. Even though Minjun secretly likes her, he can't help but smirk at the situation. Is he just like this because of his personality? Or is he just clueless? Honestly, in a moment like this, worrying about nasty smells and stinks, A low growl echoes from outside. It's already dark. Jenna's clothes hang on the drying rack. They just finished dinner. And Jenna breaks the silence. Hey Dong Min-jun, so what now? We just chill here and wait for rescue, right? You're not hiding anything since we're stuck together. Actually, right before you got here, I was thinking about moving somewhere else tomorrow. The moment Jenna hears that, she can't hold back a rant. What? Are you crazy? We still have food here. Why risk going outside? I barely made it here in one piece, you know? And now you want to go out? No way. I'm staying put. Seeing her strong reaction, he's not shocked but tries to calm her down. I didn't say I'm leaving right now. I just thought about it before you showed up. He awkwardly backs down. Either way, now that you're here, we gotta be patient and just wait for help, right? Jenna catches on, but then worries spike. What happens if we run out of food? Then what? Silence falls again. Minjun shares what he knows. The only way to last longer is to sneak up to the floor above or hit neighboring houses to scavenge more supplies. But honestly, besides the rooftop room, I can't say for sure that other places aren't infected or crawling with people lately. Yells from nearby buildings have been dying down. If we seriously run out of food, we're gonna have to go outside. Jenna can't come up with other ideas but firmly rejects the plan. No way I'm stepping outside. Minjun cuts in with cold facts. But you can't hide forever, right? If the food's gone, eventually you gotta move. Jenna's out of comebacks and agrees to deal with it later. Then, like she just remembered something, her voice sharpens, eyes full of fear. You've never even been outside, right? Just stepping out of this area will change your mind fast. Those zombie-like things are seriously dangerous and terrifying. I almost died just walking a mile away from here. Minjun looks up at her, calm as hell. A mile's a decent distance. That's pretty impressive. If you made it here safely, maybe you can dodge them when moving around? Jenna isn't buying it. What? You're not scared of those monsters? He quickly lays down reason. You know as well as I do. Those things are basically zombies. Seeing her quiet, he keeps explaining. We need to learn more about them, but from what I've seen peeking through the window, if you get bitten or attacked, you turn into one of them, so it's likely an infection that causes the change, right? His tone drops a bit. Honestly, I don't care if I get infected or not. At this point, it doesn't even matter. I have nothing to lose. Jenna yells angrily, that's on you. I want to survive. I refuse to end up like them. I'm actually planning to study abroad in America next year. Throughout this, Minjun stays super chill. So the key thing is just to avoid contact with them, right? You already made it all the way here. You even said you weren't spotted until you got close to my place. One thing about the infected is they don't all rush like they want to kill you immediately. Depends on where they're hurt. Some just walk toward you, others slump over like they're dead. Plus, they actually run slower than a sprinting normal person. That means you and I can totally dodge them. Jenna looks surprised by his breakdown and finally settles down to listen. Then he asks, you ever play tag as a kid? Jenna blinks, confused. Tag? Minjun says with a teasing grin. Just think of this whole mess like a game of tag. That might even hype them up a little. She's left speechless. This crazy dude calls all this a game of tag. Yeah, right. A total joke. I'm freaking terrified. Got it? Minjun, clueless about what he got wrong, apologizes. Suddenly, Jenna stretches out her legs. Anyway, I'm about to crash for the night. Mind spreading some blankets for me? She leans back, relaxing fully on the floor. Haven't had a proper night's sleep in days, I'm seriously zonked. Minjun, pulled off topic, freezes for a sec. After laying out the makeshift bed, Jenna shouts, hey, are you nuts? You really planning on sleeping next to me? Minjun looks dumbfounded, and she points at the door. You sleep over there. He was kinda caught off guard, plus he had a rough impression of her all along, feeling like he was getting the short end of the stick. Hey, come on, this is my place. You know that, right? Sleeping right outside the bathroom door. That's way over the line. Jenna jumped. What? But a second later, she switched gears and told him, all right, I get it. She quickly turned and walked out. I forgot I'm just an uninvited guest here. I must have spaced out for a sec. Fine, I'll crash on the other side. You take the comfy spot. Happy now? Whatever. I'll just sleep on those damn stairs. Haha, good night then. Of course Minin, being a dude, felt kinda guilty and quickly chased after her. Hey, what's wrong? Just chill and sleep here. Jenna hit him with the same old line. No, this is your home, so you should sleep wherever you want. Don't sweat some stranger like me. He started stammering, but that didn't mean he wanted to go outside. Even the stairs are sketchy if the door's open. This guy was such a joke. Relax, I'm just messing with you. I'll crash in the kitchen. He pleaded, so what does that make me? Fine, I'll sleep in the kitchen if you want. No, seriously. I'm staying here. I was just joking before. This time, Minun was totally out of arguments, but, as usual, The end result didn't change, he was still the one heading outside. He tried closing his eyes. Thoughts ran through his head. So yeah, I lost again. Guess I'm sleeping alone here. Maybe that's easier anyway. Ha ha. At least I'm still inside. Ha ha. But with Jenna around, he wasn't really alone. Even though she talked nonstop, the soft groans of zombies echoed outside. A lone candle flickered in the room, casting a warm yellow glow. Jenna lay there but couldn't catch any sleep. After a while, she finally broke the silence. Hey, Minnan. Hearing her call, Minnan jumped up. He hadn't been able to sleep much either in this situation. He stared at the door, suspicious. Her soft voice cut through the quiet. Come sleep in here. Being alone is way too creepy. So Minnan actually came inside. But he didn't flop down rudely, he just curled up in a corner by the door, like on the first day of this nightmare. Only now, his mindset was different. Jenna faced away from him, whispering. He heard this voice a million times while hiding on the stairs, but it still felt strange and scary. After a long silence, she spoke again. She said she remembered Minnan's mom sitting there just like always. His eyes were deep and serious. They stayed like that, day 3 slipping by in silence. The next morning, zombie hordes started wandering onto the rooftops of nearby buildings. On each floor, a few lifeless figures shuffled unsteadily. Jenna was sound asleep on the mattress. Minnan stood nearby watching her peaceful sleep, amazed. Whoa, how long is she planning to sleep? Acting scared and then snoozing like a baby. The clock hit 9 a.m. That's when Jenna suddenly woke up, looking groggy. As she turned around, she saw him putting on his jacket like he was heading out. Curious and a bit worried, she asked, "Where are you going?" Minnan answered calmly, I'm thinking of going back to the rooftop." Hearing that, her drowsiness vanished instantly. She jumped up, panic rising. "Wait, didn't you say there might still be infected up there? What if someone's still lurking?" But Minnan showed no fear. "It'll be fine. If there are any infected, I'll avoid them. Wanna come?" She snapped, annoyed. "Are you crazy?" "No way, I'm tagging along." No beating around the bush, he was firm. "I thought it through last night. I'm going alone. You stay here." Seeing him so determined, Jenna didn't argue. Minnan slowly climbed the stairs. When he reached the big front door of the building, he frowned in alarm. The glass was cracked. It wouldn't hold much longer. Yeah, even with protective film, it's still just glass. Still, he kept going. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice behind him. "It smells bad." He turned and saw Jenna right behind him. She looked nervous and said, "I have a bad feeling." Minnan didn't ask more, they had to move fast. The rooftop door swung open and he stepped into the neighbor's place, staring dumbfounded at a corpse inside. It was the girlfriend from the rooftop, completely lifeless. "At least pray for her a little," Jenna said, but didn't dare go in. When he came back out looking down, she asked, "So no one else in there?" He whispered. "Well, actually, yes. She's dead though. I think it's better not to go in." Seeing her eyes, he knew she wouldn't press further. "Okay." Minnan sat on a wooden chair. "If we want to signal for help, maybe we should start a fire to make smoke. But we gotta burn it exactly when a rescue chopper flies by." Jenna fired back. "Then why not have stuff ready to burn? When the chopper comes, light it quickly. Fire doesn't just flare up instantly, right? By the time it's burning, the chopper might have flown away." She turned curious. Should we check nearby buildings for survivors? Before he could answer, she shouted loud, "Hello? Anyone out there in these buildings?" Minnan couldn't stop her in time. What if the infected heard and came rushing? Jenna defended herself. "They can't climb up here, right?" He replied immediately. "Who knows? The front glass door is already cracked." So it was just Minnan and Jenna stuck here, trying to survive on their own. Jenna, bored out of her mind, tried to kick off a convo. "Hey, Jake, what's your MBTI type?" Jake looked confused. "MBTI? Never done that before." She plopped down on the floor, grinning, totally amused. "Wait, seriously? You've never done it? Dude, you're the first person I've met who's never taken the MBTI test, so you don't even use Instagram, right? Just by looking at you. Even if you did. I bet you don't have more than 50 followers. Haha. So, what does light you up? No hobbies or anything?" Jake nervously stammered, then started to answer. "Well, aside from gaming." Before he could finish, Jenna cut him off. "Gaming? What games do you play?" "Oh, I play League of Legends and a few others. Lately, I've been hooked on this zombie game called Red Z." She got a little playful. "Zombie games? Ha, that's crazy talk. The world's basically a zombie apocalypse now, so why bother with zombie games anymore?" Haha. She burst out laughing. Dropping the subject, she switched back to the old topic. "But if you took that MBTI test, I'd bet 100% you're an introvert. Look at you, always glued to your games at home eating alone. At school, you just sit there zoning out solo." She chuckled. "Someone like you couldn't be an extrovert if you tried." Haha, so are you a P or a J? Are you a planner or more of a go with the flow type? Jake looked a little lost. That's kinda hard to say, he mumbled to himself. Jaina groaned. Man, he talks way too much. We could die any second, and here we are just chatting like it's chill. Suddenly, she turned and asked, Hey, what do you think my MBTI is? Jake hesitated. Not sure. I don't really care about that stuff. Inside his head, he kept reminding himself, before all this zombie madness, she didn't even glance at him once. But now, looks like I'm the only person she can even talk to. And here I am, stuck alone with a girl I secretly liked all along. Jenna kept jabbering, Hey, so why did you do that thing earlier, and why weren't you paying any attention to our chat? Is that a good or bad thing? Just thinking about being able to talk with her privately like this, just hanging out in the same space, was enough to make him happy. Even if the world's fallen apart and tomorrow could be our last day, it didn't matter. When she noticed he wasn't reacting, Jenna called out again, Yo, Jake, are you even listening? But he was still lost in complicated thoughts. Does any of this even have meaning anymore? She got a little mad and gave him a shove. You ignoring me. Why are you saying anything? That snapped him back. Sorry, just zoned out thinking about some stuff. How dare you space out right in front of me, you ridiculous loser. A little hole cut in the cardboard walls served as a window. Jenna chilled there, reading her manga like it was her own place. A few days in, she acted like this was all hers. While deeply into her comic, she suddenly called out, Jake, you done with the laundry yet? And by the way, I'm starving. Jake was in the bathroom scrubbing clothes hard, cursing under his breath, swearing he'd ditch her and run off if he got the chance. I'm a slave to Hanana, might as well do my own laundry. Even thinking that, his hands kept working. He was the classic MBTI type who never let feelings show. No power, so hand-washing everything. At least the water still worked, but their emergency food supplies were drying up fast. Dark quickly swallowed the house. Jake addressed, ready to head out. Hey Jenna, I'm heading out. She, out of habit, warned. Don't be late tonight. Be back in 30 minutes, or you're dead meat if I have to wait again. Got it, Jake agreed, though uneasy inside. Damn it. The door cracked open. Jake peeked out cautiously. He went on patrol around the neighborhood once a day, sticking only to safe paths, of course. After watching the infected for days, he noticed their behavior matched zombies, kind of like rabid animals. They attacked the living but left the dead or infected alone. Maybe since they couldn't see well, if you stayed 50 to 100 feet away, they didn't notice you. But it seemed to vary per infected. Noise made them super sensitive, so silence was key. Also, during daytime, fewer were out 2 to 3 times less than at night. They probably hid in shadows or corners, hating sunlight. So, no going out after dark. But all this about the infected, the online game Jake played might have been his imagination. Still, aside from the setting, their moves matched the game too closely. Maybe he just got obsessed with that game recently, just a coincidence, right? No way. If these infected really are connected to that game, this apocalypse is only beginning. Meanwhile, Jenna sat silently inside, bored out of her mind, complaining. I've read through all my comics. This sucks. She peeked at the clock, muttering, Man, Jake's late again. He's been ignoring me more lately. Gotta teach this dude some manners. Suddenly, a noise outside caught her attention, and she even heard a helicopter. But what use is that? She stared numb at the tiny hole in the wall. She's gotta train this guy properly. Suddenly, a noise outside grabbed her attention, and now she hears a helicopter again today. But what good does it do? She stared blankly at the tiny hole in the wall, peeking through the faint sliver of light. Actually, they tried before. The moment they spotted a helicopter flying overhead, the two of them stood on the rooftop yelling, Hey, somebody help. We're over here. We're over here. After that day and several others, they figured out that lighting a fire on the roof was totally useless. Outside was still pretty bright, but inside the house only a weak, pale glow came from a tiny candle. Time was ticking away minute by minute. Jenna huddled there, cold sweat breaking out as worry hit her hard. Where the heck was that dumbass Minjun? Why wasn't he back yet? She kept pacing back and forth in the cramped room. It had been over an hour and a half since he left. Please, don't tell me something happened. Did the infected get him? Man, just please come back safe. When he finally shows up, I'm gonna give him a piece of my mind, maybe even a smack or two. This dude only listens when he gets hit, right? The outside world's a nightmare, so why does he keep risking it? Starting tomorrow, if he even thinks about heading out again, I might just break his legs for good. The sun was dipping below the horizon. Jenna sat there alone, heart racing, tears spilling out. Dong Min, she whispered, trembling. Please, you're not dead, right? The sun's down now. Isn't it true that the infected come out more once the sun sets? Don't tell me you're not coming back. The candle flickered as she buried her face in her pillow, sobbing hard. Please come back soon. Over and over, she repeated the desperate plea. Please don't leave me all alone. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening snapped her awake. Minjun burst in, breathless, shouting, Hey, Han Jenna, look at this. But when he saw her tear-filled, pouty face, he froze. Jenna stood there mad and hurt, her eyes wet and sad. She was both upset and mad, yelling, You're 3 hours late, idiot. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Then she swung her hand like she was about to hit him. Seriously, you need a reality check with a good beating. Minjun quickly leaned back to dodge, holding up a flyer. Wait, check this out. He handed it over then explained, a helicopter dropped a bunch of flyers nearby just now. I had to run to grab them. That's why I'm late. Jenna took the paper, still dumbfounded and with tears running down her cheeks. What? Flyers? Really? She stared at it in confusion, a big question mark floating over her head. What the heck is this? The flyer talked about plans to shut down the northern part of Soon. Everyone still alive in North Soon had to evacuate before 6 p.m. on the 10th. The evacuation point was Gangnomon 1, the Central Disaster Response and Safety Center. They're locking down North Soon, but that's where we live. Tomorrow? No way. How many people live in all of North Soon? Is this even doable? Minjun signaled for her to check the safety status of North Soon on the back. Curious, Jenna flipped the flyer over. Let's see. Our neighborhood, Dongmundong in Dongbuk, was flagged with a warning. Looks like our spot has a lower infection rate compared to other areas. And Ayanchandong was marked safe too. Minjun added some crucial info about East Demon-gu and Zhongsanjiang districts right around their neighborhood being labeled extremely dangerous. Soon, this whole area could get way worse. Jenna caught the implication in his words. Waiting here for help? Definitely the worst call. This time, she didn't argue back as strongly. So we gotta bail out of North Sun immediately. Is that even doable now? Man, this really sucks. Which areas are they locking down exactly? If they mean all of North Soon, that covers everything north of the Han River, right? Minjun kept running through the facts. Our neighborhood has quite a few infected, but the flyer says our infection rate is low. So how bad could the dangerous zones be? Maybe this info's fake, but given the situation, we don't have any choice but to trust it. He explained that if Nunuzangbu and other northern districts are really that bad, trying to run north out of North Sun is impossible. So our only shot is crossing the Han River. Minjun took off his backpack and broke it down for her. The fastest route is through Zhongshan or East Demon towards Seondong-gu. But since Zhongshan and Seondong-gu are marked super dangerous, we'll probably have to take the longer route around Gangdong. It's an emergency anyway, and luckily, Ayondong isn't far and is marked safe. I think we should head that way even if it means a detour. There's got to be a reason the infection rate is so low there. Maybe cops or the military set up barricades and are managing the area, or there's another reason. Jenna watched his moves and words and suddenly felt amazed and impressed. Whoa, I always thought you were a lazy loser, but you're smarter than I expected. Minjun didn't really care about the compliment. If you want to survive, you got to appreciate every single second. Anyway, we got to get out of here as soon as possible. That's when Jenna responded, Wait, you're not planning to leave right now, right? It's already dark. Minjun quickly reassured her. To avoid the infected, we gotta wait till morning to move out. Jenna raised doubts. Are we really able to escape North Sun ourselves or even just get to Yeonchandong? Can't we hold on a few more days? Someone will come rescue us before then. Seeing her get worked up, he snapped louder this time instead of gently calming her down. Hansen, if you want to die a horrible death down here in this half-basement, be my guest and stay. I'm heading out at first light. Hearing that, she froze but managed to keep her cool. She covered her face, sighed, and gave in. Aw, damn it. Fine, then. Tonight it is. Both of them started packing their stuff, getting ready to move. We should pack our gear and some food first, right? Got any other bags? I've got a small carry-on, but it'll probably just be a hassle. Just toss everything into my backpack. Before long, dawn broke, sunlight sneaking through the cracks. They were all set to leave. Mike went ahead but turned back. All right, let's roll. Jenna, you don't have a choice anymore. You gotta go. Yeah. Just as Mike stepped out, he suddenly remembered something. So he asked, Are you sure we don't need to stop by the hospital to check on your dad? Jenna stopped dead in her tracks, surprised. Mike held back, worried he said the wrong thing. Sorry for asking again. You said your dad worked at a hospital, right? Shouldn't we check if he's still there or where exactly he is? Jenna paused, then awkwardly replied, I told you, he's fine, okay? Let's just hurry up and go. Still worried she wasn't convincing enough, she added, Last time I talked to him, he said he escaped North Seattle with my mom and headed to a safe zone. Clear. Seeing her say that, Mike didn't push it. Huh. All right then. Jenna quickly switched topics. Let's go. Wait. What? Even a dummy could tell something was off with her words. The sun climbed higher as they covered some ground. Mike led the way, scouting and making sure it was safe, then signaled back to Jenna. There were a few zombies roaming nearby, looking for easy prey. They used blind spots and the zombies' slow reactions to slip past without trouble. Mike kept signaling, "This way is clear." Jenna replied each time, "Got it." They made it smoothly to a main road. The city bus, there was plastered with posters of idols, now soaked in blood and with smashed windows. Walking on the sidewalk, everything seemed peaceful. Jenna finally broke the silence after a long walk. "You know, moving around outside is way easier than I thought. I was super tense at your place earlier. I was actually scared." Mike totally agreed. "Yeah, you probably noticed. But we just gotta watch out in dark, shady spots. The infected usually avoid strong sunlight, but that doesn't mean they won't attack, so don't let your guard down." Jenna hesitated a bit, then asked, "But isn't Yanchandong supposed to be closer? Why is it so far?" Mike kept encouraging her, "Hang in there a bit longer. I've got a bike back home. I should have brought it, or maybe an electric scooter. That'd make things so much easier." Mike nodded, "Yeah, you're right. A bike or scooter would triple our speed. Problem is, the comms are down, so we can't use those shared electric scooters. Looks like everyone took the bikes already. I can't spot any around here." Jenna sighed, softly saying, "Hey, can we just take 5? You're going too fast, and my feet really hurt." Mike knew her princess attitude well, sighed quietly, then carried on. "Why don't you stop at a coffee shop for a drink first? I'm going on ahead." She crossed her arms, pouting. "Seriously, dude." Seeing her sprint off, Mike teased, "Oh wow, you crawled out of the house and now you're speeding ahead? Look at you acting all happy." Jenna went along with it. "Wait till we hit the safe zone, I'm not letting you off easy." Mike tossed out his old provocation to rile her up. "Shh, keep it down or the infected will hear." The city was dead quiet now. Jenna trailed behind, keeping questions coming. "How much farther till Yanchandong?" Mike answered without missing a beat, "Still a ways to go. Walk a bit more and you'll be so close you can practically taste it." "What? You said we were almost there." He didn't raise his voice but said calmly, "Nope, be patient a little longer." After walking some more, she said, "I'm thirsty. Mind if I have some water?" He bluntly replied, "We gotta save it. Drink later." As they walked, dodging threats and handling Jenna's whining, Mike got more irritable. After some distance, they suddenly hit a wall made of cars and piled up stuff blocking the path. They both gasped, realizing someone had built a big barricade. "Whoa, this must be Yanchandong. If they blocked off the street like this, it's gotta be safer than the other spots." Jenna jumped up, thrilled. "Really? Thank God. There has to be survivors here, right? We gotta find them quick." Mike stayed cautious, suspicious. With a barricade this big, someone definitely guards it nearby. Jenna looked around. "Ever since we started walking here, I haven't seen any infected. And that usual rotten stench, it's way lighter. Don't get careless. Better safe than sorry." Jenna kept nagging, like always. "Hey, Min Run, check that spot out. Looks like a perfect place to hide and rest. My feet are killing me from all this walking." Min Run lost patience, snapping back. "We don't have time for breaks. Quit whining and move." Jenna, feeling insulted, fired back. "What whining? You're acting all rude. What's his deal?" Then the exact same old scene played out. Jenna teared up, sighing repeatedly while he just stood there silently watching. After crying for a bit, she finally said 3 simple words. "Sorry." "Okay." Jake was caught off guard. "I'm sorry," Jenna repeated, clearly upset. "I said I'm sorry." Suddenly, Jake snapped and yelled out. Behind him, a horde of zombies had appeared out of nowhere, charging at them like wild beasts. Before anyone could react, Jake grabbed her hand and dragged her along, sprinting full throttle ahead. They dashed forward trying to escape the zombie wave. Jenna panicked and shouted, "Wait, what? This neighborhood was supposed to be safe." Jake didn't stop to explain. He yelled, "Just run." Then he spotted a figure in the distance and yelled, "Survivors." The man they saw hardly hesitated when they ran up. "Move fast," he urged. As soon as they reached him, he quickly ducked low. "Thanks," he said kindly. "I'm locking the door. Get inside, now." "Jake, you gonna help too, or what?" Jenna froze, surprised he wasn't coming in. Jake glared at her. "Jenna, get to safety, now." Jake and the man grabbed a cabinet to block the entrance. 1, 2, before they could finish. A zombie lunged at them, bloodied mouth snapping. The man shouted urgently, "Get out of the way!" Jake screamed, panicked. The strong guy pushed the zombie off and took off running. "They're coming. Move." Jenna hadn't caught her breath yet, trembling as she yelled, "Jake, we gotta run the other way." Without hesitation, they both darted back. Jake hopped onto a fence and helped her climb up. He glanced below and said, "We gotta jump down." Jenna shivered, but nodded. Okay. They jumped together. Suddenly, Jenna dropped to the ground, voice shaky. Ow. I twisted my ankle. Ah. Jake froze for a moment in shock. What? Then snarls erupted behind them, pulling him back to reality. More zombies were closing in, ready to tear them apart. In this life or death moment, a flash of past memories hit him. Friends used to tease, dude, you're so lame. Why don't you fight back against bullies like Perrin Pin? Even if you get hit, at least stand up next time. He also remembered Jenna's harsh words, you're so pathetic, you make me want to die. If you're not good at anything, at least have the guts to fight back. Isn't living like this the worst? Suddenly, Jake mustered every bit of courage and pulled out a small knife from his pocket. Even if he died now, at least Jenna would see him trying. She'd already started feeling something for him. Standing resolute in front of her like a real man, no longer weak or scared, Jake raised the blade. If he had to die, it wouldn't be by running like a coward. In the distance, a motorcycle roared up. The rider shouted and leaned forward. Jake ducked, but glanced back just in time. Pin swung a baseball bat hard at a zombie's head, followed by his crew revving up. They were loving every second of smashing those zombies. Nice hit, dude. Get that bastard too. They tore through the undead on their bikes, laughing and screaming. Die, you damn freaks. Smash that suit guy's head open. Meanwhile, two guys stood frozen like statues, staring wide-eyed. When it was over, Pin cracked up big time. Hell yeah, that was sick. Nothing like riding and smashing zombies at the same time. Then he turned and spotted them clearly, waving his hand. Yo, Jenna Han, what the hell are you doing here? She stammered, unsure what to say. Pin then glanced at the guy next to her, his mood flipping. Huh, and who's this? Jake swore under his breath. Great timing, just great. Seeing him, Pin switched to his usual act. Jake Dong, you little jerk. Why you hanging with Jenna? Haha. Now he's got to deal with the guy he hates more than any infected freak. Pin eyed Jake's knife and mocked him. What's with the blade? Planning to fight those freaks with that? Haha, I thought you were a scared punk. Didn't expect you to be tougher than that. Pin clearly loved messing with him. Then he grinned. So, you two just bumped into each other on the street or what? What AF times cacking mess? Jenna squirmed, barely able to speak. Well, yeah, kinda. If it wasn't for you guys, I'd be dead. Seriously, thanks a lot. Like worried they didn't get the point, he repeated with a smirk. Hey Jenna, remember, I saved you, all right. Then, so, where you headed? Come roll with us. At our hideout, there's like a dozen survivors. Jenna perked up hearing that. Really? Is it safe there? Are there adults too? Yeah? The place is solid, locked down tight. Safe as hell. Don't sweat it. But haven't you heard the factory district is sealed off? We gotta get out of here, as soon as possible, she asked skeptically. Pin's guy smirked and said, that's a long story. Let's hit our hideout first, talk later. He hopped on his bike and asked, you want to ride him back? Jenna shyly said, sure, thanks. Just then, one of Pin's buddies grumbled, if Jenna's on the scooter, where the hell am I supposed to sit? The other guys told him to chill, you two ride boss style. Pin kept staring at Jenna's back, making her a bit awkward and confused. Dude, are you serious about bringing Jenna along? Haha, the guys behind finally caught on, laughing hard. Wow, you're clueless as hell, huh? What's wrong? Jenna asked. He cracked up laughing. Nah, it's nothing. Just hop in the car. Suddenly, Jenna spun around to look at him, but Jong-min had to go, too. There was no way to fit everyone in. Mr. Pin's crew looked surprised. What, that jerk too? The gang had the same question. Yeah? For real? What about that loser Minan? Are we just ditching him here? Even if he tags along, he's just dead weight. We gotta save food and drinks anyway. Then they all burst out laughing. Minan, you better figure out how to survive on your own. Jaina glanced at him, her expression complicated. Suddenly, Pin stepped in. Actually, let's bring that jerk along too. More people won't hurt, but inside, he clearly didn't like those guys. Fine. Whatever. I'm not going anywhere, he said, surprised. What? Min Jun replied casually. I'll handle myself. I've got somewhere else to be. Jenna widened her eyes, a clear look of reluctance. Jong Pin trembled. Pin called him back. Hey, wait a sec. That bastard just blew me off again. Remember last time? If you ditch me again this time, I swear I'm gonna mess you up. This whole situation was a chaotic mess anyway. I'm not joking, I can handle you just like I smashed those zombie freaks earlier. You want me to do the same to you? Min Jun just gave a cool glance, totally unfazed. He kept up the threats. When I'm talking straight, that punk better follow me. Jenna got mad and yelled. Hey, Northegg Song Bin, are you crazy? Talking about killing someone? What the hell's wrong with you? And wasn't it you who fought Minun last time? You've always been the same. Hearing their back and forth, He unconsciously remembered that day. Pin lit a cigarette and said to his crew, "Hey, Trang Min, if he shows up today, this might actually be a lucky break. For real?" Trang Min perked up. "Yo, check out his Insta pics, they're pretty legit. Is he the same outside?" Pin nodded. "Yeah, he's the real deal out there too." Asterisk. Cough cough. Asterisk. The crew started chatting excitedly again. "Whoa, nice legs. But Perrin Pin, why the hell are you hanging with him? That jerk was trouble for sure." He knew exactly what those shameless guys were up to. Thinking of Gina now, he fell silent. Pin chuckled awkwardly when she blamed him. Sorry. I messed up in front of Jenna." She kept that proud look, clearly warning him. "Next time, if you mess with her again, she's gonna snap for real." "All right, enough nagging already." His voice suddenly cut through their argument. "I get it. Sorry, Zong Bin. I'm coming with you guys." Pin was skeptical at first, but then he dropped it, his eyes turning sly. "All right, Min Jun, walking out of this place now? That's suicide. Let's hit up our hideout and chill first. Then tomorrow I'll snag my bike and drop you off wherever you need." Asterisk. Cough. Asterisk. Sound good? Soon they followed Pin's crew to the hideout. He took the lead, saying, "This way." When they reached under the bridge, he suddenly turned around and laughed loud. "Hey, Minun, now that you're here, you know the way, right?" Asterisk. Cough cough. Asterisk. Jenna looked confused, asking, "Where the heck is this?" Minun definitely recognized the spot. "This is the path to that abandoned construction site where Pin gave me a brutal beating last time. Who the hell uses a place like this as a hideout?" They went inside, blocking the exits. "Hey, dumbass. There's a clear weak spot over there." He whispered to the person beside him, Han, thinking it through. "I don't trust tagging along with these guys. Jumping ship now might be the smarter move." She hadn't caught on yet, so she asked, "Wait, what are you talking about?" He didn't hide his feelings, saying, "I feel like they're planning something sketchy, and I'm uneasy about it." Jenna smiled and reassured him, "Don't sweat it. These guys are just a bunch of rookies." She leaned over and whispered, "And that North Xong Pin guy, he's been my errand boy since elementary school. If he tries anything against you, I've got your back. Plus, there are other survivors, even some adults, at this hideout." Min Jun looked a bit helpless and said, "You really think that, Hanina? Maybe you just treat them like school friends and don't watch your back, but I know exactly what kind of trash they really are. You still think Perrin Pin is just some childhood buddy from elementary through high school." Janet missed that conversation, so she didn't get it. Pin walked ahead, but then heard someone call out, "North Song Pin." Jenna stammered, "Guess we gotta go now. I heard my folks are at the Pyondong hideout, so I was actually planning to check it out right away. But I gotta get there as fast as possible. Even just a day earlier might make a difference, because I'm scared it could be too late." He looked skeptical and asked, "Wait, really? There's a hideout in Pyondong? Last I heard, Pyondong got wiped out completely." Then he glanced back at him and added, "Also, why the hell do you have to tag along with that Minun loser? That's just risky. If you're gonna go, then go now, go with us tomorrow." "I told you." Jenna was stuck for words. This is urgent, so we're heading out now." They turned, ready to slip away. "Let's bounce." But leaving wasn't going to be that easy. A baseball bat swung in front of them, blocking their path. Pin said calmly, "Jenna, like I said, if you want to leave, wait and come with us tomorrow." "What's up with you and Zhang Minun? Why the hell are you acting so crazy all of a sudden? What's wrong with you two?" Jenna scowled and turned her back, clenching her fists in anger at Northig Song Pin. "I already told you I was going. But now, if you think about it, Minun probably saw this coming all along. It was bound to end up like this." He jumped in right away to cover for her. "Yeah, all right. Let's just stick together for now and talk later. Besides, it's getting dark soon." Jenna suddenly felt a deep chill run down her spine. Mr. Bin's ride waited until they settled down before leading the way again. They quickly made their way into another area. The moment Minun saw it, he recognized it instantly. This was definitely the spot. They'd set up barricades on both sides to keep the infected from getting through, right? He scanned the area and silently admired the effort. Looks like they were pretty careful blocking this place off, though it seemed a bit sloppy too. Then he turned back to Jenna, softly touching her arm. "Don't worry." His eyes were filled with fierce determination, as if to say, "I'm not leaving you behind." Caught off guard by that look, she froze for a second. Suddenly, a noise nearby made her jump. Yeah, it totally freaked her out. Outside, two zombies were struggling to break in. Jenna screamed, freaking out. "This is crazy. Is this even safe? Somebody do something now, mister." Ben couldn't help but laugh at her reaction. "Geez, why you acting like such a scaredy cat? Chill, the door's not gonna break. Don't sweat it." "Ha ha." Minun shot him a sarcastic look. "Break? That door looks like it's about to fall apart any second. Looking closer, they were surrounded by infected on all sides. The zombies kept making these weird noises. In a place this messed up, who the hell builds a hideout like this? Then he stood by a ladder and called out, "All right, gonna climb up? Gotta go to the second floor, huh? Pull up the ladder so the infected can't follow, right?" As Minon reached the top, he noticed the guy was talking to someone. "Hey, I brought them here," a voice said. A chubby man sitting in the corner straightened up and smiled with curiosity. "What do we have here?" "Oh, new guests dropping by. By the way, that's my classmate from school. You've probably heard of Hannah, right?" The man's eyes lit up the moment he heard the name. "So you must be Hannah. Pleasure to meet you. I'm Banu," he said. "Lee Banu, 19 years old, runs several businesses. I totally remember you. I even follow you on Insta. Why haven't you accepted his friend request yet?" Mr. Bin nudged her quietly. "Remember Banu, the guy I told you about?" Jenna looked a bit scared and said, Yeah, first time meeting him." She probably only just heard this guy's name now. But inside, she silently judged him. "Who's this piggish dude?" Banu stepped closer and said, "This spot's super safe, so don't worry." Jenna shivered, nervous. "Well, I heard the gang district's about to be locked down, so staying here might be risky." He laughed right away. "That rumor? Total garbage. I heard the Han River Bridge and Gangnam Road got fully locked down." Jenna weakly added, "Now we gotta tough it out until rescue teams arrive." "Got it? Yeah, no chance," she said faintly. He kept talking. "Honestly," he said, "rescue might not even come, but he's got everything prepped so well they can chill here in peace. Pretty crazy, huh? This place is actually stocked up with everything. A tent, tables and chairs, a fancy grill, even fuel and firewood." Seeing all that, Minon wondered, did they really build and prep all this themselves? Then he suddenly spotted 3 middle-aged men sitting in a corner and instantly got disgusted. Wait, didn't these guys just barge in and claim the safe house someone else built? Banu turned to Mr. Bin and asked, "Did you find anything today?" Mr. Bin honestly replied, "I was gonna hit the supermarket, but ran into that mess halfway and gave up." Hearing that, Banu laughed out loud. "Dude, forget food, bringing home a girl is way better. Supplies, we got tons of them here." Jenna was about to lose her mind inside. But for now, she had no choice but to hold it in. Damn it, Minon was right all along. We've been completely played by that jerk Ponin. Suddenly, she stepped forward and tapped his shoulder lightly. "Hey Ponin, can we talk?" Mr. Bin followed her to the side. "What's up?" Jenna turned her back, voice urgent. "For real, stop messing around and please take me back. I didn't know things were this bad when I came along. You know I hate this kind of vibe. Especially with those friends of yours you said were close. Honestly, I'm sorry, but I can't stay here." Hearing her say that, Mr. Bin's eyes went wide. "Honestly, I don't buy the whole Han River Bridge shutdown story, so I'm gonna try the old route." "All right, I'm out." Without waiting, she slid past him, trying to leave with a firm attitude. But he wasn't about to let her go so easily. Just as she turned to call someone, a strong hand grabbed her tight. "Wait, don't leave yet," Minon said. Jenna spun around, shocked. Mr. Bin's face darkened. He cursed. "Damn it, where do you think you're going? You still think you can do whatever you want?" Jenna's courage vanished instantly. She stammered, eyes full of fear. Suddenly, another hand grabbed his arm. Minon risked standing up for her. "Hey, stop it. Cut it out." Mr. Bin was totally thrown off by the whole scene. Then he sneered. "Damn, this punkin' Minon, you finally lost your mind, huh?" Jack immediately flexed his authority with Minon. "Damn, if you don't quit, things are about to get ugly. If you got guts, grab that knife and stab me already." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Hey Pawn, chill out." That just made him more fired up. "Why chicken out now? Go ahead, stab me." "You damn fool." Liban suddenly showed up and spoke up. "What the hell?" Jack instantly switched back to acting all friendly. "Oh, Hina said this isn't inside a house, so it feels kinda weird. Different vibes." He didn't see that coming and spoke up. "Huh, it's all good. We crashed in the tent to sleep anyway." Jack even tried to pin the blame on him. Plus, that annoying Dom Minon was supposed to bring the food. I told him to hand it over, but he flat out refused. Liban was shocked by this. "What? That four-eyed punk hid dangerous stuff from us. Give it here, you jerk. Don't want to get your ass whooped? Hand it over now." Dom Minon reluctantly handed over the supplies, thinking, I gotta keep my only weapon safe. But with just this, how the hell can I beat those 5? Jack acted all high and mighty with the enemy. "Yo, Four Eyes, listen up. Bonju's the captain here, and I'm the vice captain. Got it? That Park Song-Pin dude is like a platoon leader in the army. Bottom line, if you don't follow orders, you're screwed. Understand? The country's on high alert, So here it's like a military setup or else everything falls apart. Got it? 2 warnings and you're dead meat. He was sweating because of those words. Yeah. What lame bullshit is this now? These idiots. Lee Byung-gu suddenly slung an arm around Jenna and sweetly said, Jenna, you must be so tired. Come on in and rest a bit. She snapped back, annoyed. Damn, you scared me. He couldn't believe his ears. Huh? What'd you just say? Did you curse? Jenna, shaking, stammered back. No, nothing like that. Just startled, that's all. After days of panic, Lee Byung's mood lightened. Yeah, well, it's gotta be those damn zombies messing with us. Anyway, this tent of mine is top-notch camping style with a big front door. Hee hee. It's super cozy and peaceful too. Hear me? Come on in and get some rest. She was sweating bullets, thinking, damn, this crazy dude's gotta come up with a way to stall. Gotta buy some time. Jenna couldn't speak smoothly. Hey. But, hey. Honestly, I'm kinda hungry. Is it cool if I grab some food? Lee Byung-gu looked surprised and asked again. What? Hungry? Damn, Jenna says she's hungry, so hell yeah, she's gotta eat. We swiped a bunch of pork belly from the butcher's shop. Tonight's pork belly feast? Yay. Dong Minun muttered annoyed, eyes closed. This sucks big time. There's not even a cop in this area. Without security, this place is basically lawless. Jenna felt super uneasy. Oh crap. That actually made him even more excited. Sorry. Haha. Man, Jenna's so damn cute. He was lost in thought. Especially since those gangsters are just as dangerous as the infected. That damn pig's not gonna give Jenna a break. She might be in trouble right this second. Gotta figure out a plan, fast. How to get Jenna out of here? As soon as possible? Maybe lure the infected so those jerks freak out. No way. What about the other survivors? But those 3 surviving guys? Not totally sure if they're trustworthy. Tonight, when everyone's asleep, can I sneak out? But what if those jerks mess with Jenna before that? Dong Min-jun held his head, helpless. Damn it. The fresh grilled meat on the table got Lee Byung-gu hyped. Gotta eat with my adorable Jenna. Hee hee. But she suddenly yelled, damn, it smells like pig. He was shocked, asking, what did you say? Jenna just lied. Oh no, it's just the pork belly smelling so good. Wow, that looks amazing. He jumped in with the beauty. Hee hee. For real, the smell's so good it makes you swear. Pork belly scent is the bomb. Hey, 4 Eyes, bring this meat over to the other guys. Dong Minun was mad but kept it inside, thinking. They want me to share a few pieces? That's messed up. Maybe I should grab some extra just for me. He handed the plate over to a man and said, hey guys, it ain't much, but have some. The man looked surprised and said, oh, thanks, kid. Darkness covered the buildings, the bonfire blazed in the barrel. 2 people from Minun and Jenna sat side by side. Then Lee Byung-gu suddenly spoke. Jenna, why are you always keeping your distance? I told you, come rest with us. But she just replied coldly. I already said I don't want to. He kept trying to convince her. Jenna still said no, it's bedtime now. I'll just sleep alone outside the tent. He had to wait till everyone was dead asleep to try sneaking out. That attitude annoyed him. Damn it. Keep acting like that, man. If you keep this up, what kind of team leader am I? Jack immediately stopped him. Hey, cut it out, dude. Lee Byung was shocked by this. What? Jack got annoyed. Don't you get it? Just stop it, yeah? You dumbass. Lee Byung-gu snapped back furious. Jack snarled. You damn mutt. Are you out of your mind? Did you get shot in the head or what, you damn punk? The other dude, totally freaked out, tried to stop him. Hey, what the hell? What's going on with you, Brock? But the guy just kept going. Ha ha, damn it. Lee Byung-gu, ever since I got stuck here with you, I made up my mind. First things first, I gotta take you out. Ha ha, no more buddies now. You messed up, man. From now on, I'm the boss here. Got it. Heh heh. Libyum was so pissed he threw a punch. You bastard. But it was just a swing at air. Brock grabbed his neck tight. Just drop dead, you piece of trash. The other guy panicked and yelled, Brock, man, have you lost it? You damn jerk. Another dude instantly hit him. Brock shouted orders at the rest. Take out those 2 assholes for me. The man from earlier was stunned. What the hell is happening? Gotta stop this now, right? Dong Minun's eyes flashed. This is my chance, Jenna. It's now or never. Brock's eyes widened as he saw them trying to run. He shouted, grab them. Jenna was being held by someone else. He nervously glanced back. Jenna struggled. Let me go. The guy pulled a knife, threatening her. Stand still if you don't want to die. Damn it, freeze before I stab you. She bit his arm desperately. The dude screamed and let go. Bitch. But the guy kept a tight grip on his arm. Jenna was shocked. Dong Minun trembled. The knife-wielding thug gritted his teeth. You damn bastard. You worthless punk, who gave you the balls to do that? The guy kicked him and shoved him once more. The knife dropped. Blood pooled on the ground. Jenna was terrified. Jong Minin clutched his wound. Dong Minin kicked him again. You son of a bitch. See that, dumbass? You think you can talk back? You jerk. Perrin Pin held Jenna's arm tight. Damn it. Ha ha. Jen, you know what I'm talking about. I've had my eye on you since middle school. All those other kids follow the rules easy, but not you. Jenna was scared now. Perrin Pin kept going. Remember, your dad's a doc, so you get to hang with the elites at that fancy school you don't even care about. Feels good, huh? Ha ha. I'm living good too, damn it. Ha ha. I'm not any worse off than you. Born with a silver spoon, living the good life. You feel me? Ha ha. I got cash, dress better, and my physique's better than most of those clowns. So why do you keep trying to flex on me? Who the hell do you think you are? Ha ha. Let me mess with my precious little Jenna one time. Suddenly, the man stepped forward and yelled, Hey, kid, whatever you gotta say, this ain't cool. He kicked Brock hard. The man hit the ground, groaning in pain. Ah, damn. Kim, you okay? Brock stormed over, furious. Listen, old man, I warned you before. Open your mouth one more time and I swear I'll end you. 2 warnings now. Time for you to go. He grabbed the older man's shirt. The guy dropped his stuff on the floor. Jenna's eyes went wide with fear. The man screamed in pain. Help! Somebody help me. Everyone else was terrified. Girl, what the hell are you doing? Throwing someone off the first floor? Are you nuts? You punk bastard. But Perong Pin coldly ordered, take care of the rest too. The others looked confused. Huh? What now? That made him lose it. Forget the damn payback. Toss the rest off the first floor too. She rushed to her friend. Dong, are you okay? Quick, hide now. Brock appeared behind her. Jenna, where do you think you're running off to? Outside's a hellhole. You gotta stay here with me. But she struggled. Let me go. The guy stepped over to where Dong was lying. Phew, Dong Minin, your time's up, loser. The jerk sneered. I mean, you look kinda pathetic, but don't get mouthy. Hey, help me toss this loser downstairs. This punk's so skinny, but he weighs a ton. As they counted down. 1, 2, 3, a voice broke in. We gotta do this together, right? The guy was stunned. Huh. Jong Minin shoved both of them down. Welcome to hell. The screams caught Park Song Pin's attention. Another guy shouted, 7th sound, suing Super Smash. He spun around, shocked. What's going on? What happened? The other guy yelled back, Kim's Super Smash and Minin just got tossed to the first floor. Those dumbass losers lay twisting in pain on the ground. Help! Somebody help. Damn it. Kim's Super Smash stared at his mangled leg. What the hell? What happened to my leg? He glared at Dong Minin. Kim's Super Smash suddenly clung to his leg, agony written all over his face. You damn punk Minon. Where the hell you think you're going? You broke my leg. You hear me? Help me out, Minon. Blood sprayed across the floor. The two on top looked horrified. Uh-oh, damn, what do we do now? Brock answered coldly, forget him, just leave him. Jenna couldn't believe what she was seeing. She took off running. He chased after her. Damn it. Jenna scrambled up some metal beams. She tried to escape that way. Brock called after her. Are you stopping or not? You crazy bitch. You think you can run? Kim Super suddenly grabbed his leg, the guy writhing in pain. Damn it, Minon. Where the hell you think you're going? Because of you, I'm stuck with a broken leg. Got it? Help me out, Minon. Right then, blood splattered on the floor. The two guys up here were terrified too. Damn, what now? Park Song Bin coldly replied. Nobody knows whether to leave him behind or not. Jaina couldn't believe what she was seeing. She took off running right after. He saw this and immediately started chasing. Damn it, Jaina was climbing those metal shelves. She tried sneaking away quietly. Par and Pin over here shouted after her. Hey Rena, are you gonna stay, or what? That crazy bitch is running. For real, what's she thinking? Yo, where do you think you're headed in the middle of the night with zombies everywhere? She was balancing on a shaky plank. Park, Siam Bin was still yelling nearby. Just try getting caught. Ignoring him, Jenna took a running leap over to the next building without thinking twice. Finally, she landed safely on solid ground. Jenna spun around, heart pounding. That guy was closing in fast. Ha! Who knew this bitch could actually run? If I catch you, there'll be hell to pay. Suddenly, a noise came from below. Park Siam Bin looked down, shocked. Huh? He lost his footing immediately. Then, bam, he hit the ground hard, terrified, staring down and thinking. Now's my chance. She shouted loudly to grab everyone's attention. Hey, over here. This way, everyone gather up quick. There's a bastard here. Can someone please catch him and get him out of here? That freaked the guy out big time. Jenna, you little bitch, I swear I'm gonna kill you. Just then, the zombie groans got louder. They were heading straight for Park Seon-bin's spot. With no other choice, he had to run. Damn it, move. Damn it. Jenna was still worried. What about Dong Minun? Please don't let anything happen to him. Just then, Jong Minung showed up to save the day. I'm okay. I'm okay. Lucky break. He was breathing hard, still shaken. Jenna watched him anxiously. Can you climb up here? Dong Mindung's hands, scratched up and bruised, gripped the ladder. He paused, exhausted. Jenna silently cheered him on. Come on, just a little more, please. Then she grabbed Dong Mindung's hand tightly, trying to pull him up. When he slumped down, she asked with concern, Hey, are you okay? Any injuries? Did those infected guys bite you or something? I dodged all of them, he said, but I'm dizzy as hell. Right then that guy yelled, Hey, you bastards, where's Park Seon-bin at? You guys better listen. Even though Jong Minun was wiped out, he said they needed to get moving fast. Yeah. Jenna still worried. Can you run? Jong Min-jung got ready to jump. Don't worry about me, just look out for yourself. They both dropped down. Jenna didn't feel right about it. You good? Hang in there, just a bit more. They ignored a scream for help. Ah! Someone help me. Weird sounds echoed all around. Jenna kept supporting him. Looks like there are infected nearby. I knew it, night's too dangerous. Dong Min-dung called her name sadly. If the zombies find us, it's over. You have to escape on your own now. She got mad at that. What? No way. I'll figure out a way. I'm gonna find a safe spot, no doubt. I swear I'm saving you, no matter what. The path felt weird, though no smells or anything, so probably no zombies here. A light bulb flickered, lighting their way. They kept helping each other along. Something spoke right in front of her and she jumped. What? A slightly open door with light spilling out. They were close now. Jenna carefully scanned the area, still pretty nervous. No signs of people anywhere. Surely no one's here. Let's rest for a bit. Jenna got scared seeing Jong Minung collapse. Please, just stay safe. He lay on the floor, breathing hard. Jenna's eyes welled up. This is my fault, she said with sadness. Because of me, everyone's stuck inside all the time. I brought the zombies here, so now everyone's in danger. It's all on me. And you got dragged to the construction site, ending up like this. It's all my fault, everything. Jenna grabbed his shirt tight. Please. Suddenly, a noise came from nearby. She looked scared toward the shadow on the ground. Who is that? The shape grew clearer. A young guy holding an axe appeared. The man was shocked. What the hell? A person? Damn. Almost gave me a heart attack. Wait, aren't you the guys? Jenna was stunned too. Huh. She suddenly remembered the man from before. He looked frantic. It was the uncle who had helped them. He spoke. I can't believe we ran into you here. Jenna asked the two. Uncle, you're okay, right? Yeah. The other asked the man, is this kid hurt? He's bleeding a lot. Please tell me he didn't get bitten by those infected, Jenna explained. No, he wasn't bitten. It's a knife wound. Please help him, he's bleeding bad. The man tried to figure out how to treat Jong Minun. Where's the first aid kit? The other answered, it's gotta be in the backpack. And you okay? Jenna was sweating. Yeah, I'm fine. Suddenly, the man covered her mouth. Another man appeared. Haha, this is awesome. Now what? What do you mean? Drag him out, duh. Damn, he's fighting back hard. Then knock him out. The guy spotted the three. Stop there, I'm counting to 3. Scram. The man raised his weapon. What the hell is this guy thinking? The other man said, kill him. He charged forward right away. The guy dropped his stick and pulled a knife instead. He swung his weapon, but the other dodged. Quickly, he stabbed back. Blood started flowing. You bastard. The other threatened, don't move. If you blink, this girl's gonna stick you. Then he lunged straight at the other. Jenna was confused. Yo, you're Kang Hak-chun, right? 18 years old, 11th grade at Springfield High, a refugee from North Korea. You've got mad survival skills, level Mar or whatever. Thanks to him, Jong Minun got patched up just in time. Good thing the wounds not that deep didn't lose a ton of blood. Looks like he got knocked out from a heavy hit or something. Still, he needs to rest for at least a day. Jenna got really touched. Thanks a lot. How did you get so good at treating wounds? Where'd you learn? He just shrugged modestly. I was lucky to pick it up back in the day. She still felt super impressed, like, wow. But stitching up a wound like that, that's no beginner's skill. He quickly asked what happened. This place is super dangerous. Why are you guys even here? Jenna didn't hesitate to tell him the truth. We saw a flyer drop from a helicopter. It said Yan Chandong was one of the safe spots, so that's why we came. Didn't expect to get caught by the Park Seon-bin gang. He looked surprised. Pon Bin? That abandoned construction site? Wait, you know about that? Jenna's eyes widened. You've heard? Kang Han replied shyly. Yeah, just the basics. So, what's he up to now? Talking about it scared her. Last time we tried to escape that site, everyone got bitten and infected. It was chaos. Even the Zonpin gang got wiped out by the infected. But after that, I'm not sure what happened. After thinking it over, he summed it up. So he's probably still alive, and this whole Yanchandong safe zone thing is just a rumor. At first, some folks stayed behind trying everything to stop the outbreak, so there were times with fewer infections, but the organization was super weak. When it fell apart, overnight the infection exploded again. Now this place is crawling not just with infected, but with crazy violent people, even worse. Especially young girls like no one's brave enough to be out on the streets anymore. If you get caught off guard, who knows what could happen. It's not just Yan Chandong. Almost the entire Gangbuk area has turned lawless. Could be the whole Sun City ends up the same way. Jenna was shocked. No way. But Kang Han, why the hell are you still hanging around here? He stayed silent, head down for a while before replying, got my reasons. Planning to cross over to Gangnam at first light tomorrow. She was thrown for a loop. Wait, seriously? Oh yeah, you probably heard this already. Gangbuk's about to be sealed off. I remember the flyer said lockdown starts today. Kang Hon stared off with sadness in his eyes. Things are way worse now. From inside the containers came pained screams. He pictured that traffic nightmare. No one was sure if the whole Gangbuk would be locked down, but the bridges over the Han River had been blocked for at least 2 days. Plus, huge hordes of infected were swarming around the bridges in Han River Park, making it tough to get close. With all this panic like it was war, people were rushing south. The government suddenly locking down the bridges made things chaotic, and that sparked tons of new infections around the Han River area. Jenna looked distressed. How do you even know all this? Kang Han didn't hesitate. I heard it from survivors who got close to the bridge. They even had pictures to prove it. She felt a gentle sadness wash over her. I didn't expect it to be true, but there's still a way. If we find a duck boat or a small dinghy, maybe we can cross the Han, just gotta dodge the infected. But is Gangnam really any safer? I heard people everywhere in Sun are infected these days. He looked stumped too. No one can promise Gangnam is 100% safe, but my little sister's been taken to an evacuation center there. Anyway, I've got to get there. Jenna was surprised. Your sister's in Gangnam. Why did you two get separated? He thought back for a moment. After everything started, me, my sister, and an uncle we lived with ran to a nearby evacuation center. Not long after, the army showed up. They said Gangbuk was too dangerous and would move some people to safer places, prioritizing elders and kids, so I had to stay behind. A soldier assured them, please wait a little longer, we'll come back for everyone. Kang Han's sister was scared. Brother. He was panicking too. Wait, where's my sister being taken? The soldier didn't hesitate. Evacuation center in Gangnam. Kang Han's face grew heavy with sadness, but the army never came back. Jenna kept asking, what about your uncle? He continued telling her. Not long after, infected showed up at the center, turning that place into hell in seconds. Me and my uncle tried to escape. In the end, my uncle, Jenna could piece it together from there. Kang Han stood up. Anyway, I gotta leave at dawn. Waiting even a day could mean everything falls apart. Jenna couldn't believe it. What? Tomorrow morning? Hold up, can we come with you? We're headed to Gangnam too. But he shut that down quick. No way. From what I know, traveling in a group of 3 is way too risky. Something always goes wrong. And at least one of us will probably die. Plus, Mina needs at least a day to heal. Yeah, healing's a joke right now. She kept pushing. Please, Minan's mom's in Gangnam. We have to get there. Honestly, just the 2 of us. We don't even know how to get out of this place. Please. If I have to, I'll beg you on my knees. Kang Han stayed silent a while. Finally, he spoke. You've changed a lot. Jenna, though in the same class, barely knew him. You're not the same guy from school. All right, once it's morning and Minan wakes up, we'll figure out the next steps. Get some rest, Jenna said, watching Kang Han walk away. Thanks. But man, it seems like you're totally different from how you act at school. All right, we'll talk more when the sun's up and Minan wakes. Get some rest. Jenna watched Kang Han's retreating back and said, thanks, man. Time passed, and the sun started breaking through the clouds. Rays of sunlight hit the room just as a voice called out. She snapped awake immediately. Hey, it's Jake checking in. Did you guys make it out of the construction site okay? Are you sure you didn't see anything strange happen to Aaron? Jenna asked without hesitation. Yeah, that's right. Why? Jake didn't hide his curiosity. I'm thinking about heading back there to check it out. That caught her off guard. Wait, what? Jake hurried to explain. If their bikes or scooters are still there, we might be able to use them. Plus, I've got some things I want to verify. Jenna was straight up terrified. Can't you just not go? The gates are probably sealed off by now. That place is loaded with infection. Everyone there must have caught it. Aaron's no exception. Jake didn't back down. Even if I run into trouble, I'm sticking to this. The site's only like 300 meters away. Want to know how I escaped North Korea with my siblings when I was just 12? Jenna froze, stunned by what he said. 10,000 kilometers? Jake went on with the story. We couldn't afford a smuggler, so we trusted this uncle who'd already crossed over and settled in South Korea. We slipped through the Two-Min River checkpoints like ghosts, snuck through every alley in China, then crossed Laos into Thailand. It took nearly 2 years, almost 10 kilometers. Along the way, I lost a little brother. When Min woke up, please take care of him. I'm out of here. Now Jenna was left dazed, surrounded by the sun flooding the room. Someone was slowly climbing up, their foot landing on the ceiling. Jake was scanning everything. All right, let's see. That Aaron guy. Dunno if he's a goner or still kicking. Dong Min stirred slightly. His movement startled Jenna. She immediately rushed to her friend. You're awake? But your neck still hurts. Whoa, where the heck are we? Jenna recapped everything for Jake. You gotta care for him, all right. Dong Min was still dazed. Jake? Jake from our class? She quickly confirmed, yeah, we ran into him right after escaping that construction site. Still confused, but clearly remembering the site. After I fell from the second floor with Kim, my memory's kind of fuzzy. Maybe I got a concussion? Yeah, I faintly remember you dragging me somewhere. Jenna squeezed his hand suddenly. Man, it's such a relief you looked out for me, then got shocked too, huh? Tears welled up in her eyes. I thought you were dead. You have no idea how worried I was. She had him blushing hard, while she froze awkwardly. Jenna shyly pushed Dong Min away. Raising her voice to hide her embarrassment, she said, That's why I told you not to jump in like that. I'm grateful you saved me, but don't go risking your life like that, okay? What if you got hurt? What was I supposed to do alone? All you do is make me worry. She was pissed. Jake scratched his head, embarrassed. Sorry, okay. Jenna quickly calmed him down. No, you don't have to apologize. I just mean thanks. But do you know how hard it was dragging you here? Nearly killed me. Her words made him more confused. Huh? So what exactly do you want? Jenna was kinda shy. Also, Jake said you gotta rest for at least a day. Got it? Best to chill today, then see how you're doing tomorrow before making any moves. Dong Min struggled to sit up. Really? But I heard they're about to lock down the foundry. Suddenly, clutching his stomach in pain. Jenna freaked out. Hey, are you okay? You idiot, already trying to move? Stay put. Yeah. On the cluttered table, someone knocked at the door. Jake spoke up. It's me, I'm coming in. Jenna felt a wave of relief. Oh, Jake? He dropped his backpack and asked just to double check. This, your school bag, right? Dong Min looked it over and nodded. Yeah, that's mine. Jake kept talking. I grabbed it from the second floor at the site. Got your clothes and personal stuff in there too. Thought you might need it. Also, there were tons of extra supplies, so I snagged some. Dong Min looked at the bag, a rush of feeling hitting him. That's my mom's bag, it feels so familiar. Jake then held up the untouched pair of glasses. Oh yeah, your glasses got knocked off there too. Dong Min smiled a bit. Thanks, man. Lucky these are mine. Jenna told me you patched me up. Jake checked again how he was feeling. Dong Min admitted he was still a bit dizzy, but okay. Jenna then asked, have you been back to the site yet? What about Aaron? Jake got serious. Just like I thought. Aaron isn't there. Strange noises echoed from the zombies. Jake told the rest. Besides him, everyone's infected. The motorcycle's gone, maybe he took it. The scooter's busted. Jenna looked scared. So, there's a chance we might find Aaron again. Jake reassured her immediately. Yeah, but don't freak out. I might lose a fight, but I won't lose to a killer. You're nuts. Jenna rolled her eyes. By the way, like I said yesterday, I'm planning to ditch the foundry. You guys think you can keep up? Suddenly, Johnny got all fired up. Of course, he said. We've got to roll right now. Like, as soon as possible. But Jenna didn't look too thrilled about that choice. What, you seriously need to chill and rest up today, dude? Even Kyle gave him a concerned look. Jenna's right. We should probably recover first before moving out. But Johnny was dead set on proving he was good to go. Nah, I'm fine for real. What if things get worse tomorrow? Then, pulling out a pen, he whispered, but no rush, okay? Let's sketch out a plan before we move. Rushing could mess everything up. I've thought it through, there's still another way across the river. Jenna was hooked. How? Johnny grabbed the pen and started drawing a map to explain the plan. We'll cross the river using line 5. Johnny's eyes went wide with shock. Wait, the subway tunnels under the river? Jenna hesitated. Is that even safe? Crowded spots like subways mean higher chances of infection. But Kyle was confident. Line 5 stations all got platform screen doors. If we can get past those, the tunnels themselves should be pretty low risk. Of course, making it inside the station and reaching those doors is another story. Plus, plenty of other people might be thinking the same. The government might have even sealed off those tunnels already. Still, I say we try and check it out. All right, the closest Line 5 station from here is Junghan. But as you guys know, walking there's a hike. Especially once we leave this zone and step into Junghan District, things get even sketchier. Twilight was settling over the streets. Scrawled on a wall was a survival motto: don't rush. Kyle bowed his head, deep in thought. These are some survival rules I came up with. First, gangbucks lock down tight. So don't let time pressure mess with your head. If you find somewhere safe, even just for a few days, stay put to rest and rethink your game plan. No reckless moves. Second, when roaming close by, go out with just 1 or 2 people. Avoid the trio squad like the plague. And most importantly, if life's on the line, don't risk your own skin to save anyone else. Even if you can survive by bailing, don't push yourself trying to rescue someone else. Basically, look out for number 1. Even if it's me, in that spot, I'd do whatever it takes to survive myself. Never sacrifice yourself for anyone. Got it, Johnny? The silence fell hard. The last rays of sunlight sliced through the house. Before leaving, Kyle called out, Johnny, here, take this for a weapon. Johnny was sweating, clutching bloody sticks. You want me to fight with these scary things? Jenna couldn't handle it either. Kyle just shrugged and explained, I never said they're just for killing infected. Even to scare off bad guys, it helps to carry a weapon like this. Makes people think twice about messing with you. And you know the infected attack like they want to rip you apart. When hitting back, you gotta stay sharp and swing hard. Use these spiked sticks with enough force to pierce a heart or brain. Got it? Johnny just nodded silently. Damn, this is nuts. Kyle then gave the orders. Let's move out. The neighborhood bathed in warm sunlight. Johnny's crew walked carefully, eyes peeled, but doubts crept in. Is it really okay to kill infected people? Those folks were once normal, had families. Even if they try to kill us, it's not like it's their choice. Wouldn't killing them make us murderers too? If this country's legal system still matters, could we get charged for what we do? Seeing this, Kyle fired back immediately. Johnny, are you seriously stressing over that crap now? Cut that out. Listen up, this is life or death. If you ain't cold-hearted and tough, you're toast. Understand? Johnny blushed but answered, yeah, okay, I get it. Jenna suddenly noticed something. Hey, wait this way. Maybe we shouldn't go this route. I'm sure there'll be tons of infected there. Kyle looked unsettled after hearing that. How do you know? Jenna still looked scared. I kind of smell it. That sharp, distinct stench. If infected people are close, that smell hits immediately. But over there, it's weirdly strong. He looked amazed by Jenna's ability. You can even sense where the infected are? Jenna just nodded honestly. The spot isn't really a spot, it's more like a vibe, and it's not always 100% that someone's infected. Sometimes, it's just a corpse. Plus, if there's only 1 or 2 infected people, unless they're super close, it's tough for me to pick up on it. Jake was blown away too. Honestly, it wasn't the first time this happened. Dude's always had this crazy knack for sensing smells. Tony couldn't keep himself together anymore. Let me check it out. He hid behind a lamppost, scouting the area. His eyes were wide with shock. The infected folks were still writhing around. By now, Max was also stunned by her ability. Jenna, do you really think she can sense the infected? Jenna, still tense, fired back. Is she for real or what? I wasn't wrong, right? Tony just had to admit the truth. Yeah, you're right, heading that way is definitely sketchy. Jake spotted something. Hey, check out over there. Tony looked up at me. What are you staring at? Jake pointed to a soldier on the rooftop. Looks like there's a guard up there, probably infected too. Huh? Tony froze for a sec, then bolted out of curiosity. Come on, follow me and see. Wait, what? Stuff was tossed all over the rooftop. After taking a quick look, he announced, no infected here, it's clear, let's head up. Jenna was wiped from climbing so high. Ugh, seriously, why did I even bother dragging myself up here? Tony pulled out binoculars to scan the distance. He spotted some guards. From what I can see through these, at least 3 soldiers, maybe more. Just as expected, all were infected. But one of those infected guards was carrying a rifle. Jake started sweating, thinking about that plan. Wait, are you seriously thinking about snatching that rifle? Why don't we just bail? There are at least 3 infected there, so grabbing the gun right off that guy's hands is gonna be tough. What if it's empty? And how are we supposed to check if there's ammo or not? Plus, even if we get the gun, firing it will make a hell of a noise. That noise is gonna attract a ton of infected, no doubt. Also, you don't even know how to use that gun. I do know how to use it. But Tony had already made up his mind. We absolutely have to get that gun. Heavy footsteps echoed in the dark stairwell, growing closer, along with guttural growls from the infected. The noise was just outside the door. Jenna trembled, hiding in a shadowy corner. No way. I locked the first floor door before heading out. She reminded herself carefully. double-checking in her head. She even barricaded it with furniture. But the growling sounds coming from the infected made her panic all the more. Wait, have they gotten inside already? Amid the eerie sounds, her anxiety kept growing. How the heck could infected actually move like this? No, it's coming up here. The infected guy dragged himself up the stairs and finally reached the top. He paused at a window, looking outside, like he was confirming his position, then turned and slowly walked towards Jenna's hiding spot. She muffled a terrified sob, trying not to make a single sound. But when she glanced up, the pale, white-eyed face was right in front of her. Jenna screamed in terror, and suddenly the infected got attacked by someone else. Blood splattered across her face. Tony and Jake rushed over, anxious. Are you okay? A moment later, Max looked at Jenna suspiciously. That guy looked like he smiled at you, didn't he? Didn't you hesitate before confirming with him? Yeah, that dude acted like he wasn't infected at all. I once met some sketchy creep, and when that guy looked at me, it gave me the same vibe. Tony didn't argue, just confirmed again. But honestly, that guy was definitely infected. Jenna shared her suspicions, but I locked the main door on the first floor, even blocked it with stuff. Maybe I locked it kinda sloppy because I was in a hurry to come down, but all the furniture is knocked over. The first floor door looks busted too. Max frowned, thinking it was like some uninfected person might have done this on purpose. From what I know, infected mostly act on pure attack instinct, so it's impossible, and that's why he hesitated and said what he did. Could it be that only that infected guy still has some feelings or instincts left? Jenna quietly muttered, disbelief written all over. That can't be. Dong leapt into their convo. Just my guess, but some infected could be special, or maybe they're evolving. Pouring a drink, he calmly shared his thoughts. Later on, we might see infected who can climb, jump, even work together like a squad to hunt survivors. We might meet ones evolving not just mentally, but physically too. Brains almost dead, but attack instincts dialed up to 11. Tony eyed him skeptically. How do you know that? Dong hesitated a bit. Just a feeling, honestly. Nothing for sure. Sounds kinda crazy at first, right? Then he got nervous and added, those infected dudes, they're like something straight out of that game I've been hooked on lately. Maybe I'm just overthinking because I've been gaming way too much. After a moment's thought, Jake finally spoke up. Yeah, that sounds pretty ridiculous. Emily chuckled lightly, backing him up. So, you're saying we're stuck inside a game now, or what? Their words left Mike totally confused. He stammered, trying to explain, no way, that's obviously nonsense. Just ignore it. But Jake's tone turned serious again. This thing is the worst pandemic humanity's ever faced, and we gotta make it through. Hearing that, Mike suddenly remembered what just happened and nervously asked, wait, if infected blood splattered on you, you're not gonna catch it, right? Jake shrugged casually. Man, I've had infected blood on me plenty of times. Just touching, it's no big deal. Feels like the only way they spread it is through biting. Right after, they all checked out the weapons they'd scrounged up. There was a Kitty rifle loaded with 15 rounds and a couple of military-style daggers. Jake handed one dagger over to Mike and said, I'm still using my folding knife. Mike, you take this dagger. Emily, you keep the other one. He smoothly passed another dagger to her. Emily eyed the weapon, a bit freaked out. Wait, you want me to hold on to this? Seriously. Jake acted like it was no big deal. You gotta protect yourself. If we run into that mess again, you can't be expecting us to save you every time, you know. Then he got serious and told them both. And by the way, you two need to learn how to handle that rifle from me. If something happens to me, Mike, you might have to use it. Emily, you could end up in a spot where you gotta fire that thing. Jake casually laid down the hard truth, but both Mike and Emily just sat silently for a bit. Finally, Emily was the first to react. She hurriedly dismissed it. Hey, don't go talking about bad luck like that. Mike nodded, joking around a bit with Jake. Yeah, man, people who say stuff like that usually end up first to go, you know. It's always like that in those drama shows. You're basically signing your own death warrant. Jake bristled a bit at that. What were you talking about? Why talk about dying? I'm gonna survive no matter what, but gotta be ready just in case. Mike relaxed a bit, sitting down next to Emily, agreeing, yeah, what you said makes sense, but honestly, I really want to try shooting a real gun sometime. Don't think we get to practice much though, with all the noise and ammo limits. Then he looked at Emily, seeking her opinion. What do you think, Em? Want to try shooting? But Emily quickly turned away, avoiding him and backing off a bit before finally answering hesitantly. I don't know. Then she threw him an unreasonable request. And hey, stay away from me. Mike's eyes went wide. Wait, what? Why? Emily waved it off like it was no big deal. I just don't want to be near you right now. Mike suddenly felt like he'd been rejected and was speechless. He worried. Did I do something wrong? Emily was all cagey, mumbling. I'm still treating you normal, like at school. But inside, she was annoyed. That idiot's so clueless. She carefully bent over, sniffing herself, slumping miserably on the couch. She thought, man, I haven't showered in days. I'm nasty and it sucks. And then she scolded herself. Seriously. Worrying about this stuff when survival's on the line? I'm such a dumbass. If things get worse, I won't care about this crap anymore. She sneaked a glance at Mike next to her, her thoughts still tangled. Honestly, it's not like anything's wrong, I just don't want to sit that close now. She noticed he'd zoned out, studying the rifle like it was life or death and not paying attention to her. Suddenly realizing how much she'd started noticing him, she buried her blushing face between her knees, annoyed at herself. Later that day, while it was still light out, the trio carefully crept toward a car parked on the street, still splattered with fresh blood. Jake looked around cautiously and asked, "This side looks clear to you?" Emily nodded but warned, "There might be 2 or 3 infected inside. I'm not sure about the house, though." Mike chimed in from behind. "Though with Emily around, feels like this is going smoother. If things keep going like this, moving around will be way easier." Jake stayed on high alert. "Still, don't let your guard down. Keep your focus." Just then Mike noticed Jake walking with a limp and asked with concern, "Hey, you alright? You've been limping since a bit ago." Jake seemed a little uncomfortable answering. "I fell with one of those infected soldiers, injured my knee, probably tore a ligament." Mike was shocked. "What? Seriously?" Emily looked worried too. "Dude, shouldn't you rest?" Mike snapped, irritated. "I told you not to push it." Jake felt a bit guilty but defended himself. "I thought I was fine earlier." Then he quickly added casually, "But honestly, this is nothing compared to when I snuck into South Korea." Still, no slacking. Stay alert and sharp. Right then, Dong Mina noticed his limping and asked, a little suspicious, "Hey, you alright? I saw you limping earlier." Kang Han sounded awkward replying, "I fell with that infected soldier, must have hurt my ligament or something." Dong Minan was shocked. "What?" Jenna looked worried. "So shouldn't you rest then?" Dong Minan snapped, reminding him, "You told me not to push it." Kang Hun felt a bit uneasy about their concern but explained, "I thought it wasn't that bad at first." Then he shrugged it off quickly. "Besides, this ain't close to how bad it was crossing over to South Korea. But we should probably start looking for a place to crash soon." Just then, some sounds coming from a closed rolling door caught Jenna's attention. "What's going on?" Kyle noticed too and asked her, "What's up?" Jenna hesitated before answering, I think there's something here." Suddenly, a loud yell came from inside, startling her so much she jumped and shouted, "What the heck? Is someone infected in there?" At that moment a voice called down from above to the 3 of them, "Hey, you guys, are you survivors?" When they looked up, they saw a man leaning out from the rooftop, shouting for help. "I've been stuck up here for 2 days. Please, somebody save me." They were a bit surprised and asked, "How did you get trapped there?" The man answered honestly, "I went out to grab supplies and those infected chased me. I ran up to the rooftop to hide. Now, the stairwell's full of those infected, so I'm trapped with nowhere to go." They got more curious and asked, "Who pulled down the rolling door on the first floor then?" The man told them desperately, "I asked another survivor walking by for help, but they said it's infected inside and just slammed the door and walked off." Kyle, hearing this, carefully asked, "Are there a lot of infected in the stairwell?" The man didn't hesitate to reply, "When they chased me, there were about 6 or 7 of them. 6 to 7 infected." Kyle went quiet, thinking it over. Looks like the infected inside and him being stuck on the roof are for real. But 6 to 7? Even if that's true, Kyle firmly told him, "Sorry, that's too many. We're not in a position to help anyone right now." Then he quickly turned to the other 2 and said, "Let's move." The man panicked and begged, "Wait, don't leave me." He cried out desperately, begging them, "Please, help me, I can't get home. It's been 2 days already. My family's waiting, my wife and son, just the 2 of them at home. My daughter's missing too. If I can't get back, please, I'm begging you." Jason frowned, hearing the man's voice echoing and warned, "Hey man, keep it down, we're walking into danger too. Calm down." Jenna looked torn but turned to Kyle and asked, "Yo, are we really gonna leave him like this?" He still replied without flinching, "Now's not the time to help others. Better not take any extra risks, let's focus on ourselves first." Jason froze a bit, then carefully said, "Kyle, what if there's some other way?" Kyle paused, then sighed resignedly and asked, "What way?" Jason seriously shared his idea. "Actually, I just thought of a plan that might work. I think I can get him out." A moment later, the 3 stood before a tunnel nearly blocked by some pickup trucks. Kyle looked at the path ahead and carefully repeated the plan he'd just heard. "So after we open the rolling door, I'll lure the 6 or 7 infected over here, the spot we just passed, then sneak into the tunnel and shake them off outside. Then circle back here while you 2 push this white truck to block the tunnel. Right?" Jason nodded again, remembering pushing a vehicle with his dad before. Yeah, I can handle this truck. It's like one I used to push when I was a kid. But without my dad here now, he added, still thinking about Kyle. Since your leg's busted, I'll lure the infected out of the tunnel first, then come back. When I get back, you and Jenna push this truck to block the path. Kyle looked worried about the plan and seriously warned him, if you can't keep them far enough away, this will fail for sure. You sure you can run like that? Jason said with confidence. I run above average, so I'm good. I'm not too scared of being chased by infected either. But Kyle still wasn't convinced. He glanced back at that narrow tunnel. Yep, it's just wide enough for one person. If we back the truck in here to block it, the infected won't get in. Plus, Kyle carefully checked the trucks they planned to use as barriers. The doors were open, and the handbrake seemed off. Kyle then asked Jason, still not fully understanding, but why are you so set on saving that guy? Jason said, like I said before, don't risk yourself for someone else. Even if I risk my life for him, we don't gain anything. Jaina, who had been quiet, finally spoke up to talk him down. Yeah, looking at it, it's pretty risky. We don't even know if he's a good guy or a bad one. Caught between his friend's advice, Jason suddenly remembered the first time he met that guy and a few others at the job site. He'd been shocked back then, and couldn't forget the look on the man's face. Quietly, he told his friends, I just don't think he's a bad dude. Jason didn't hide his thoughts and added, I remember the others who died at the site, and weirdly, I thought about my own dad too. Kyle didn't argue and just turned to suggest they test the plan first. First, try pushing that truck forward a bit. Just a little shove and it should block the way. The other two quickly agreed. All right. A moment later, I keep thinking about those uncles who died at the construction site, and somehow it made me think about my dad too. Kang Hoon didn't add more, just turned and urged them to try their plan. First, try pushing this cart forward. Just a light push should block the path. The other two nodded quickly. Yeah. After a while, he was chilling inside the driver's seat, coaching Jenna and Jake. I figured all it took was a little twist on the wheel, just a gentle push. Jake counted down. All right, 1, 2, and just as he reached the count, they both shoved with all their might, the car letting out a heavy squeal as the tires rolled forward one full turn. All three of them couldn't help but light up with excitement. The ride finally started moving, while Mike stayed put behind the wheel, carefully steering the car's direction. With their combined push, Jake maneuvered it into an easier spot. After a bit, he nodded satisfied. This should do the trick, right? But just in case things go sideways, I'm gonna hide over there and be ready to shoot. Jake warned carefully, but only pull the trigger if it's really bad. Okay. Mike just nodded along. Yeah. Jenna was still freaked out, pestering him with questions. But what if one of those infected is right outside the first floor's rolling door and busts out the moment it's opened? And what if the infected scattered all over the floors? That'd mess up all your plans. Jake had thought this through and calmly explained to Jenna, if Mike makes a big racket from the door all the way to the roof, that'll draw all the infected up there. Then once we pop that first floor door, I'll make noise to shake them all out at once. Suddenly, Mike called out Jake's name in a shaky voice. Jake raised his eyebrows, surprised. Mike kept his voice low, double-checking with him once again. You know this plan's crazy, risky, right? And don't forget what I said. If you really are some special kind of infected, who knows what could happen? Jake hesitated for a second before firing back quickly. Well, if you were special, you wouldn't have been locked up with them in the first place. It'll be fine. Mike didn't say outright he disagreed, but gave him a stern warning. I'm not risking my life for anyone but my little brother. You know that. This is the last time. Don't ever agree to something this dangerous again. Seeing Mike's serious vibe, Jake could only grunt his agreement. Okay. The streets were still a mess, deserted and wrecked. The rolling door on that shop had been raised. Suddenly, loud shouting echoed from inside the stairs. Hey, over here, this way, all of you, come on. Right after came the frantic pounding of footsteps. Jake darted out at full speed from inside, heads down, sprinting like crazy with a bunch of infected chasing behind him. Jake kept yelling, trying to lure them toward the tunnel they'd scouted before. Come get me if you can. As Jake ran by, Mike peeked cautiously from his hiding spot, tracking the infected's movement. Seizing the moment, he signaled Jenna, and they both burst out. Perfect timing, no one had reached the other end of the tunnel yet. Jenna and Mike took their positions, waiting. She was super nervous, quietly whispering Jake's name like a prayer. Soon enough, the infected growled and howled at the tunnel's entrance. It wasn't long before Jake charged in, shouting loudly. Now's the moment he burst through the narrow tunnel gap, yelling at the two to push. As soon as Jake shot out, Gina and Mike pushed with everything they had, shoving the car deep inside. Their barricade in that tight space held back the frenzied infected chasing them. Amid the creature's angry roars, Jake finally exhaled sharply. We did it. Jenna breathed quietly, praising him. You killed it. Just then, a shaky voice called out right in front of Jake. Thank you. The man who had been stuck on the rooftop had somehow made it down and was now kneeling before them, choking up. Really, thank you all so much. You saved my life. He was about to bow deeply, but Jake panicked and stepped in to stop him. Hey, don't stay here. First, get yourself somewhere safe. Mike stood silently off to the side, watching. After a bit, they found a half-cooked table meal and a tiny portable stove. Jake's group eyed the man's bag stuffed with small gas canisters in surprise. One of them blurted out, "How many butane tanks do you even have?" Right now, they were inside some kind of roadside diner. The man casually shrugged and replied, "We have electricity and water, but the gas got cut off. Lucky for me, there's a food district nearby so I can still find supplies." He said he was planning to look for a portable electric stove but accidentally stumbled on a bunch of butane tanks. Jake asked cautiously, "What about electricity?" The man honestly answered, "Got solar panels on the house, so it's enough for daily use." Mike rummaged around as he chimed in, "So as long as we stock up on food, staying alive should be no problem. Also, this place has got way more useful stuff than I expected." The man didn't hold back and straight up told them his real reason for being here. "Honestly, I'm out looking for my daughter, hitting this area every day." Then he turned to ask the group, "So, where are you guys headed?" Jake looked a little thrown off by how careful the man sounded. Just talk to us like normal, okay? We're way younger than you." The man stubbornly waved that off. "Nah, you all saved my life." After that, Jake could only shrug and mumble, "All right, whatever you say." His gut told him this guy was legit good people. Meanwhile, Jenna started chatting with him. "Have you heard the gang district's about to be sealed off? We're actually on our way out of there." The man seemed pretty in the loop and asked worriedly, "Really?" Jenna started chatting with the guy. "Hey, did you hear the steel mill's about to get locked down? We're trying to get out of there now." The man seemed well-informed and asked Han with concern, "Whoa, this sounds dangerous. You guys gonna be okay?" Jenna wasn't sure how to answer him, so she quickly switched gears. "Hey, did you say earlier that you don't know what happened to your daughter?" He hesitated a bit, but then went on to explain. "Yeah, well, actually it all went down during an emergency. The last call was when she said she was on her way home. I left my wife and son alone at the house and went off to look for her, but the car got stuck halfway, and I almost died a couple of times before turning back. I should have had my wife and son evacuate first, but things outside were so messed up I missed the chance. In the end, the whole family decided to stay together. Even if there was a slim chance, maybe she'd come back home, right?" He ended the story looking down, and Jenna didn't really know what to say, just awkwardly replied, "Hey, you've got to find your daughter no matter what." Then he glanced over at Kang Hun, eyeing the gun on his back, curious. "Wait, where'd you get that gun anyway?" Kang Hun shrugged. "Just picked it up on the road." The man seemed to catch the hint that Kang Han was dodging the question, so he didn't push it. Instead, he showed some concern. "Looks like it's getting dark out, huh? Where are you kids planning to crash?" Dong Minin sounded a bit awkward. "We're still looking for a spot too. Maybe find a nearby building to bunk in." The man immediately offered, "Why don't you just crash at my place tonight? It's nearby, my own house got plenty of room, electricity, water, and even food." While the two were hesitating, Kang Han cut in bluntly, "For real? If so, thanks so much." Jenna still hesitated a bit. "Are you sure it's okay?" He just nodded. "Yeah, it's fine." Jiang Minan, always following Kang Hon's lead, quickly chimed in to reassure her. "If Honey says it's cool, then it's cool." That's when Jenna nodded as well. "Okay, if there's anything we need to bring, we'll help pack." The man agreed promptly. "Great, that's awesome. But don't overdo it." As the sun dipped behind the city's skyline, the group from Minan followed the man back to his home. He cheerfully announced, "Here we are." The group was stunned as they took in the massive mansion standing before them, impressed. It really was a private house, complete with solar panels. Kang Han noticed the barbed wire lining the top of the walls, on the gate, and even razor wire coils. With water inside, this place was basically a fortress. Right after that thought, he loaded his gun and took it off safety. The man tensed up and stammered, "Hey, why are you loading that?" Kang Han answered coldly, "Look, I've seen too many crazies out there. When you're stepping into a new place, you gotta be cautious. Hope you get that." Then he added to calm the man, "But if you know my buddy, you know we're not thieves or anything, so don't worry." The man could only awkwardly mumble in response. Moments later, the man called out inside, "Honey, I'm home." At that very moment, back in the old room where Minan's group had been staying, the door suddenly smashed open. A guy brandishing a bloody knife stormed in, yelling fiercely, "Damn, I almost died today. Just barely made it out alive. And why the hell are there more scumbags here than zombies? Sometimes I wonder if I kill more people than the zombies in this damn neighborhood. This place should just get nuked already. Wipe this mess clean." He quickly surveyed the room, then smirked. "It's kinda cozy here, so maybe I'll crash for a bit." Then he spotted some scribbles on a clear board. What's this? After looking closer, the guy laughed softly. So these losers were hiding here recently? Even Kang Han showed up. He read the location on it and coldly guessed. Are they trying to cross through Hanbang Route number 5? Meanwhile, at the man's mansion, he hurried inside calling loudly, Sweetheart, son, Dad's home. Dong Minjun was about to step inside but was stopped by Kang Honorable Jong Minjun. Wait, let me go in first, he said carefully. The boy looked surprised. What? Oh, as he watched the man's back sprint away, calling out honey. Suspicious now, Kang Han tightened his grip on his gun before trailing inside, already decided. If things went south, he'd just take over this place. But then, the scene in front of him stunned him for a few seconds. The honey, Dad calls rang out after the man's voice. Meanwhile, a tearful woman kept asking frantically what happened and why he came home so late. I thought you were dead. The kid nearby cried, clutching his dad tightly. The man wrapped his arms around his son, choking on his words. I'm sorry for coming home late. I'm really sorry. Kang Han's eyes remained locked on the reunion unfolding. So much that when Dong Minan walked in, he didn't even notice. After the awkward moment passed, the man introduced his family to them. Oh, I forgot to introduce them. This is the lifesaver who saved me, Jong Min-jun and his friends. The wife softly thanked them. Thank you all so much. Her words made the group a bit shy. Ah, it's nothing, really. Above, the ceiling fan-shaped light cast a gentle glow. Manan, a 45-year-old homemaker, smiled warmly at everyone. I'm gonna start cooking. Y'all just rest. Now that there's water, you can shower and get clean. Gina was both shocked and thrilled. I can actually take a shower? The woman nodded confidently, then reached out and squeezed her hand. Non-stop freaking out. Oh my gosh, how old are you? How are you this gorgeous? And you're out here risking your neck? No way. Her aunt's attitude totally overwhelmed Jenna, who could only stare in amazement. Yes, ma'am, she said softly. The aunt kept throwing compliments her way. You've got star quality, kid. Seriously, you're stunning. Jenna's cheeks flushed hard, and she stammered, Thank you. You're really beautiful too. But her smile faded fast, turning into a sad sigh. My daughter's about your age. Just started college this year but disappeared a few days ago. Jenna politely responded, Yeah, we heard about it. She could only manage some awkward words of comfort. I'm sure your daughter's still out there. The aunt perked up a bit, softening her tone. Thank you, honey. I'm sorry for rambling. You should relax now. I'll get dinner ready. Jenna quickly offered, We can help, ma'am. But the aunt shooed her off like it was nothing. No need. You guys saved my husband, and you look just like my daughter. If you need to change clothes, just say so. At that moment, Dong Minan shifted his focus. From a shadowy corner behind the bookshelf, the little boy from earlier was watching them cautiously. As soon as he caught Dong Minan's gaze, he backed away, disappearing out of sight. Dong Minan quietly analyzed the kid. Is that her son? Kid, looks like an elementary schooler. Next to him, Haek Chase flopped down on the sofa, exhaling deeply. Jong Minan suddenly remembered to ask, How's your leg? When the sock was pulled back to reveal a horribly swollen red ankle, Dong Minan just shook his head, almost cursing the injury. Man, that's messed up. Looks way worse than I expected. Haek Chase wasn't messing around either and seriously considered the situation. Yeah, if we can, we should probably crash here a bit longer. But first, we gotta check every corner of this place. Jong Minan admired Haek's paranoia. You're seriously on point, Haek. Real sharp instincts. Inside the bathroom, the sound of running water kept echoing. Jen stood under the shower, letting the water wash over her, murmuring happily, It's been forever since I've had a proper shower. I was so filthy I thought I'd die. Suddenly, she remembered hiding with Kang Hakon to back up Dong Minan. She caught a glimpse of how seriously focused he was. Thinking about it now made her heart race. Why was she even pretending to be cool? She felt annoyed but then let out a reluctant sigh. Dong Minan turned out to be braver than she thought. Next time he pulls something like that, she's definitely stepping in. When the clock struck a few chimes, a big feast was laid out. Everyone cheered happily, saying thanks for the meal. Munjam politely told them, Eat up, guys. The whole crew expressed their amazement. Wow, it's been ages since I had a real meal like this. Then the man spoke up, casually joining the chat. By the way, I heard you guys plan to sneak over to Gangnam. You realize all roads and bridges leading there are locked down, right? How exactly do you plan to get through? Kang Han didn't hold back and explained their plan. We're thinking of trying the number 5 subway tunnel heading toward Gangnam. If that tunnel's still open, we might make it. The man hesitated. Number 5 line, huh? He gave a puzzled look. Sejun, a 50-year-old university professor, finally spoke. My daughter last lost contact near Wang Naru Station on that line. Kang Han blinked. Really? Then he thought carefully. Wang Naru is close to the end of the Han River on line 5. Relying on his memory, he visualized a rough map in his head. Ganghan Station on line 5 is about 6 or 7 stops away. That's where we want to head. Just before crossing the Han River, Kang Hake Chase calmly added, "Our goal before crossing the Han is Wang Naru Station. We plan to get to the nearby Ganghan Station, then take the subway tunnel to Wang Naru. If your daughter's alive, she might be around there." Sejun nodded in agreement. I thought the same. He slowly recounted his journey to them. He drove to the Wang Naru area looking for his daughter, but got stuck. He had to ditch his car and walk to Ganghan Station. His voice shook slightly, recalling what he'd seen. But Ganghan Station was overrun by those infected. If I had tried walking all the way to Wang Naru, it would have been too far. Plus, I couldn't leave my family behind. So he ended up trapped at home, helpless. Kang Hakon seized the moment to ask, "By the way, it's nearly 10 kilometers to Wang Naru. Are the surrounding roads still drivable?" Sao Du-hun answered carefully, admitting he didn't know all the details. He shared what information he had gathered. Most nearby areas are blocked by abandoned cars or obstacles, making smooth driving tough. But some spots are still passable. The problem is if a car gets stuck, it's super risky. Kang Han's concern grew. So riding out with a car is kinda tricky, huh? Then Jenna jumped in to switch things up. "Wait, I don't think I introduced myself yet." Hearing that, Sao Du-hun chimed in. "Oh yeah, I just realized I forgot to say who I am too. I teach at the university." Jenna knew how to keep people happy. She looked genuinely impressed and blurted out, "Whoa, so you're a professor?" Sehun grinned after the compliment and quickly said, "Well then, let's all introduce ourselves." Before long, laughter and good vibes filled the whole house. As night fell, the mansion lit up its lamps. In a cozy, air-conditioned room filled with bookshelves, John was gently organizing things alongside 3 people from the Minun crew. "This is my daughter's room. You 3 can split this one in my son's room," she said. "My son can bunk with you and your wife." The guest politely declined. "No, it's totally fine. Hakan and I can crash in the living room," said Jenna, not making a big deal out of it, then cheerfully turned to Jenna. "At least, Jenna, make yourself comfortable and rest up here. You probably haven't slept well the last few nights." She glanced at Minun standing behind her and then refused the auntie's earlier offer. "Nah, it's cool. I'll just sleep in the living room with the others." Did her words catch you off guard? Jenna said after a beat, "Come on, just take the bed. It's been a while since you've had a good night's sleep." She gave a half smile. "Nah, it's fine," he replied, which made Dong Minun even more puzzled. "Isn't sleeping alone supposed to be more comfortable? You didn't want to be near me before. Now you're acting like something just clicked," he teased. "Ah, you scared to sleep alone, huh?" Jenna denied it, but couldn't stop swinging her hand to playfully smack him. "I said no, seriously." Then, she stormed out of the room mumbling, "You're so annoying." "Man, I want to clock that idiot," said Jong Minun. "Oh boy." Dong Minun scratched his head in confusion. "Call it a night, okay? It's late. The lights in the mansion are going out. Even that ceiling fan light just turned off." Munjan told them. "Good night, everyone." The group replied in unison, "Thanks, ma'am." The lights in the mansion dimmed, even the ceiling fan light went off. "Sleep tight, kids," Munjan told them. They all replied in unison, "Thanks, miss." After she left, Jin Jun whispered to Kang Haeon, "Have you scoped out the house yet? What do you think?" Kang Haeon answered right away, "Nothing special. Looks safe enough." But he eyed Lan's gun-wielding hands doubtfully. Seeing him clutch the weapon even while dozing off didn't exactly scream peaceful to Kang Haeon. The deeper into the night, the quieter the living room became. Jenna, eyes closed, suddenly opened them and quietly asked her 2 friends, "You guys asleep yet?" Dong Minun's voice popped up beside her. "Hakan's out, but I'm still up." Jenna stared at Minun for a moment, then decisively sat up and said, "Aren't you supposed to be asleep by now? Talk to me for a bit." The second he turned to face her, she blurted out, "What were you thinking about just now?" Dong Minun hesitated briefly but didn't hide it. "Just thinking about my mom," he spilled. "Wondering if she's okay now, if anything bad happened. She's probably worried sick about me," he added. Seeing family around made him miss his mom even more. Jenna got quiet for a sec, but quickly set her tone with firm resolve. "I am going to help you find her, no matter what." Dong Minun looked surprised and gave her a soft thanks under his breath. Then suddenly, he jumped up and faced her again. "But I gotta know, just out of curiosity, your parents are still missing, right? Are you really okay with that?" His worry showed as he asked, adding, "After all, they're the only parents you've got." Mentioning her parents made Jenna pause a bit, then she carefully spoke. "Yeah, I think I can trust you enough to say this." He grew even more confused, but she continued, "I've never told anyone this story before about my parents." Her voice was low and serious, "Never once." "My parents' story actually, my family's kind of blended and messy," Jenna admitted. Dong Minjun was a bit stunned by that but kept listening silently. You might have guessed already, my dad's a doctor at a big hospital, even appear on TV sometimes. My mom's a medical researcher. They divorced when I was little. Mom moved to the States, and I lived with dad and my stepmom. She suddenly remembered a day from the before times when sunlight still poured in bright. She watched Minun's back as he left, her heart a little irritated, and called after him, "What's up? You heading out again? Gonna keep silent till the end. Hey, damn it, you're crazy or what?" No answers came to her questions, so she had to give up. Seriously, though, that sucks. So weak, she muttered, watching his retreating figure. Tomorrow, I gotta teach that Park-san a lesson. Jenna gave up. Man, I feel bad for him. He's way too weak. Her eyes stayed glued on his fading figure as she muttered, "Tomorrow, I gotta teach that Park Exong-pin a lesson." Standing outside her front door, a gloomy thought hit Jenna. But then she asked herself, who was she to pity Minun? As she stepped inside, she thought to herself, I really don't want to be home right now. If that crazy woman's here, I gotta change and dip immediately. As soon as Gina opened the door, moans and heavy breathing spilled out from the next room. Babe, baby, she shot a glare toward the noise. Damn it, is that woman completely out of her mind? The door was locked tight, and Jenna already knew. My stepmom was using my dad's weakness as an excuse, cheating on him openly. Dad was busy at the hospital, barely home. While she was quickly changing, the woman burst in, yelling, "Hey, why are you home so early today?" Jenna didn't bother to turn around, just coolly said, "I'm heading out soon. The smell of your booze is sickening." But she wasn't about to drop it and kept yelling, "I told you, you gotta ring the doorbell every time you come home." Jenna shot back with a mocking grin. "Why would I ring the bell when I'm just walking into my own house?" Fair enough. But I guess you don't want me overhearing you making out with that lover of yours in the bedroom, right? The woman, caught off guard and furious at being exposed, snapped back even harsher. "You crazy bitch." She didn't back down, firing off spiteful questions. "Planning to go chase some dude again? And that skirt's way too short." Jenna just laughed off those shady digs. "So what if I'm seeing guys? You're out cheating loud and proud. Last I checked, I'm still the same one here, ain't I?" That set the woman off, yelling even louder. "You want to die or what?" Just then, a guy came from the back, creeping up behind her with a fake concerned voice. "Babe, who's that?" "Oh, is that your daughter?" She jumped right in denying it. "No way, she's my husband's kid from before." Meanwhile, Jenna whipped out her phone and snapped a picture on purpose to rub it in. "Want me to send this to my dad?" The guy freaked and tried to stop her. "Wait, what the hell? Hey, don't." But unlike him, the woman stayed cold and calm as ice. "Enough already." Choi Suzun, 36, retired actress turned influencer stepmom, flicked her head arrogantly. "Go ahead, send it." Her icy warning caught Gina by surprise. "What, really?" Susan wasn't scared, daring her to go for it. "Even if your dad finds out, he won't say a word." "Got it?" She snorted defiantly, exhaling a cloud of smoke, threatening with a smug tone. "I got him right where I want. He can't escape this one. You know it too, don't you? Want me to spill your dad's dirty secret that you don't even know? Whatever, at this point, I've got nothing left to lose. If I expose everything, guess who gets hurt the most? Your dad. If he divorces me, his whole life's toast assets gone, hospital wrecked, might as well be wiped off the planet." She laughed loud, daring her. "So go ahead, tell your dad to try divorcing me." Jenna stared at her for a moment, speechless, then just brushed past and walked off. "Crazy bitch." The woman heard it and flipped out again, yelling, "What'd you say? Crazy? You want to die or what?" The guy looked jumpy and quickly tried to calm her down. "Hey babe, you're wasted." Jenna walked away slowly, ignoring the vulgar insults coming from behind her. Trashy as hell, just like that damn woman. "And you, book smart but no personality, rotten to the core. If you want to leave, then get the hell out of my sight." She slammed the door hard. Burning with anger, Jenna hit the street, quietly steeling herself. "Damn it, so filthy. I'm handling this solo now. From today on, I'm never setting foot in that house again. Never, ever going back." In that moment, she silently prayed. Wish the world would just end tomorrow. In a messy karaoke bar, muffled singing echoed somewhere nearby. "Even in the dark, I'll be your light. We are Lumina." Jenna curled up in a corner, scrolling through notifications on her phone, puzzled. What's this chaos about? Suddenly, someone panicked, shouting, "What? No way, I gotta run. My mom got into an accident and she's in bad shape." Others caught the panic too. "You gotta get there quick." That grabbed her attention sharp. She looked up and after a moment, started walking again, confused as she stared at the flood of urgent messages on her screen. What's going on? Why all these disaster warnings? Even the news is a mess. Suddenly, a terrified scream pierced through. Looking up, she saw a frantic crowd rushing straight at her, some yelling, "Run, run." Jenna trembled, ducking into a shadowy corner. That's when she realized she'd barely escaped death. The spot she hid in was some supply closet full of cleaning stuff. She frantically tapped her phone, but no calls went through, not even 911 worked. Panic made her sweat. What the hell is happening? Maybe I should try calling my dad. After waiting on hold forever with no answer, she wasn't surprised since he always put himself last. Now, she thought about her mom. But that just made her more uneasy. Moms in the States, probably no help either. Who could she turn to now? Clutching her phone tight, she hesitated but finally called the one person she hated the most. That damn stepmom. The call connected at last. Hello. What? Yeah, hello. But before Jenna could speak, the sharp voice cut her off instantly. What do you want? I'm busy. Jenna tried to plead. I'm stuck in the emergency stairs of a building on Main Street. Please help. No one's answering 911 or the cops. Her desperate words got nothing but cold dismissal. What the hell? Deal with it yourself. She froze, muttering, What? Choi Susan snapped harshly. The whole building's going nuts too. I'm busy just trying to save myself. Hanging up now. Jenna begged her. Wait, please. I have a car. I'm near the FD building by me Pallades. Come pick me up. All she got back was a cold dial tone. She couldn't help but think about that day when she'd been so fed up she'd smashed everything. Jenna gripped her phone tight. After a moment of hesitation, she finally decided to call the person she hated most. Dialing now. Damn, stepmom finally picked up. Hello? What? Hello? Jenna started, but that sharp voice cut her off immediately. Calling me for what? I'm busy. Jenna kept pleading. I'm stuck in a building's fire escape. Help me. Call 911. Cops don't answer. Only a cold reply followed. What the hell? Figure it out yourself. She froze and mumbled, What? Choi Soon snapped back harshly. My whole building's a mess too. I'm just trying to survive. Hanging up. Jenna begged desperately. Wait. Please don't hang up. Jay has a car. I'm near the FD building by me Pallades. Come get me. All she got was the harsh, busy tone. She couldn't help but remember that day when she angrily trashed everything, ignoring her mom's pleas. Jenna, open the door. Jenna, I just want to talk. But she stayed locked inside, tears and shooing her mom away. Just go. Thinking back, her tears kept flowing. Mom, I miss you so much. She wrapped herself tight, sobbing. Back in the safe room now, she slowly told Meenan everything. In the end, my stepmom ditched me and ran off. Dad hasn't contacted me since. Honestly, I don't even want to look for them anymore. Don't care where they are. She said it bluntly. Then she sighed sadly. I just want to find my real mom now. Jong Minin stayed quiet, unsure what to say, then awkwardly asked, So your mom's still in the States? Jenna nodded slowly. She's called a few times, but I never answered. I've never reached out either. That's when he got it. Is that why you wanted to study abroad in the US? Jenna went on. When she left for America, I said something I shouldn't have that hurt her. So when all this happened, I didn't have the guts to call. Even if I did, she's in the US. Couldn't help anyway. She finally let out her sadness. Now, I've got nobody around. Dong Minin didn't know how to respond to her heavy mood, so finally he spoke softly. Don't say that. You're not alone. I'm here too. And Han as well. Then gave her a determined look. We gotta survive this together no matter what. Jenna felt touched by those words, shyly nodding after a bit. Yeah. Looks like she was feeling better now. So I finally spoke up. All right, let's hit the sack. Yeah? This time, Gina didn't argue, just nodded off quick. The clock on the wall just struck 11. Outside the mansion, the infected are still roaming all over. At dawn, everyone in the living room was knocked out, but Kang Hakon was clutching his gun tight, still knocked out. In his dream, he could hear some bitter voices. You bastard, should I drag you off like your parents and blow your head off? What's wrong? Cat got your tongue. Blame your traitor uncle. He ran off to South Korea. His dream self lay battered on the ground, whispering, Please, please help me. But that guy showed no mercy, still firing off harsh insults. You and your damn siblings, all born to spend your lives stepping in crap in this world. That's your fate, huh? Mad now? Come on, try me. Suddenly, Kang Haeun snapped awake from the nightmare. He sat up alert, listening. The sound of an engine revving. Sihan appeared from the next room, worry all over his face. Did you hear that? Looks like a car stopped outside. Calmly, Kang Hun said, Let me check it out. He stepped out into the dim light of early morning. The noises outside made it easy to catch on. Car door opening and slamming shut. What the heck is going on? If the infected react to engine sounds, this could get real dangerous. Who's pulling up here anyway? He spotted a ladder leaned against the wall. Carefully, he set it, climbed up slow, and from the height, what he saw made his jaw drop. Two guys standing by the mansion door, each armed, whispering back and forth. Let's check this spot out. Anyone home? Might have infected folks inside, but looks like they've got barbed wire. Pretty sure someone's here. One of them snapped impatiently. Damn, what now? Move fast before the infected can bust us. Kang Hakan locked eyes on the handguns they had the upper hand. Suddenly, from above, he yelled, Freeze! Drop your weapons and put your hands up. Both dudes freaked out, looking up wide-eyed, then automatically obeyed, but muttered, Damn it, and jumped a little. Still cool as ice, Kang Han barked, Drop those guns now, assholes. You got 3 seconds or I'm blasting your skulls open. The guy holding the gun wisely placed it on the ground, and Kang Hakan ordered them to back up 3 feet, but he still wondered, wait, where did they even get those guns from? Suddenly, they stammered, Who's there? Who are you? With a cold edge, he shot back. That's the question I'm asking you. You some kind of looters or what? They quickly tried to explain. We're not bad guys. Kang Han didn't buy it one bit, grabbing their weapons and charging in. So where's your BS story now? The two panicked, scrambling for excuses. Oh man, we thought this house was empty. But Kang Hakan cut them off fast. Where'd you get those guns? The guy with the handgun admitted quickly, found them on dead bodies, not soldiers, just regular people. Kang Han scolded hard, quit lying. Civilians don't carry weapons like this. You think this is the U.S. or something, punk. The kid stuttered, getting more freaked out. Seriously, no BS. The gun's origins, none of your business. You're the one with the rifles. Calmly, Kang Han shot back. Military uses rifles all the time, but those handguns don't look like army or cop issue. The other man, seeing things heating up, quickly tried to explain. We're not bad guys. I'm just an office worker. This guy's a discharged reservist. We started from the Gagonja safe house on patrol but got cut off, so we ended up here. Suddenly, the kid cut him off. Come on, man, let's just go. Then turned to Kang Hakan begging, Please, just let us go. Even carrying weapons, Kang Han didn't really pay attention to the plea, focusing on the crucial details they dropped. Did you just say Gagunja? Yeah, Gagunja on line 5. Kaon mapped the place silently in his mind 5 stations away from Wangnaru Station. The man nodded. It's a pretty big safe house. Got any proof or witness to back that up? The young guy snapped back, clearly annoyed. Want proof? Go check it out yourself. Yeah, it's risky, might die on the way or never get in. Kang Han ignored his attitude and kept digging for the info he needed. So, everyone's thinking of using the Line 5 tunnel to cross the Han River, right? Under gunpoint, the two guys admitted honestly, we tried a few times, but it's not easy. Infected have taken over all the stations around Gagunja. Can't really say more. Kang Han pressed, voice low, I need to hear more. If you've got useful info, we'll help you out too. Ever hear of a 20-year-old girl named Se Jion? The kid mumbled the name, Si Ha Jian. Finally, he made a decision with the other guy. Yeah, first, try to lure the infected folks inside, then we'll talk more. But no weapons allowed. A little while later, inside the mansion, Jake was stunned, staring at the two people in front of him looking like some kind of underground checkpoint called Gagun. Those two quickly filled Jake in on the details. That hideout was huge, housing a few hundred survivors with the entrance locked down tight. The organization inside was pretty well organized too, which made Jake even more skeptical. The young guy went on explaining, We were patrolling about a mile or so around Gunja Station and then got cut off. Then the infected chased us, so we ran all the way here. We found the ride near here and somewhere halfway between Gunja and Gag. Kang got up to remind them, That doesn't matter, just tell us what happened earlier. Both nodded quickly. Oh yeah, you said your daughter was on train line 5 heading home, right? Lost contact near Wangnaru Station? Jake nodded fast. Yeah, that's right. Then the guy in their group asked. The call dropped around 8:10 that night. Jake hesitated a bit but confirmed. Yeah. Jake remembered the phone call that day. Worried sick, he dialed his daughter. Hey kid, what's going on? The girl's panicked voice came through. People are attacking each other on the subway. It's total chaos. Jake pressed. Who's causing all this mess? Her voice was still shaking. I don't know. I'm running to the next car and blocking the doors so no one can get in. Near the end, she started sobbing, begging for help. I'm so scared, Dad. Hearing that, Jake's worry spiked. Where are you now? She answered, almost at Wangnaru Station. Then the call cut off. Jake ended his memory, gloomily adding, When the train stopped at Wangnaru, I don't even know if she got off. The young guy spoke up then. I took that subway from Wangnaru toward Gagunja 2 that day. Jake's eyes lit with hope. For real. The man carefully remembered and shared the scene that night. An infected showed up on one of the subway cars. The train didn't stop like usual, it barreled straight through, bypassing Wangnaru and Ahasan, finally stopping at Gagunja. It was around 8:10 to 15 minutes, probably the same train I was on. Kwan spoke up. If these guys are telling the truth, there's a good chance your daughter's at Gagunja. Jake took the hint and whipped out his phone. Did you guys see a girl named Sehajion? Hold up, let me see a picture. The man didn't want to raise Jake's hopes too high and honestly said, the hideout's packed. We might not recognize everyone. The young dude also looked at the photo, then shook his head. Even the man looked at the phone and admitted, yeah, no clue who that is. There were already over 200 survivors on the train, he added, briefing the situation again. A lot of people got infected on that train. Your daughter might be infected. We can't be sure if she's alive or even there at the hideout. The man turned to Jake, so are you planning to travel with us? The young guy warned, strangers aren't allowed in. It's not going to be easy to get inside. If you're going, better stick with us. Some guards carry guns like me. Kang hesitated a bit. We have a big group, so traveling all together might not work. The man seemed to agree and suggested, then how about setting a meetup spot halfway to Gagunja? If you're driving, I can guide you where the roads are clear. We'll find a safe spot to hide nearby and head out tomorrow. At the same time, he handed me something and I gave him this walkie-talkie. He kept explaining the plan to their crew. I'll be waiting somewhere between 300 to 600 feet away. Just keep me posted through this. Stay a safe distance away from us while heading to the meetup spot and use that to keep in touch. But all we're asking for is enough food to last 2 days. We've done our part. You trust us, right? Kang Han was quiet for a moment, but he decided to trust them. A little later, inside the Sejun family living room, Jenna got a bit excited and asked the guys, is there a hiding spot in Gagunja? Kang Han nodded and confirmed, then reiterated the plan they agreed on. Yeah, we're meeting up with them at the spot, then heading to Gagunja together. They said they'll find a nearby safe place tonight and set off tomorrow. Jenna, still worried, voiced her doubt. What if they're lying? But Kang Han seemed pretty confident as he reassured her. They wouldn't have any reason to lie about this. Even with weapons, their words and actions don't seem shady. That's when he turned to Se-hun and asked, you plan on leaving tomorrow, right? What about the professor? Moving on foot with the professor's whole family would be tough for us. But if we find a 6-seater vehicle, we might ride part of the way together. He was straightforward about this, too. Obviously, we'd only take the route the car's on. Like the professor said, if the car gets stuck, I'm not risking it. I'm just putting it out there. If things go south, I'm looking out for myself first. The professor can handle his family. Please think this through carefully. Se-hun got the message loud and clear. He agreed silently and stayed quiet, thinking it over. Mun-jan was worried and called out to him. While everyone was still undecided, Jenna stressed about the food they needed to bring along. If they're really leaving tomorrow, packing enough food was a must. With the professor's whole family going, they'd need a ton of supplies. Gotta beg Mom to let me take my backpack. Then suddenly she realized, wait, where's Jong Minan? When Jaina went upstairs looking for him, she caught voices coming from a nearby room. Hwan, you play so much but still ace your grades. That's awesome. If you're not playing block games with Bun, what are you into? Inside the room, Dong Minan was happily chatting with Han, the professor's little boy. I play Naruto and Battlegrounds, and lately I've been into that zombie rage game. The kid got excited hearing that. Oh, I play that too. Actually, it's age-restricted, so I'm not supposed to, but I sneak around and play anyway. Someday, I want to be a game developer, just like that. Dong Minan immediately encouraged him. Oh, you want to be a game programmer? You're smart, you can totally do it. Jenna smiled, watching the two bros chatting nonstop, and chipped in. Whoa, since when did you two get so tight? His sudden surprise caught him off guard, and he stumbled over his words. Huh, oh, we're just jowing about random stuff. Then Jenna noticed several posters hanging on the wall. She got pumped and asked the kid, whoa, you're a fan of Lumina. Hearing his idol mentioned, Han lit up. Yeah, I like Diane. Jenna thought the kid was so genuine, she couldn't help teasing him. Oh, that's cute. Right then, Mun-jan's voice called from downstairs. Han, come down here for a sec. Your parents want to talk to you. The kid answered quick, okay, and dashed off. As he left, Jong Minan was fixated on a poster of the model on the wall. Jenna caught his gaze and teased, hey, Jong Minan, what were you staring at so hard? Your girlfriend? He blinked a bit and dropped a totally unbelievable line. Actually, she was a childhood friend. Jenna blinked, surprised at first, then burst out laughing, not buying it one bit. No way. Lumina Jan is your childhood friend. Come on, give me her number or something please, if you're gonna joke. At least make it believable. Jong Minan wasn't mad. He just firmly confirmed, no joke. She's a year younger, but we lost touch once she switched schools and moved away. No contact since. When he heard she became an idol, he quietly supported her from afar. Anyway, it's a whole different world from where I'm at now. Right after, he caught Jenna giving him that completely skeptical glare. That made him a bit embarrassed, so he forced a laugh. I'm telling the truth. Don't believe me? Fine, no worries. I told this story to my friends. They thought I was nuts, too. Hearing this, Jenna laughed again. Exactly what I thought. Someone like you knowing Lumina Jan. Yeah, right, no chance. Seeing she didn't buy it, Jong Mina just gave up. All right, I'm just messing with you. Just messing. But when he was alone, did Jenna's laughter fade? Hesitantly, she muttered to herself. Maybe later. Looking at that idol's photo, she quietly admitted. Seriously. A few hours later, Sehun headed to the living room to find Kang honorable. The older guy seemed a bit hesitant as he called out, Han, I need to tell you my family's decision. I talked it over with my wife and son. Staying here won't do us any good anymore. My family's heading to the safe zone in Gagunja. Kang Hun didn't push back on the choice. He just asked about what mattered to him. So, what about transportation? Du Han replied quickly. I've got a vehicle in mind. It's an SUV, perfect for this plan. But it's abandoned in a remote spot, tough to retrieve. Then he suggested a backup idea to him. About a half-mile away, there's an ambulance. Your car's an SUV, perfect for this. But right now it's stranded in quarantine, so it's tough to get it back. Jake immediately pitched another idea to the guy. About a mile from here, there's an ambulance. Inside the cab, there's a driver who's infected. If we can handle that, maybe we can still start the ambulance. Jake seemed pretty on board with this idea too. An ambulance, huh? Well, the back seat should be roomy enough. 6 people would probably fit just right. Seeing Jake agree made Devin feel a bit relieved, but he still nervously went over the details of the vehicle with him. The big question was, when was the last time Jake had checked out that ambulance? There were 2 infected in the front cabin and passenger seat. It was hard to see the back clearly, but from the noises, there had to be at least 3 infected there. Jake cautiously asked, You actually saw this for yourself, right? Devin nodded almost confidently, saying he had seen those 2 infected locked up inside the cab with his own eyes. That was about 3 days ago, so the ambulance should still be there. Jake nodded after hearing that. Got it. If there are only 3 infected inside, I can probably handle it with your help. But if there are more, it's gonna get risky. So let's gear up tomorrow and go check it out together. He agreed. All right then. A few more hours passed, and backpacks were neatly lined up in the middle of the room. Including Jenna's bag, almost everything they needed was packed. Jake stared thoughtfully at the pile of stuff. Anything else missing? Suddenly, Mike called out to him. Yo Jay, for real, do you know how to make Molotov cocktails? Or should we try making a few Molotovs? Jay looked surprised. Molotovs. Mike nodded like it was obvious. Yeah, just thinking we'll need them sooner or later, Jay mumbled, seriously weighing the idea. Molotovs, huh? Not a bad plan. Later that night, everyone was knocked out in the living room. Suddenly, the radio crackled with voices from the other 2 guys. Jay, the car's ready. Over. Jay quickly sat up and responded. Heard there's an ambulance a bit down the street. Planning to check it out tomorrow morning. If all clear, I'll drive it out. But there's always a chance something could go wrong. Over. The other end replied immediately. We're waiting by a building near the intersection. Sounds good. After checking over there, we'll head out too. Hopefully, nothing major pops off. Deep in the dead of night, the ambulance they were talking about sat silently on the road. Inside the back, threatening growls echoed. The calm voice came through the radio again. Good luck out there. Over. Inside the mansion, only a few weak lights flickered. Jenna was curled up fast asleep, dreaming she was back at school. It was a peaceful afternoon, just like any other. She'd fallen asleep at her desk and woke up horrified by the scene around her, thinking, this is a nightmare for sure. There are zombies everywhere. Then she looked around, confused. What's going on? Everyone left already? Why didn't anyone wake me up? What time is it? Crap, I'm late. Saying that, Jenna glanced at the clock, then panicked, slung her backpack over her shoulder, and bolted out of class. Right at the door, she bumped into someone. Annoyed, she turned to snap at him. What the hell? Watch where you're going. Then she suddenly recognized Mike. Jenna didn't expect to run into him and stammered, Hey Mike, what are you doing here? Not heading home. But then she noticed he was staring straight at her, and got all snarky. Why are you staring at me like that? Does it bother you? Usually you can't even look me in the eye. Before she finished, he roughly shoved her against the wall. That totally shocked her. Mike, what the hell? Are you crazy? Let go. Mike lowered his voice. Damn it. Then he coldly challenged her. Hey loser, you always ignore me, right? Yesterday, last week, even 2 weeks ago you straight up cursed me. At school, you treat me like dirt. So why are you talking to me now? Want me to treat you like garbage back? Jenna got annoyed by the rant and shot back out of habit. Treat me like garbage? You're just a punk. What's with the attitude? That comment made Mike snap. Keep calling me a punk one more time and I swear, I'll actually hurt you. His sudden, clear rage freaked Jenna out a bit. "Let me go. How are you this strong? Still want to keep going?" she shouted. Mike smirked and teased, "Go ahead and scream. It's just you and me here." Then he added mockingly, "But honestly, you're no match for me. You act tough on the outside, but you're kinda cute." Jenna was hit right in the feels by that. Embarrassed and mad, she snapped, "Shut up. I don't even care about trash like you." Mike looked pissed off now. "Keep mouthing off like that, and next time, it won't just be words. I'll actually hit you." Jenna got mad back at his threats, boldly taunting. "Oh yeah? Try me. You're just a weak punk," Mike sneered. "Want to test if you're really that tough? I'll give you a real hit." In her dream, Jenna kept mumbling nonsense. "You crazy punk, Mike. Keep this up and you're gonna." She groaned softly, then woke up fast. Was that a dream? What even was that? Suddenly, Jenna realized she'd been hugging Mike in her sleep. That thought made her blush hard, barely able to believe her own unconscious actions. What the hell? I totally slept, hugging Mike. She froze, lying next to him, her mind racing. This idiot pushed me all the way here. So that's why I had those weird dreams. What a perv. Pretending to sleep just to do that or what? Then Mike's soft snore cut through her thoughts, snapping her out of it. Jenna suddenly realized her body was pressed up close against his. That only made her more embarrassed, muttering under her breath, "Damn, this sucks." Dong Min was shaking, but she couldn't help her eyes drifting to his face. Weirdly enough, as she spoke, memories popped up from before. Back then, there was definitely that musty smell from the basement level. She always thought he had a weird smell, but now, it was totally gone. She took a few cautious sniffs. Maybe he showered? Now there was a pleasant scent instead. But wait, why did he look way hotter all of a sudden? Staring at Dong Min's still sleeping face, Jenna's mind kept buzzing with weird thoughts, trying to explain the major difference she was seeing. Is this even real? Did the world collapse and mess up my head too? His face definitely wasn't this good looking before. Maybe it's because he took off his glasses and closed his eyes. Lost in her thoughts, Jenna didn't notice Dong Min suddenly open his eyes. His sudden movement froze her for a moment, then she screamed loud and punched him right in the shoulder. The loud noise startled Ha-chan awake. Reacting instantly, Ha-chan aimed his gun forward to warn them. "What's going on? Don't move." Dong Min quickly calmed him down. "It's nothing, don't worry. On. Just go back to sleep." Then he turned to Jenna, puzzled. "What was that all about?" Caught red-handed, Jenna blushed and stammered. "You were standing way too close." I freaked out, thought my heart was about to jump out. Dong Min felt totally wrong and replied, "But weren't you the one who opened your eyes first?" Jenna instantly denied it. "No way, I saw you awake first." Dong Min stammered, confused and frustrated. "That's not true." Right then, Jenna burst out yelling, "You jerk, you insulted me, and then hit me too." She was already mad, shouting without warning. She kicked Dong Min so hard he almost flipped backwards, clutching his chin, completely baffled. "Wait, you cursed at Jenna." Han couldn't believe what he heard and asked in awe. "Dong Min, did you really say something bad to Jenna?" Dong Min protested, "No, I swear I didn't." Was he dreaming? The peaceful night passed quickly. As dawn broke, everyone woke up prepping to head out. Han carefully briefed them. "Listen up one more time. If me and the professor can snag that ambulance like we planned, I'll drive it the moment we get there. If Min opens the garage, we'll pull the vehicle in, load everything up, and get out fast. All right, Dong Min, you keep watch upstairs, stay sharp, and check the area until we get back. Don't slack off." After he got Dong Min's nod, Han and Professor Sehun quickly said their goodbyes. "All right, I'm out. Be safe. Don't worry. I'll watch my back." Once they left, the mansion's doors shut tight again. On the empty streets, a thick fog hung low. Dong Min held binoculars, scanning carefully. Jenna sat beside him, nervously asking, "Hey, do you see anything yet?" Dong Min answered based on what he saw. The fog's crazy thick today, which only made Jenna more anxious. Could something bad have happened? Over an hour had passed, but Dong Min stayed calm, soothing Jenna gently. "There's a truck about a mile away. Walking there while staying alert would take around 30 minutes. I heard some people inside the ambulance are infected, so dealing with that might take time." Suddenly, a loud noise echoed from afar, making both jump alert. Jenna trembled. Was that a gunshot? Did Han fire? Dong Min was almost certain. No, doesn't sound like the Chan rifles. Sounds kinda different. Jenna grew even more uneasy. Then, who's shooting? The people from yesterday? Jenna furrowed her brow. "My nose is getting hit with this nasty smell." Dong Min noticed and asked, "What's wrong?" Her shaky voice came from behind her hand. "Dude, what is that rotten smell?" "Something's coming closer." Before she finished, a panic yell sounded outside. Dong Min quickly raised the binoculars and looked out. Through the thick fog, a man was rushing over, yelling urgently. "Open up! Open the door fast. Dong Min recognized him immediately. He's from yesterday? Jenna couldn't see and asked nervously. Who is that? Dong Min answered without hesitation. That's the guy who came yesterday. But where's their truck? Another person was with him too. At that moment, the man reached their mansion and pounded desperately on the door, begging for help. Open up. Let me in. Quick. Dong Min cautiously questioned. You're from yesterday, right? Where's the other guy? The man outside yelled nervously. He got attacked and died. On still hasn't come back? Why is he not answering the radio? There's a monster out here. His voice trembled as he warned, then shouted louder. There's a monster. Guns don't seem to stop it. Dong Min hurriedly lifted the binoculars again, but what he saw froze him in fear. No way. A swollen foot shuffled slowly along the road, accompanied by twisted groans. Hansen, where are you? A chubby young man once happily greeting them, Bong Gu, but now his face looked soaked and rotten, with fresh blood dripping endlessly from his mouth, twisting his strange noises. Why won't your Insta accept me? That image made Dong Min suddenly remember a zombie game he'd once played. He quickly shouted out to his crew, Hey, there's a pet zombie right where we marked. Let's move fast. That door has always given me bad vibes. On the computer screen, a zombie with Trenton's rotting body kept lumbering forward, completely unfazed by gunfire. That thought had been nagging him for a while suddenly popped back into his mind. If this thing was even slightly connected, the world was done for. That gut-wrenching feeling of dread, the twisted, bloody corpse of Trenton, mutated like something out of a nightmare, was proof of everything he feared. It shuffled closer, moaning nonstop. Jake's mind was setting itself, he knew. I was certain then. Minutes earlier, two guys, Hank and Professor Sean, had gone to the ambulance as planned. They saw the infected driver trapped inside, struggling. They cautiously discussed the plan. Chase glanced around, then said, There are two of them up front. If the van starts, can we back it up? Jun totally agreed with the idea. The area behind is clear, so there's definitely room to back up. But how the heck do we pull it off? Just then, a loud noise came from far off. Deer jumped, startled, looking at Hank. What was that? At the same moment, panicked voices crackled over the walkie. Hank, did you get the van? Hurry over here. Something's wrong. Through the call, he quickly realized the noise was gunfire from the guys who came yesterday. Hearing that shot, his worry spiked. What's going on? Hank didn't answer, just pushed. Come on, Professor. I think rifles will handle this faster. If you open the driver's door, I'll take the shot. Once I shoot, the infected up front will rush over. So we gotta act fast at the back too. Meanwhile, at the mansion, Don Minnie dashed down the stairs. The frantic cries from the guy trapped inside came through the open door. Please, open up, or I'm a goner. He yanked the door wide, yelling, Get inside. Quick. The man lunged forward, but before he could even finish, an infected suddenly tackled him from behind. Don froze, horror-struck, as the man got slammed onto the ground. The guy clawed and begged, Please, save me. Don stammered in shock. Hey. That's when Jake burst out, warning, The infected are coming. Don rushed in. Her eyes locked onto Trenton's twisted form. The mutated Bonju staggered slowly forward through the infected horde, cackling twistedly. Found you. The shout terrified Renee, who dropped to the floor. Meanwhile, Don slammed the door shut just before the infected could crash through. He held firm as the man's screams of agony filled his ears. Please, help me. Jake, shaking and scared, whispered, Damn, what the hell is that thing? Don's voice dropped low. That's Leone, the guy from the construction site. He hangs with Baron Pin. Outside, heavy footsteps and distorted growls kept echoing. Renee sweated nervously, muttering, We gotta run, fast. Panic flooded her voice. There's no way rifles can handle this. We need Chase. Just then, loud crashing came from outside the door. Don spun around just in time to see the mansion door slam inward with a brutal hit. Jake sprinted out from inside, shouting, What's that noise? Get in here, quick. Take Hajun upstairs now. Suddenly, an idea hit him. Fire, yeah, gasoline bombs. He grabbed Jake's arm. Listen up, I need your help, okay? Jake was frozen from the earlier scare, not responding. Don yelled, desperate. Jake's trembling got worse, but then Renee grabbed her shoulders, yelling, Snap out of it. Listen to me. As Jake finally focused, Don quickly explained the plan. Something big enough to bust through the front door was coming. They'll smash through it to get you. I'm gonna throw a gas bomb at the front to hold them off a bit. We had leftover gas from making bombs yesterday, right? If they break in, you pour gas on them from above, then I'll keep tossing bombs. More infected will show up, so after pouring gas, you gotta toss bombs from above too. We're splitting 8 bombs, 4 each. Can you handle that? Jake still didn't answer. Don lost it and yelled, Hey, can you do it or not? She shook but nodded faintly. Don led her indoors, urging the others upstairs. Move it. Head to the second floor. Then he grabbed some homemade gas bombs, lit one, and dashed outside. His mind raced, weighing what could come next. More infected were sure to rush in after the noise. Once the door gave, they'd swam in all at once. But from what he knew, even with their attack instincts, fire was their weakness. He smashed a lit gas bomb toward the door, which now had a huge hole. Even if they charged the flame, it'd at least slow their mass attack. The bomb exploded fiercely. At the same moment, the door flew open with a punch from Bonju's mutated fist. He stomped through the blazing fire and stepped right up, locking eyes with Minan. A wave of fear surged inside him, heavy and relentless. More than anything, if he didn't take down that dude first, everything would end right here. Banu kept mumbling the name Jenna under his breath. Just then, her voice cut through from above, shouting at him, "Found me, huh? You pervy freak." Right after that, a can of gasoline was splashed down on him from above. Jong Minan wasted no time, teaming up with her to toss a Molotov cocktail straight at Banu. "Get back to hell, scumbag." The Molotov exploded instantly, engulfing the guy in a roaring inferno. Meanwhile, Dong Minan yelled warnings up to Jenna and the others upstairs. "This isn't enough. Even if we block with fire, some of those creeps will slip through. Keep throwing bombs." No sooner said than a new infected charged in past the door while the two yelled from above. One got through. Jong Minan spun around, fighting back fast, thinking, "We're out of gas bombs if more get through. Shit's gonna get ugly." Wish Hun's rifle was here. Upstairs, Jenna was probably running low too. His eyes flicked to her as she tossed bombs, trying to hold off the infected, worry gripping him hard. Just as expected, he only had one bottle left. Jong Minan muttered under his breath, "Damn, last one." Before he could even throw it, a crazed infected lunged like lightning past the fiery barricade toward him. Jong Minan got shoved down easily, and Jenna couldn't help but scream at the sight. Jong Minan and Jenna, holding onto their last Molotov, froze in panic. "What the hell do we do now?" Jenna pleaded, worried. "If you throw that, Minan's gonna burn too." "I'll come down to help. Hang tight," she shouted to him. Dong Minan gritted his teeth, fighting off the infected's bite while yelling back, Don't come down. Just hide." He sensed footsteps creeping closer. If more infected swarm, it's over. Then, a gunshot rang out, blasting the infected off him just as his eyes flew open. Sehun and Yan were back just in time, yelling for him to get up before more showed up. Shaking, almost in disbelief, Kang Hyeon helped pull him to his feet. Meanwhile, Bonjiu, still thrashing in the flames, suddenly surged forward, guarding the others and urging, "Move, people, hurry up." The infected rushed in fast. An jumped in by the ambulance, firing straight at the nearest one. Shots echoed as he emptied the clip, and everyone piled into the vehicle just before the door slammed shut. An quickly signaled June, "Let's roll." Without hesitation, they cranked the ambulance and sped off. Through the rearview mirror, Sao Du-hun watched their once safe house slowly drown in flames. Though filled with regret, he kept his eyes on the road, driving away. Outside the city was chaos, dark, thick clouds blanketed the sky, and the whole town looked hazy. The car sat still. Silent inside was a group lost in thought. Suddenly, frantic knocking echoed at the gate. "Please, open up, please, or I'm dead." The kind-hearted guy opened the gate. "Come in, quick." Before the stranger could thank them, a zombie charged and bit down. Jong Minan stared blankly, clutching his stomach. Not again. Pain hit him hard. Jenna's worried voice came from behind. "Are you okay?" Jin Jun replied, "My side's been aching nonstop since before." She suggested, "Haven't you gotten the stitches out yet? Maybe let Hound take a look later." He refused. "Nah, we'll deal with it tomorrow." The ambulance slowly rolled on. In the driver's seat, Sao Du-hun chatted. "Looks like we're almost at that rendezvous point that guy mentioned. Still, I doubt he's coming." Kang Hound looked at his paper. He said turn left at the Inning Hope Bar, then straight ahead. The driver asked, "Since we've gone about 4 kilometers, that's probably halfway, right? The sun's still up. Fancy pushing on to Gagunja?" Kang Hun disagreed. "Nah, the weather's sketchy. Looks like rain coming too risky. We should wave the spot till it clears up." Then Du-hun suddenly stared straight ahead. There it is, the Sky Hotel. The street's pretty dead. Inside the motel, a dark, endless hallway stretched out. Jenna shivered. "Isn't this way too creepy? If something jumps out, I'm totally gonna crap myself." Someone snapped, "What do you mean, crap yourself? Watch your language." "Ren?" She still looked shaky. "You really think this place is safe?" Kang Han took the lead with a flashlight. "Yeah, I checked the second floor. Rooms 202, 203, and 206 are all clean. Everyone picks a room to crash in." Jenna looked puzzled. "You're not scared?" He smiled. "I'm more afraid of people than ghosts or the infected." Just avoid rooms marked like this. He shone the light on a door marked with a bloody X. Oh, and there's infected on the 4th floor hallway, don't go up there. Someone nervously asked. They won't come down to the 2nd floor, right? He reassured them. The stairs are locked, and the elevators won't work for them. They all looked back to see Hun for a nod. So, we got 3 rooms, how to split up? Jenna asked Kang, honorable. Hey, don't shine that flashlight right in the prof's face, it's harsh. Room 203. Kang Han replied anxiously. Jenna, you good being alone in your room? Rooms 202, 203, and 206 are all safe. Everyone pick a room and rest. Jenna asked. Kang looked at her. Aren't you scared? He said, honestly, I fear humans more than ghosts or the infected. I heard just avoiding rooms marked like this is enough. Then Hunnam pointed his flashlight at a door smeared with a bloody red X. Oh, and heads up, there's an infected on the 4th floor hallway. Do not go up there. Someone nervously piped up. They won't come down to the 2nd floor, right? The guy reassured. Stairs are locked. They can't use the elevator either. They turned around, asking Jake for his thoughts. So 3 rooms for how many people? Jenna asked Kang. Hey Kang, stop shining that light in the professor's face. Creepy. Room 203, Kang said anxiously. Jenna, you good staying in your room alone? She forced a smile. Huh? Honestly, it's way more chill hanging with you guys than being alone. Then he suggested, why don't you just bunk with us? There are 3 empty rooms. I'm sharing one with Mike. Another one's for Coach and Austin. And the last one. Jenna cut him off right away. Forget it. Just crash together to keep it simple. Dong Mike stood quietly in the corner, clutching his wound. He gasped in pain, getting worse by the second, then slowly rolled up his sleeve to reveal a bandage. His eyes widened in shock. What the heck? How did it get like this? Mike pulled back the bandage, exposing a mess of blood vessels spreading out all around the cut. This wound. How could it end up like this? He stared up in panic. Looks like this cut's infected. Jae-min checked himself out in the mirror. Could he really be infected? When? Where? Was it during the infected attack earlier? He rolled his sleeve back down to inspect. No bite marks anywhere. That's for sure, he definitely wasn't bitten. Then a faint idea hit him, maybe the stab wound at the construction site got infected. He remembered getting stabbed, collapsing, then being pulled out and tossed aside. After that fall, his memory went blank. But if the infection started then, the incubation period couldn't have lasted this long. So maybe the infection happened during the infected attack just now. An infected ghoul tried to bite Mike. He fought back hard, but more creeps swarmed. Mike shut his eyes tight, until Eunhoo Wen came rushing in, blasting them away and saving him. The stab wound was hidden under his clothes, so it was tough for infection to spread that way. But what if the infected fluid got in my eyes or mouth? Mike worriedly asked Kang, honorable. And what about the infected blood that splattered on me earlier? Is that bad? Han stayed calm. Nah, I've gotten infected blood on me plenty of times before. Just touching it won't do anything. I thought only bites spread the infection. Mike guessed anxiously. Maybe Han's theory was wrong, or maybe it's just a bad infection. Mike glanced down at the wound again, frowning, then slumped down on the floor. His instinct screamed that he was already infected. The oil lamp lit up the whole room. Jenna looked worried, sitting on the bed, staring at the bathroom door. It had been over 30 minutes and he still hadn't come out. What's he doing in there? She felt uneasy, then called out softly inside, Mike, what are you doing in there? I'm in a hurry if you don't come out. I'm coming in. Before she could finish, Mike opened the door. She quickly asked, what were you doing in there? I didn't hear water running or anything. You didn't even answer. He hesitated. Sorry, you said there's a spare room, right? Can I have it to myself today? Jenna was surprised. Why? Mike dodged the question. Just want to be alone for a bit. She wouldn't let it slide. Come on, you gotta give me a reason. He made up something vague. I'm just not feeling great, need some space. Jenna glanced at Kang, honorable, so does that mean Hun and I get the middle room? Ugh, this is awkward. As Mike grabbed his backpack to leave, she called him back. Hey, Mike, wait up. She blocked the doorway. You're upset 'cause of me, right? It's not like we're at home. Sharing a motel room is kinda awkward. Mike cut her off quickly. Serious. Jenna, I'm not in the mood for games right now. Please just go. Jenna froze, watching him walk away. Kang Han leaned against the window silently, then said, I'll take the middle room with the coach and Austin. Jenna, maybe sharing the middle room with me's less awkward. She lost interest but agreed. Fine, room 202. Mike quietly opened the door. Everyone thought life would start like some good movie or show that after all the crap, there'd be a happy ending. Even if it's tough, at least it'd have a sweet finale. Mike leaned on the door, clutching his stomach, then slid down to the floor. But nah, none of that's real. The floor was a mess of broken glass. Just like I thought, I'm not the main character here. In the end, I'll just quietly get sick and vanish. Just some extra with no spotlight. What was I even hoping for? His eyes welled up, overwhelmed by this miserable life. Mike buried his face and began to sob hard. This was how it'd end anyway. Outside, dark fog rolled in, and faint growls of the infected echoed. The next morning, Jenna stood at room 202, knocking. Mike, you up yet? Kang Han stood beside her. Let me try the door. He fiddled with the handle, but it wouldn't budge. Locked. Han said quietly, I hope I'm wrong, but it looks like he's infected. Jenna froze. What? She couldn't believe those words. What are you talking about? That makes no sense. He said he wasn't bitten, Han argued. But no one's checked for sure. Jenna fought back stubbornly. If Mike really got infected, banging on the door like that, he'd be going crazy like the others. But he's silent. So maybe he's still normal, otherwise he'd have opened it. Otherwise, he'd be dead by now. Jenna was speechless, trembling as she warned, Hey Kang Hun, don't say stuff like that, not even joking. She frantically hammered the door. Mike, open up. Cut the crap. Are you messing with me? Stop it. Open up now. This isn't funny. No reply. She bowed her head softly. Mike screamed loudly. Ain't you gonna open this door? Are you guys messing with me? Cut the crap. Open that door now. It's not happy. No response at all. She dropped her head quietly. Jiang Min, shaking, suddenly shouted, Aren't you gonna open the door? Hurry up and open the door. Tears streamed down his face. Rena, if you don't open up, I swear I'm breaking this door down. Suddenly, the door creaked open a bit. She blinked, shyly asking, Hey, are you okay? Dong Minan staggered out, clutching his stomach, dark red blood dripping all over him. Guys, something feels seriously weird with my body. The street outside is way too quiet. Voices from the construction site shouted, urging, Move it. Two guys argued by the door. One said, Didn't the old man say, there's a crazy dude in there, told us to stay back? The other just replied, Yeah, I know. Then the first guy asked if the apocalypse was real. I heard there's some lunatic convinced the world's ending, living right here. Just curious why he thinks that. The other looked worried and tried to stop him. What if he shoots us for real? But the guy insisted on staying. They say no one's fired a shot around here in decades. He can't be some random killer. The other shrugged. Who knows? 18 years ago, my little bro bailed back in Pennsylvania. I'm heading back. If you get yelled at, don't blame me. Silent, the first guy froze when a voice echoed from inside. Who's there? Zombies are swarming outside. It's dangerous. Why are you standing there? He didn't respond fast and then asked, Zombies? What's that? No answer came. Instead, the voice switched topics. I heard you speaking some foreign language with a kid. What language was that? Polite, the guy. Korean, huh? Wait, are you the Asian couple's kid who moved here recently? The guy quickly denied. No, I'm not their son. Just crashing here. Been here about a year. The voice asked about his parents. He pursed lips, emotionless. They're gone. Both died back in Korea. That's why me and my twin got sent here. There was a pause, then an apology. I see. Sorry about that. Anyway, you better get inside. It's super dangerous out there. Zombies everywhere. The guy thought. Yeah, this dude's definitely nuts. Another voice chimed in. Are you looking for a place to hide? Confused, the guy answered. What? Are you kidding? I'm just playing along with that zombie story, pretending to be running away. The man freaked out. No way. Zombies are really out? Did you get bitten anywhere? The guy shook his head. No. Suddenly, the construction door swung open. The guy's eyes widened as he saw a big man holding a gun, shouting, Get inside now. He stared, completely shocked. Sunlight streamed through the fence's gaps. The day was crystal clear, golden rays covering everything. On the other side of the site was the big man's messy house, filled with bottles and scraps of food. Walking behind him curiously, the kid asked, You keep talking about zombies. What exactly are they? The man chuckled. You don't know. When criminals die, where do they go? Hell, right? But over thousands of years, so many criminals died that hell got overcrowded. So what happens then? God sends down judgment. Brutal, harsh punishment. The man tilted his head back, explaining that with hell full, souls who can't enter wander the earth. The kid froze. God's fury was coming. The apocalypse was near. If you don't gear up like me, you ain't making it through. The man stared hard at the kid. I'm going to show you how awful it really is. The basement was packed with food and weapons. They stepped inside, and the kid gasped. The man concluded the end times were definitely on the way and would hit soon. Back with Minan's group at the motel, the year was 2200. Soon from Korea lounged on the couch while Jenna and Sehun sat nearby. Kang Hakon pointed a gun straight at Soon. Jenna turned to warn, Hey Kang Hakon, don't keep the gun aimed like that. Kang Haken cut in. How do we know he isn't going to snap and attack? They all glanced at Soon, asking for his take. Doc, what do you think? He's definitely infected, came the hesitant response. Those symptoms aren't just from getting cut. 42 degrees fever doesn't make sense. Wish we had a specialist here. Dong Minun lay in bed just as puzzled. Nobody knew how it spread. He didn't get bitten at the time. Strangely, symptoms started at the knife wound site. Super weird, Jenna agreed. If he caught it at that construction site days ago, he'd have fully changed by now. The incubation isn't that long, Sao Jun reasoned, arms crossed. Depends on where you get bit. Might be a few minutes. At most a few hours. Definitely less than a day. Kaon stuck with his theory. I'm 100% sure Minjun's infected. The symptoms spreading from the cut means blood or fluids transmitted the virus, or the open wound let it in. So you're saying he was infected before I treated him? Then why did it just start now? No clue, said the doctor. Jenna stared wide-eyed. You mean Dong Minun's been infected all along? Sehun probed. So you're saying we should decide quick? If by tomorrow he hasn't turned, maybe Dong Minun's immune. Of course, I'm no doctor. Dong Minun was speechless. Immune, huh? Evening fell as strange growls echoed again, like they were on loop. Morning came. Dong Minun was still lying in bed, totally fine. Jenna was right there and asked, You awake? Fever's down? Your face looks better. How are you feeling? He rubbed the back of his neck and looked at Jenna. How long have I been out? She quickly answered, Since yesterday, maybe a good 20-some hours. Dong Min, shaking nervously, asked, Jenna, why are you here? She looked confused. Huh? I was just checking on you. He gave her a worried look. What if I turn zombie? You not scared sitting this close? Jenna stayed silent a moment, then laughed. Man, even if a dork like you turned into a zombie, it wouldn't be scary. Besides, you might be immune. It's been a while anyway. Dong Min sighed in relief. Yo Ren, you've really changed a lot. You even took care of me. That whole gasoline bomb stunt at Professor's place was pretty badass too. She heard that and immediately got all shy. What's up? You think I'm some fragile glass girl or something? Nah, no way. I could handle myself just fine without you. Jenna's face turned bright red as she said that, and about taking care of you, it was just a health check, nothing more. He said softly, Thanks, man. Honestly, you're way different from the person you were a few days ago. I never figured I'd lean on you, but still, really appreciate it. She blushed and answered, Nah, I'm the one who should be thanking you. If you want to survive, you gotta be able to do everything. But, are you really okay now? Dong Min stammered, way better than yesterday. Yesterday felt like I was hanging by a thread. Outside, the sun was bursting through the sky. Kang Carter sat cross-armed at the foot of the bed. What about that Libanu dude? You said he looked just like one of those zombies from your game, right? He asked confidently. I'm telling you, this whole mess has got to be connected to that game somehow. He didn't laugh it off, actually sounded convinced. You're saying the game company made some virus and let it loose? That's what you're thinking? Jongan replied. I dunno, but the dev's pretty famous, right? What's his name again? A kid stepped up to the door, cutting in with a voice. Daniel Jane, CEO of Red My Studio. He's a game dev I really look up to. His name's S. Han, 12 years old, 6th grade at Anx Elementary, Jong Min Jun recalled. Right, Han wants to be a game programmer. Carter muttered, Daniel Jane, have you heard of him? Jenna? She sat cross-legged and answered, I think so. The Hazen dude said this Korean-American prodigy blew up in North America decades ago with his game in Hollow Sea-Do back when he was still in high school. Then he started Red My Studio and pumped out a bunch of hits. Especially RZ, launched 5 years ago, made bank. Then invested heavily in biotech and healthcare, buying up companies. Now he's as well known in North America as Elon Musk in tech, though he's only just getting noticed back in Korea. Carter echoed the kid's words. Healthcare and biotech, huh? Sehazan jumped in. He's got a twin too. Something like the Zin brothers. They're famous too. You can look them up online. But now the online trail's cold. Kang Carter drifted into deep thought, mulling it over. Zombie game, healthcare biz, it all strangely fits together. Jaina, curious, asked, if the company's really involved, what's their goal? Sehun shrugged, beats me. Dong Minun sat tense and silent. In a pitch-black hallway, a grown man was studying some data. Daniel Jain, 29, came from a well-off Korean family before moving to the U.S. There was proof he and his twin, Elios Jain, got bullied. Around them stood a serious-looking group watching closely. Their mom was a famous actress from the late 2000s but got slammed in a huge tax evasion scandal and took the hit, retiring and ending her own life. Later investigation found it was the fault of a crooked tax agency and a government mix-up. Meanwhile, their dad got scammed in real estate and construction deals, went bankrupt with hundreds of millions lost, and then committed suicide. After all that, the brothers moved to the U.S. to live with their uncle. They made a lot of money from self-developed games starting at age 17, but the uncle couple embezzled funds and betrayed their only family. Later, they started Red My Studio, which grew fast and took a huge risk investing in healthcare and biotech, now rising as a new force in the medical industry's future. A young man sitting across from him cut in, impatient. Get straight to the point. I'm running out of time and gotta get back to Korea as soon as possible. The man nodded understandingly. With your people treating you that way, I bet you want to wipe them all out, huh? But is all this really necessary? Daniel Jane looked at the handsome teen across from him and guessed immediately. You're the one who released the virus in Korea, isn't that right? The kid denied it fast. How many times do I gotta say it's not me? You should be blaming my jerk brother. Daniel Jane, 29 years old, CEO of Red My Studios, frowned deeply. The father asked. Elios Jane disappeared right after entering Korea. Do you know why he came here? Aiden Brook, 47, commander of SIAC operations. Former U.S. Marine Corps Commander Marcos with over 20 years running special ops teams. SIAC was the Special Operations Center, part of the task force formerly called SOT. Daniel Jane responded, I don't know, seriously. But if the accident happened right after my brother and the core research team arrived in Korea, that's too obvious, isn't it? Brooke argued. You're the one who took over Elios's research institute, so even if your brother made the virus, how could you not know? That sounds even less believable. After the zombie outbreak in Korea, stocks related to the biotech vaccines soared, and your subsidiary's value shot up 500% in 1 month. Perfect timing, huh? I suspect you're the mastermind behind all this. Daniel Jane cursed hard. Damn it. He lowered his head. That guy's always been like this. He always said Koreans should all go to hell. Of course, he didn't buy it. You say Elios Jane spent his life trying to save humanity, and now you're saying stuff like that? Daniel Jane interrupted. So you want me to order my own brother to create a zombie virus and spread it in Korea? That's crazy, he shouted. I built this company for the future of humanity. Meanwhile, while we're sitting here, countless people back home are dying slow deaths. Neither the CDC nor any research lab can make a vaccine or get the outbreak under control. If this virus really started in our lab, then only we can stop it. Aiden Brook from the U.S. CDC reassured everyone. The vaccine's going to be developed right here in America under Sia's watch. Daniel Jin shot back. So, you're planning to bring infected people to the U.S.? To everyone's surprise, the reply came quick. They're already here. He smirked. If the first infection shows up in this country, you're going to regret it. The virus isn't just hitting South Korea anymore. It's spreading to China, Japan, Southeast Asia. Sooner or later, it's going to reach the U.S. If I want to clean up the mess my brother left behind, I'll have to head straight to South Korea myself. Aiden Brook turned to the woman beside him, pressing. Still no sign of Elios Jane, right? She nodded. Yeah, no contact from our field agents yet. Maurice Blame spoke seriously. Daniel Jin's story checks out so far, and without proof against him, Elios Jin remains our prime suspect. Maurice B., an ex-Delta Fox member, is now a tactical officer with the CIA's SOG unit. He's been part of multiple combat, kidnapping, and assassination missions in the Middle East and Africa. SOG is the CIA's Special Operations Group. The woman added, Still, Daniel Jin can't leave until we find Elios Jane. We're going in ourselves to grab him. Camila Josa, 27, part of the CIA's SOG tactical team, originally from Puerto Rico, previously served with DEFAS, and has solid experience in several missions taking down South American drug cartels for the DEA. Daniel Jin suggested, All right, then let's do it this way. You guys come with me to South Korea. I won't go rogue, you can keep me under watch all you want. There's no way I'm slipping out of CIA hands. His eyes sharpened. That bastard will never dodge me. He's going to show up in front of me for sure. And nobody knows him better than I do. Aiden Brook locked eyes with him intently. And in the end, saving humanity? That's on me alone. The streets were chaos, littered with cars left with doors wide open. 2 days ago, back in North Seattle, Pin rode solo down the streets. Hani was out hunting for an ambulance. As he walked, he thought, man, this fog's crazy thick today. Damn it, I'm down to 30% battery. Gotta find a place to plug in soon. A little farther and I'll hit Jiang Han Station. Hope they didn't change the meetup spot again. Either way, heading across Route 5, swinging by Gunja and Asan stations should do. Suddenly, a zombie growled as it stumbled from ahead. Pin stopped his bike, approached the creature, reached in his pocket, pulled something out. He swung his knife hard, stabbing it right in the head. The blade kept coming down again and again, his eyes burning fierce. There's definitely something more satisfying about stabbing than just punching. Plus, there's that tingling feeling, guess that's why serial killers can't stop. But these infected don't talk or beg for mercy, and honestly, he was starting to get bored of it. Suddenly, Pin looked up, puzzled. What's that sound? Sounds like gunfire. No way, there's real guns here, right? Maybe soldiers? Holding a knife in hand, if these guys had guns, they'd have cleared the infected by now. Screw it, he decided. Gotta check it out, no matter what. He edged closer, the convertible's hood flipping open, the shots still ringing nonstop. How many shots is that? He counted inside, at least 10 rounds. What the hell's going on? Then a voice called out. Pin spotted a group up on a rooftop, cautiously asked, "You're survivors, right? Don't go that way. The infected are crawling in that direction. Please, help me, I'm badly hurt." Pin stared wide-eyed as the guy begged. Inside the building, blood stained the floor in streaks. Pin eyed the man suspiciously. "Is that real?" The man nodded. "Yeah. About 300 meters back, a few survivors are gathering. They're meeting at Sky Motel in Anok-dong." His bloodied leg, hastily bandaged, twitched faintly. "Just today, a monster showed up, causing big trouble. Nearly got me killed. Lucky to survive, but my leg's useless now. At least I didn't get bit. Maybe they think I'm dead, so I managed to crawl to their place to call for help. With all the gunfire, sounds like they're in deep trouble too. Hope they escaped safely in an ambulance." Pin crouched down. "Well, you're still breathing. That's something. I'll help where I can. But those survivors over there, are they soldiers? I heard heavy gunfire." The man shook his head. "Nah, not soldiers. I heard one's a North Korean refugee, looks like a high schooler." Pin's eyes widened. "Wait, did you say refugee?" "Yeah," he added, "and going with him is an older guy around 50, plus a kid with glasses." Pin's gut told him he was right. That refugee kid's name is Kang Hun, isn't it? "I'm not sure if there's a girl here, but there's this guy who looks about 50 and a kid wearing glasses. The kid looks like a high schooler," and Pin kind of confirmed what I was thinking. "That refugee kid's name is Kang Hun, right?" He lowered his head. "Oh, that guy's name." Then he glanced up slightly. "My teammate's the one talking straight over the radio, so I think his name was something like Honorable. I can't remember the last name, but I'm pretty sure it's Honorable North." Iksong Bin stayed quiet, then started listing off familiar names, one by one. "Kang Hun, Jongminan, Jenna." He smiled all happy. "They're my friends. I've been searching everywhere for them." The man didn't expect that answer. "Seriously?" North Song Pin probed a bit more. "So they're in that house, right?" The man nodded. "Yeah, but with all those gunshots, something's definitely going down over there. I thought I heard an engine running, but I don't know if they escaped in the ambulance or not. I hope my crew's still alive," but the guy looked worried. "With this leg, I can't get far without a ride. The damn monster wrecked my wheels. Now I need wheels. Can you help me find a car or a bike? Or if you join that group, tell them I'm still kicking." North Song Pin jumped up, grinning sly. "That house? The Skycat ambulance? Heck yeah, man. Perfect. Didn't expect you to bring me some luck." "Ha." Then he sneaked into the guy's pockets, checking out the backpack. The man was stunned. Hey, why are you rifling through my stuff?" North Song Pin didn't even turn around. "You're basically toast anyway. So what if I take the backpack?" The man tried to grab it back. "Hold on, what are you saying?" Par Exong Pin snapped, annoyed. "Oh man, you're all talk, huh?" Then he cursed. "You cripple like that think I'm gonna help? Stop whining and just die, you jerk." The man yelled in frustration. "Hey, you said you'd help earlier," he just scoffed. "Help your dumb self, you useless sack." "Ha ha. Got bit or what? How should I know if you're lying? Ha ha." Then suddenly, North Song Pin flashed a creepy smile. "Or maybe you scared of dying solo? Let me send you off easy." Horrible screams echoed from the window frame. Outside that old house, North Song Pin stared at the empty spot with zero battery left. Just ran out. Damn it, he slung the backpack over his shoulder. Crap, and I just messed up big time. The sky's covered with clouds. Sky Motel. Where did he say that was again? 2 days later, Jong Minun's crew was still deep in debate. But in that zombie game world, there's no such thing as immunity. Huh? If Danian really wants to make it just like the game, then I'm like a glitch, not in the original code. Jenna guess someone must be cooking up a vaccine somewhere. If someone immune showed up, it'd definitely speed things up. "Jong Min-jun, you might just be humanity's last hope." He answered back but wanted to make sure I really was immune first. "Not sure if we'll find any doctors or agencies to test it," Kang Hone added. "Honestly, I think this whole zombie game thing sounds nuts, but the weirdest part was the gun those guys carried the other day. He recalled it looked like a Desert Eagle, and I thought those aren't legal here." Jong Minun wondered if they got it from a real shooting range or something. "I heard there's a place like that in East Myeon." Kang Han seemed to agree. "That might be the most likely lead. but why would they come all the way here? Still kinda weird. Jong Min sighed, and Kang Han just stood up. Weather's better now, and Dong Minan's doing okay again. We gotta move, Se-han said quickly from the doorway. All right, I'll tell my folks to get ready. Kang Hak-chan turned to him. First, let me check the route to Gag Gunja, about 5 to 6 kilometers left, so we should at least scout out 1 or 2 kilometers for a vehicle-friendly path. He asked if I was coming with. He checked with me again. You sure about this? Jana was shocked. What? She warned. Don't go with Minan. Dong Min-jun was confused. Huh? Jana was worried for him. Where would you even go? What if you fall? He quickly reassured her. I'm really fine now. Totally good. She was so flustered she swore. Damn, are you trying to leave me behind, jerk? No, I mean, if you go, I'm going too. Jong Minan was shocked. Kang Han next to him laughed. Man, Jenna's got Minan wrapped around her finger for sure. Ha ha, she blushed, looking at him. What? Then she shouted to explain. No, not like that. That Minan dude was so weak, yesterday he almost passed out. Scared, right? Kang Han, aren't you worried? Damn. You call that a friend? Kang Han joked, super playful. Ah, so that's it, but why you so mad? Jenna shyly nudged Minan's head. I dunno. If you want to go, then go. He groaned from the light shove. Ah, dang it. She huffed, sitting with her back turned on the bed and then tripped. Worth dying over it too. He just stared speechless. Huh? What's that about? Then casually dragged Kang Han away. Let's roll. Honorable, he agreed. Okay. Jenna didn't expect this. The jerk really left, huh? She stared wide-eyed. Outside the motel, bloodied shoes stepped closer to where their group was resting. Perrin Pin's nasty laughter suddenly echoed again. Ha ha ha, finally found you around this motel. His face still wore that trademark Sky Motel grin. He didn't rush inside, just stood there chuckling. Thinking about seeing Gina again got him all hyped. Just as he was about to step forward, he paused suddenly. Wait, that Han guy, right? He said he had a gun? If he's also inside, that's bad news. Damn it, gotta figure out a new plan. Right then, inside the building came a rush of footsteps. Northig Song Pin immediately ducked into a shadow to hide. Outside, Jong Min-jun and Han's voices kept ringing out. Jong Min-jun, you're grabbing the rifle, okay? Huh? Wait, there's only 1 bullet left. But hey, didn't I already show you how to use it last time? This is way deeper than that. Honestly, I'm mostly curious about Mr. Brooks since he's never really been straightforward about his story. On cut in. If I spilled everything, there'd be no hiding it, you know? Back then, I had no choice but to skip the middleman. Jongin Jun's pretty curious. Escaping North Korea through China without any contacts, nearly impossible. An was out of options, just complaining. It really was a life or death gamble. Hiding behind a shadowy rock, Bak Song Bin caught the conversation and started calculating in his head. Didn't expect Han and Jong Min to show up together. Damn, they really have guns. Think the cops might show up around here? But once they walked away, he glanced up at the building and a new idea struck him. That means inside that motel, Han Jana isn't being watched or guarded at all. Even if she's with some other guy, could anyone be more dangerous than me? Ha. After a while, quiet returned like normal, just a few zombies hiding in the shade. Jong Min followed Hun, chatting. So you handled a gun as a kid, huh? Talking about it made Hun hesitate a little, then spill the story. Right before escaping North Korea, that was actually my first time killing someone with a gun. Jong Min got super interested. For real? Han added, my uncle had already escaped here and settled down, so they branded my family traitors. My folks got dragged off somewhere. Then my dad got tortured until he died. Later, some soldier beat me and my brother bad. One day, he almost killed me. I figured if things went on that way, I was done for. When he let his guard down, I snatched the gun and pulled the trigger. That very day, I took my brother and started a long, tough journey. I was just 12. Dong Min got more shocked and dropped his jaw. No way. Most kids here live easy. No stress over food or clothes. Are all North Koreans as tough as you? That question left Han confused. Huh? Nah, not really. Not everyone from North Korea is good at surviving. They're weaker, skinnier, and shorter than us. Honestly, there's nothing special about me, just some experience from 2 years dodging death while running away. Dong Min stammered. Still, don't you want to go back home? Han responded firmly. No way, not ever. Meanwhile, inside room 203, Jenna gloomily stared into space. Aunt John noticed and asked, why are you so grumpy all of a sudden? Jenna dodged with, it's nothing. Just those friends getting on my nerves, especially Dong Min, that weakling always risking it all. Before she finished, Aunt John laughed, seeing right through her. But he's risking it all for us, you know. And with Hound around, don't stress too much. Jana fidgeted. Since Hound's here, I'm not too worried. But honestly, I don't know what's going on with myself. It just bugs me. What if something happens to him? What then? Aunt John stayed quiet for a moment, then whispered, You kinda like him, don't you? Jana gasped and quickly shook her head. No way. But Aunt John saw her face and just smiled. Well, it's possible. Or not. Those vague words made Gina second-guess herself. Do I actually like Dong Min? No way. Lately, I've just been stuck with Dong Min, so people probably got the wrong idea. Do they really think that's true? No, this isn't liking. He's the only one I can count on right now. That's probably it. Suddenly, the image of Dong Min looking at her kindly popped into her head. Ren, you've changed a lot. Even someone like me feels like you're looking out for me now. Jenna pressed her lips and admitted, Yeah, I've changed. Since everything crashed down, everything's been equal now. Before the zombie thing, except for that vaginitis, my life was no different from others. I had everything I wanted, wore whatever I liked. Got all dolled up and strolled the streets some days. 3 or 4 guys would ask me out. Back then, every guy was crazy about me, except for one older guy. Thinking about it, she jolted and muttered angrily, Damn it, is this why? Because Dong Min doesn't show he likes me. Most guys would be head over heels for me. But that idiot, he should have been crazy in love by now. So why is there zero reaction? Doesn't Dong Min beg me at all? Yeah, that's why. That dork's like a statue, no emotions showing at all. I can't tell if he even likes me. Damn it. Suddenly, he seems kinda sketchy. Seeing her mood flip, Aunt John turned away politely to give her space. Just then, loud banging echoed at the door. Aunt John jumped up and called out, Who's there? Babe, or Hound? But no one answered. She asked again, Maybe Han or Jong Min are back, go check. Jaina hurriedly stopped her. Wait. Pounding came again. Jaina nervously stepped up. Someone, please answer. When silence followed, she peeked through the peephole, but there was no one outside. Bak Song Bin hid in a corner, chuckling quietly. What now? More nerve-wracking than my first time back in middle school. It definitely sounded like Henzin's voice, plus a woman's. Room 202. Gotta check there first. Who knows if some other guy's with her. Might as well check the other rooms too. Thinking that, he headed toward room 207, mulling it over. Does that X mean no entry? Feels like someone inside might be infected. Suddenly, a noise caught Perrin Bin's attention. He quickly aimed his flashlight at room 206's door. Inside, Jun's soft voice echoed, Ha Jun, hang tight here for a bit. I'll come to see you and your mom soon. Before he could finish, he opened the door and froze, stunned by Panian's face staring back at him. His mouth gaped, words stuck. Who the hell are you? Park Song Pin replied coldly. Anyone else here? You're that damn Hanzina's guy, right? Who else but you? Dia Han yelled in terror. What? No way. Who the hell are you really? But Perrin Pin didn't let him warn others. He whipped out a knife, shouting, You won't talk. Then die, you bastard. The loud ruckus outside made Han curious. He stepped out, mouth open in shock at the scene. Dad, look. Perrin Pin pushed Jun harder inside when he saw more people, and Han rushed over to help. What? Let that bastard go. The kid tried to jump in but got kicked and yelled at by Panan, Die. Their noise caught Jaina and John's attention. Both stunned, they stared out the window. Is that you, babe? Han. Jaina patted him. Calm down, just wait. She turned back inside to Luke Team's room, mumbling nonstop. The dagger Owen gave her. She found it quick, flung open the door, and burst out, but before she could act, a shout rang out. Get inside. Hanzina, Jong Minan, and Hakon came running from afar. In a flash, Hakon appeared at room 206's door, gun aimed inside. Park Song-bin, still clueless, kept stabbing at Jae-hun, interrogating him. Is anyone else here? Answer me, you bastard. Han shouted to stop him. Cut it out, you asshole. Park Song-bin paused, slowly straightened up, then turned to the door. Han threatened, This is your last bullet. Park Song-bin. I'll shoot you dead. He pulled the trigger, but only clicks came out. Surprised, Han lowered the gun and wondered, What the hell? Damn it, the gun jammed right now. But Perrin Bin saw his chance, rushed forward, and easily kicked Han's gun aside. Han didn't bother picking it up, pulling his dagger from his side. A few minutes earlier, while walking down the street, noticing Jong Minan slowing, Han asked, Jong Minan, what's up? Jong Minan, sweating, lowered his head and answered, Looks like the symptoms are kicking back in. Check this out. He lifted his shirt to show a spreading purple bruise over a blood vessel. He felt dizzy, the fever spiked suddenly, even though he seemed fine moments ago. Han understood instantly, no hesitation. Let's head back. Minjin. As Jenna said, don't push yourself. Let me get you back so you can rest. Jong Minan agreed weakly. All right, but inside, he was still uneasy, wondering why it suddenly got so bad. After a while, they returned to the motel. Just near the place, Han heard strange noises and a scream from the second floor. Both dashed up yelling, "Hey Hanzana," then rushed toward room 206. Hak Chan led, gun aimed inside. Park Song-pin stared coldly at the barrel pointed at him. Hak Chan yelled angrily, "This last bullet is for you. Park Song-pin, die." But the gun only clicked dry. The scene shocked Han wide awake. He quickly lowered the gun to inspect. What the hell? Guns jam now? Damn it. Paran Bin seized the moment, lunged, kicking Han's gun away. Hanmi swiftly pulled his dagger from his side, counterattacked, blocking Pon Bin's knife hand with one hand, while stabbing forward with the other dagger. Ponin couldn't pull back or dodge, so he used his other arm to block the stab. One slash sprayed blood on Cizo, making him curse. You son of a Han didn't give him a chance to think, stabbed several more times, then kicked him hard in the gut. Park Song-pin staggered back, clutching his belly, growled, "You're dead meat." Seeing he was still standing, Han was impressed. Thanks to MMA training, his defense was solid. Park Song-bin stayed alert, in a fighting stance, breathing heavily as he analyzed. Damn it, just in seconds, he stabbed me multiple times. If he hits a pressure point, that's it for me. Attacking was tough because he was hard to hit. Plus, there was Minan standing right behind him. When Park Song-bin stood still, Han slowly closed in and questioned, "How many people have you killed with that knife? Bringing a kitchen knife this far, you're not just killing zombies, you've been murdering civilians, daring to take out an innocent professor. You're seriously messed up." An said, while Paran Bin broke into a cold sweat, scared. "Maybe we don't need to fight here. I'm offering a deal. I only have beef with Hanzana and Jong Minan. They destroyed my base and wiped out my friends. Hand over Minan and that girl, and I'll leave. Cool." Hak Chan snapped, "What nonsense is that, you bastard? Then why'd you kill an innocent professor?" Park Song-pin failed to charm, switched tactics and yelled, "Fine, drop your knife. Let's settle this like real men. Ditch the weapons and fight with fists. You scared to scrap with me? Don't be a coward running away." While he was yelling, Han swung his arm back, swiftly slashing a blow that caught Paran Bin off guard, unable to block in time. The cut didn't kill him but sliced off 2 fingertips, making him scream. "My fingers. We're talking and you stab me in the back, you jerk. Let's settle this one-on-one, fair and square." That punk screamed his head off, but Maon stood as still as a rock. Pomin's eyes welled up, his voice trembling. "Damn it, please cut me some slack this time." Those words made Dong Minan's eyes go wide. "North XE," Mr. Pin's face twisted as he raised his hands, surrendering, non-stop begging. "I'm sorry for attacking him. He's not dead yet. I swear, I'll save him no matter what. Please, just have mercy on me." But all he got back was Hound's cold stare and a verdict. Crimes get paid for with your life. North XE's turn is up now, no sparing, no mercy. Clenching his teeth, North XE cursed under his breath. Damn it. He tossed his knife to the ground, slowly grinned, and dropped his backpack with a strained voice. "All right, bring it on." Hound looked a bit stunned by the move. North XE took a fighting stance, daring him. "Even losing an arm, I'll kill you." Like a cornered beast, he lunged at Han, who wasn't expecting this at all, whispering insults. North XE grabbed the blade with one hand, the other caught Han's wrist, while his left leg hooked behind Han's for a quick takedown, pinning him to the floor. He locked Han's arms, cutting off any chance to struggle. Lack of air turned Han's face bright red as he coughed violently. North XE burst out laughing. "Han, you really underestimate me. Ha, ha ha ha." His smugness was cut short when his eyes widened, just in time to see Minan's cold glare as he swung a spiked bat down like a grim reaper aiming right for his head. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his stomach, forcing him to clutch it tight. Behind him, a scream left Ponin confused. An, gasping for air, let out a few broken breaths before passing out, the knife slipping from his hand. "Looks like we took down the toughest one." North XE jumped up, laughing hard. "Oh, Minan, dumb as thinking that junk could take me down. You crazy to mess with me." His face practically bleeding as he gritted his teeth, cursing in his head just then. "Damn it," North XE smirked coldly. Hayam passed out, and that old guy keeled over too. Left for just the kid, and you bastard. Hani cut off my finger, so I'm gonna kill you too the cruelest way possible. Right then, blood trickled down Minan's eye, and he couldn't hold it anymore, dropping the bat as he doubled over, screaming pain that stopped Ponin in his tracks. "Hi, what the hell's going on?" Dong Minan's yell grew louder, making Ponin realize something was seriously wrong. "Damn, what's wrong with this guy? Could he already be infected? If you're infected, I'm gonna have to end you right here, punk." He grabbed a knife, but before he could do anything, Minnan clutched his stomach and stumbled the other way. He collapsed outside room 205, pounding on the door fiercely. The infected inside growled back. North Xe was frozen, totally caught off guard. What the hell is going on? Are there zombies in there too? Minnan kept banging harder and louder. The infected inside hit back just as fiercely. The terrifying noise made Pun break out in sweat. What's going on? Minnan, you lost it? You'd rather be zombie bait than die by my hands? If you're itching to die, then die by me. Saying that, he rushed forward, but the door handle was mangled from the hits. Minnan stumbled back inside. North Xe didn't dare follow, freezing in place. Moments later, growls echoed again, and bloody feet slowly emerged. More infected from the building appeared. They wandered around, checking the area but didn't attack the Minnan behind them. Seeing the number of zombies, Perrin Bin stammered, terrified. What the hell is this? Han had also woken up, weakly calling out, Jong Minnan. Djokovic's mixed into the zombies, memories flooding his mind. Hey Jong Minnan, before Henna arrives, let's practice first. Take off your gear, time to fight, you idiot, damn it. Henina passed out? You're Dong Minnan, right? I'm Perrin Pin, nice to meet you. That's enough. Chill out, Dong Minnan. You're such a coward, a fool, a useless jerk. I totally hate you. Your dad's dead and you're still breathing? If you dare write my name in your suicide note, just wait. I'll find you and your mom too after you're dead. Every word, every bit of torment kept flashing in his mind. Dong Minnan's bloodshot hands slowly lifted in anger. Yeah, my life turned to crap. 'Cause of Panin, it's all your fault. That's why I'm gonna make you pay. Now, kill him. The zombies, like they'd been ordered, swarmed toward the point he showed. They charged headlong. North Xe trembled, yelling, what the hell? Hallam wiped sweat, jumped up, and scrambled to hide inside a room. Don't know what's going on, but gotta get inside fast. Once inside, Kang Haken slammed the door, bracing himself. Outside, North Xe punched a zombie's face while cursing. Damn it, then took on another. But these zombies didn't back down and kept flooding forward. North Xe stabbed one straight in the head with his knife, backing off in panic, muttering curses about Dong Minnan. But when he glanced down the empty hallway, fear crept in. Where the hell did that bastard Minnan go? From the pitch-dark stairs came more footsteps. The zombies' screams echoed nonstop. The sense of death creeping in made Park Song-pin grind his teeth in rage. Damn. Inside the room, Kang Kang-hoon looked out, terrified. What the hell is happening? Jong Minnan. Suddenly, a kid's voice called from behind. Dad. Kang-hun whipped around, disbelief in his voice. Professor. The second wave of zombies just broke through outside. North Xe clenched his teeth and pressed against the wall, desperate, deciding to break into room 210, marked with a sign. Without wasting a second, Jake slammed the door shut, locking it tight to keep the zombies out. The undead didn't care, they just started banging on the door like crazy. Seeing that they couldn't get in right now, Jake let out a relieved breath, but then suddenly, he heard zombie noises behind him. A trapped zombie lunged straight at him, while outside, the horde kept smashing the door nonstop. Behind them, Mike clutched his wound and slowly stepped forward, face cold and unreadable, totally ignoring the deafening racket of the zombies right beside him. Inside room 206, Chris rushed over to check. Professor, you all good? The professor looked up and whispered, You're wrong. Chris froze. What do you mean? This wound's totally fixable. There's medical gear on the ambulance, too. The professor interrupted. It's not about the wound. It's about that knife. Chris's face went pale as he understood instantly. The room filled with nothing but sobs. Chris sat down to examine the injury again. After a while, he wiped the sweat off his forehead and stood up. It's not clear yet if it'll get infected. I'm gonna grab supplies from the ambulance. Just keep the bleeding stopped and treat the wound he might pull through. Jake helped stop the bleeding. After giving orders, Chris cracked the door open and peeked outside, spotting Mike silently standing by room 210. Chris rushed over, panicked. Mike, what the hell happened? Mike turned cold and answered, We shoved all the infected into this room, but that idiot Ponin somehow escaped out the window, dodging the infected. Chris stammered, but earlier the infected didn't attack you. Mike shrugged, I don't get it either. But something tells me when the symptoms kick in, the infected won't mess with me. Still don't know when or why that kicks off. Before he could continue, he suddenly yelled, Hey, how's the professor? Chris looked down and muttered, The wound isn't too bad. Just then, Jenna rushed in, worried. Hey, is the professor okay? Mike bent down to grab a gun while Chris instructed. Jenna, help stop the professor's bleeding and lay him down. I'll get the supplies from the ambulance. Mike handed over the gun and asked, Last bullet, are you sure you can make it count? Chris took the gun, reloaded carefully, checked it twice, then pointed the barrel straight up. Yeah, I got this for sure. Remember how I taught you to use a gun? That jerk, Panin's bleeding like crazy, so he's not getting far. First we save the professor, then we go after him. Before he could finish, Mike shouted, "No way, I'm the one who's gonna take him out. Professor, you guys focus on care." Chris could only stay quiet. A moment later, the two of them stepped out of the motel. Seeing fresh blood on the ground, Mike followed the footprints, convinced they belonged to Panin. The symptoms were dying down too. If he didn't move fast, he'd end up attacked by the infected as well. Meanwhile, across town, a trail of dripping blood formed a path. The zombies went wild, chasing after it. Jake, sweating profusely, hid behind an alley and told himself he had to survive no matter what. The zombies ran off out of sight. Jake ran the opposite way, grumbling, "Damn it, I needed medical gear. Should have hijacked the ambulance on the first floor and gotten out. So dumb." The blood trail led into a dark house with zero light inside. Jake tore through the place, pissed off. "Damn, no first aid kit or anything? I'm losing way too much blood. All because of that idiot Chris. What the hell is this?" While rummaging, he suddenly froze and glanced toward the door, seeing Mike standing there, gun trained on him. Jake couldn't believe his eyes and jumped to his feet. "How the hell did you even get here?" Mike didn't flinch. "Don't know, but your blood smell is everywhere." Jake forced a grin. "Mike, I don't know what tricks you pulled, but how come the infected didn't attack you or me? Someone like you using a gun. I saw you couldn't shoot earlier, your gun must be broken or something." Despite Jake's probing questions, Mike just glared coldly. Jake went in for more psychological attack. "Hey, Mike, ever killed anyone before?" Mike hesitated. "Not once. Not even the infected. I've survived this long without killing anyone, but if I do, it's gonna be today," Mike said quietly. Jake chuckled, but sweat dripped down his face. "Damn. I don't think I've ever laughed like this before. Mike, you can't kill me. You're a good guy, not trash like me. Got crazy just 'cause the world's ending? Honestly, what do you think would happen if you actually killed me? You know murder's the worst crime, right? Even without punishment, could you live with yourself? Was I mean to you? Is that why you do it? Hey, you jerk, just say sorry." "I'm sorry, okay? Sorry already. I really thought you were a friend." Listening to his weak excuses, Mike stayed stone cold. Even if the world ends, scumbags like you don't deserve to live. Without another word, he pulled the trigger. Bam. Jake caught a bullet in the head. Fresh blood splattered across the ceiling. The room went silent once again. Mike stood frozen, gun slipping from his hand. Seeing Jake's eyes still glaring wide open, Mike stood there, stunned too. After a while, outside the motel, Mike walked away calmly. Looking at Pin's wide-eyed stare, Jong Minan was frozen in place. After a moment, outside the motel, Jong Minan slowly walked away. As soon as he got closer, he couldn't believe his eyes. Jenna was waiting downstairs for him. The moment she spotted him, she rushed over and hugged him tight, leaning on his shoulder as she sobbed uncontrollably. The professor watched silently. The two stood there quietly for a while. A little later, inside the motel room, the professor lay on the bed while his wife and kids sat beside him, sobbing. He smiled gently, trying to reassure them. "I told you, it's gonna be okay, Han. We've already talked about this. I'm sorry I couldn't tell you sooner. But a few months back, I found out I have cancer, so honestly, I don't have much time left. So don't be too down. You've got to find your sister, okay? You got to get that. Everyone has their time to go, it's just a matter of when. Like my buddy, who got sick less than a year after his kid was born and left us early. Lots of people go sooner than expected. I've gotten to see you grow up into who you are now, and that makes my life worth it. So please, don't be too broken up. That's just how life rolls." As his words died down, the room went silent. Moments later, Han bolted out of room 206. The professor said, "What I told Han was just a mess of words." Kang Chang Han hesitated, meaning the professor admitted the cancer wasn't real, but it was necessary to say it to soften the blow. If Han knew I'd gone in vain like this, he wouldn't be able to handle it. "Please, keep this between you and Has Jun. In the end, as a father, this is all I can do. I've lived a good long life, pretty fulfilled. Ha Kyung, my daughter, I so want to see you again. Please help me, Kang Han, so my family and daughter can be reunited." Then he reached out to hold his wife's hand and said, "Honey, take good care of Ha Kyung and Han." After a while, everyone left, honoring the professor's wishes. "Don't try to kill me. Just let me stay in this room. Once you turn into a zombie, you don't just lose your human shape. If you're locked up here like this, you'll probably starve to death. But if I live as a zombie, and one day the world stabilizes or they discover a cure or some tech to heal us, even a tiny shred of hope like that, then I'll come back here. I'll wait for that day." Growling with every word, Kang Hun shot one last glance before turning away. The door slowly shut behind him. A bit later, on the motel rooftop, Jaina couldn't help but ask, Do you think the professor's dying wish is even possible? Finding a way to cure zombies and turn them back into humans. Callan crossed his arms and analyzed. I'm not a medical expert, so I can't say for sure, but to me, that sounds nearly impossible. The professor said once you turn zombie, you lose not just your human form, but your mind too. There's never been a case proving zombies can survive starving for weeks. Of course, if a cure gets developed quick, that would be amazing. Jenna hesitated before asking, what about what happened in the hallway just now? Kang Han struggled with his reply. The zombies didn't attack Dong Minan, but from what I saw, it looked like he was giving them orders. Jenna was shocked. Wait, is that real? Can Jong Minan actually control zombies? Jong Min Jun immediately denied it. No way. I was just super pissed and yelled. There's no way zombies obey me and attack Panan. They just charge because I'm not infected. Kang Hun asked. So only when your infection symptoms flare up do zombies ignore you? Is it acting up again? Dong Minan whispered. Yeah, looks like it, but I have no clue when it'll hit next. By the way, there's this boss in the Red Z game called the Unkin King. He's a special zombie who's fully aware, thinks like a human, and controls other zombies, making them smarter. I don't think I'm the Unkin King, though. My symptoms come and go. When symptoms fade, zombies attack me again. I can't tell if I'm fully infected or if it's some side effect of immunity. No idea. Whether I can really control zombies, we'll only know next time my symptoms flare. Jenna looked worried hearing this. But if Jong Minan's always getting infected, can I catch it from him? Isn't it too risky to be near him then? I definitely can't do that. But then, what about Minan's whole deal with kissing or sweet moments? Does that mean stuff like that's off limits? Obviously, me and him aren't anything. But if his body turned fully zombie, what if he couldn't be romantic with girls? I wouldn't ever fall for him or anything, but if he's stuck single for life, can't even share a kiss with a girl, what then? What do we do? Man, that's just sad. Dongmin trembled. He'd never experienced feelings with a girl. Please don't let him become fully infected. Thinking that, she turned and walked away. A little later, the group left the motel and gathered by the medical van. Kang Hun looked around and asked one last time, got all your stuff? Aunt John nodded. Yeah. Kang Han suggested something. Even though I don't have a license, in this situation, it doesn't really matter anymore. Aunt John sighed and agreed. Okay, I get it. Kang Han glanced beside him, but Han was zoned out, not paying attention. He turned back and told Minan, Minjun, you sit with Jenna and the others in the back seat, all right. I decided to have Jake sit shotgun. Mike was a bit surprised but nodded right away. All right, hop in, Tyler said as he took the wheel and started analyzing the route. From here to Gunja Station, it's like 4 or 5 miles. Not sure how many zombie hordes we'll run into. Getting stuck in a tight spot while driving? Worst, gotta be super careful. The car rolled forward slowly, leaving the Sky Motel behind. Tyler whispered, Jake. The kid turned around. Yeah? Tyler started. When I was your age, I escaped from North Korea. Back then, both my parents had passed away. I was leading my little brothers, 7 and 9 years old, trying to get out. It was rough. I lost one of them along the way, but back then, there wasn't much to do except accept the situation. Anyway, you just gotta survive and escape at all costs. Can't promise you fancy comfort now, but if you find your sister, you can protect her and your mom, your only family left. It's all on you now, so keep your head clear. You're not a kid anymore. Jake nodded quietly after listening. Suddenly, Tyler's eyes shot wide open, totally shocked. Hold up, what's that over there? He quickly pulled over. Up ahead, a beat-up vehicle with unmarked plates, wrapped in barbed wire, was parked. Dangling on its front was a zombie growling at them. Tyler didn't dare inch forward, sitting tense as he scanned outside, trying to figure out what the hell that ride was. Is it coming this way? He yelled suddenly and ducked low. Jake followed suit, confused. What's going on? Tyler's eyes kept darting around, thinking to himself, whoever's in that vehicle is straight up dangerous. Jenna peeked out nervously. Wait, what? We're stopping 'cause of zombies? But there wasn't any besides that one chained to the front. The street was dead quiet, no people anywhere. Tyler slowly lifted his head, wondering, did it stop? Did they spot us? Nervously, he grabbed the small knife at his hip. If we gotta fight, close combat is all we've got. What if there were 2 or more of them? He'd be toast. Just then, a zombie stumbled from the distance. Tyler recognized it right away. Zombies were definitely nearby. Suddenly, the armored vehicle popped open a window and fired 2 shots straight at the zombie's head. Tyler flinched at the gunfire, but then caught the swearing from inside that ride. Damn it, did you even see that bullet hit right between its eyes? Only took 2 shots and that's it. Are all survivors dead or what? No sign of anyone. Of course. Camouflaging this thing like junk. Anyone seeing it would bolt for sure. True, right? Let's decide where to loot next. Whether it's catching people or grabbing food, we gotta meet the quotas. They chatted while slowly revving and driving off. Tyler exhaled, relieved. Looks like they're just passing through. Jake was secretly breathing easier too, thank God. But Tyler still frowned hard. We gotta move fast. Something feels off. The car silently started moving again as noon rolled in. No one was around, but Tyler's crew's car barely covered any ground. They came across a quiet intersection, and Tyler finally relaxed a bit. Thank God the road wasn't blocked like he feared. Jake was still uneasy, though. What if the car breaks down? Then what? Tyler said. Then we'll have no choice but to hoof it and dodge zombies. We're about a mile or two from Gunja Station at this point, so we could walk from there. He suddenly stopped talking. Through the rear view, he spotted the armored vehicle again. Sweat broke out on his face. They were chasing them. Without hesitation, he hit the gas. When they reached a fork, he slammed the wheel, turning sharp. Seconds later, the armored car roared behind them. A straight-up one-on-one chase was on. Tyler gripped the wheel tight, pushing hard to shake them off, but then they hit a dead end. Crap, roads blocked. He frantically looked around and spotted an opening, a parking garage. It was probably packed with zombies inside, but they had to take their chance. As Tyler's car entered the dark garage, Jenna nervously asked, "What's really going on?" Tyler stayed focused ahead, answering, "Some seriously dangerous vehicle's been tailing us this whole time." Jenna stammered, "What?" But even inside here, there's a wrecked car blocking the way. Tyler rubbed his temples. At this point, the only option was to go all in. He turned around and said, "No way out. We gotta face them. Everyone hold tight inside. No telling what's gonna happen. Be ready." Aunt Joan freaked. Wait, Tyler. They might not be bad guys. We've got to be careful." Tyler shut the door and stepped out alone. He knew well if they were friendly, great. If not, it's fight or die. He only had a K2 rifle with no ammo, jury-rigged with a blade attached, plus a small emergency knife. Didn't know how many they had or what weapons. If theirs were stronger than guns, Tyler would be at a serious disadvantage. Close combat skills only get you so far when guns and knives are in the mix, especially if the other side was a good shooter. Just then, a light flashed on him. He snapped to attention and peeked up. Nothing there. Made no sense. What the hell? Maybe they didn't come all the way down here. After a while, no movement. Tyler sneaked another look and saw a guy outside the armored van whining. "No way. Damn it, I gotta go alone." True, neither of them could leave their spots. All right, I'm out of here. If I don't catch anyone to enslave, I'll just kill them. Doubt there's anyone scarier than me." When Jake saw the gun in the guy's hand, he freaked out. "That gun means we gotta bail. Like, now." Jake dashed back inside, quickly warning the other three. "We gotta hide somewhere else. Everybody, get off the van, quick." But seeing only quiet inside the minivan, he got nervous. "Yo, Joey, how are you feeling? You got any symptoms?" Joey blinked, confused. "Why all of a sudden? I'm fine still." Jake wasn't convinced. "Damn it." Jake turned to Jenna. "Jenna, what's up inside the parking lot? Sensing anything?" She glanced around before saying, "Yeah, there's definitely some, but not a ton. Maybe like 4 or 5. With that intel locked in, Jake grabbed a flashlight and led the way, peering inside. No zombies in sight, only some growling. He confirmed the path was clear. The crew sneaked forward bit by bit. Jake rushed ahead, spotting an alley, then shouted back, "This way." Everyone hustled to the escape spot, finally breathing easier. Lucky the door was still open. Suddenly, Jake suggested, "Joey, you lead everyone upstairs to find a safe spot. They might come in on the first floor, so be careful." Joey was shocked. "What about you, Jake?" Jake turned away. "I'm taking them on." "Yeah, he's got a gun, but I'm solo and can handle close combat," Joey stammered. "No way, dude, you don't have any ammo." Jake cut him off. "I'll try to lure him outside, avoid a straight-up fight. You guys hide somewhere inside this building. Lock the door. Don't come out till I get back." Joey didn't argue, just nodded. "Be careful, okay?" Jake said, walking off. "Don't sweat it." At the entrance, the guy instantly drew zombie attention. Several lunged, making him scream. Jake eased toward the back, quietly thankful. The zombies had caught on. Even with a silencer, firing inside draws a crowd. He guessed the ammo must be decent. But that AR with a silencer, where'd he even get that? Thinking it over, Jake hesitated. If things go south, his only shot is to run solo. Meanwhile, upstairs Joey led the group, surprised to find no zombies lurking. "No one here? Looks safe now." The three moved into a classroom. Jenna sat down and prayed, hoping Jake was okay. Joey stepped up to her. "Everyone hide here for now. I'm gonna help Jake." Jenna froze for a moment, then grabbed his arm. Don't go, please stay here with me. That stunned Joey. Jenna quickly realized what she said, letting go and shyly whispering, I'm scared for him too, but he's got that gun. It's too risky. Plus, Jake told us not to leave until he's back. Joey hesitated. Yeah, she was right. But Jenna cut in, I trust Jake. Let's stay here and wait. Joey had no choice but to agree. All right. Time passed in silence. The clock hit afternoon. Anxiety cracked the room. Was Jake okay? He said he'd lure the guy outside. Suddenly, a noise from outside caught their attention. Joey peeked out the door. Someone was knocking harder and harder, but the main door stayed shut. Weird stuff had the three freaking out. Jake, Jenna said, denying it. No, it's not him. Sounds like zombies outside that door. Just then, a voice called from outside. What's going on? Why won't the door open? Anybody in there? Jenna worriedly asked. Two of you. Not zombies, or mutated ones. The voices outside kept grumbling. Door worked fine a few days ago. I left my stuff in there. Could someone actually be inside? Hearing this, Joey's eyes widened, and he moved toward the door. Jenna shouted after him, Wait, Joey, don't go near. That's definitely zombies. Joey ignored her, pulling out keys and unlocking the door. As it swung open, Joey's eyes went wide. Obi and Ben, what are you guys doing here? Standing outside were Obi, 18, class 25 at Song Gun High, and Ben, also 18, class 26 from the same school. Obi looked surprised. Joey, what are you doing here? Joey shot back. I was about to ask you the same. Ben quickly noticed something. Isn't that Hannah? Joey and Jenna froze, covering their mouths, trembling. What is that? Definitely not a normal human smell. Obi was clueless. Joey, why are you hanging out with Hannah? Weird pair. Joey didn't want to argue. Look, I'll explain later. Let's get inside first. Jenna suddenly covered her mouth, gasping, He's infected now. That guy's infected. Get out of here. Obi was shocked. What? I'm not infected. Jenna kept insisting. Don't lie. The smell of failure, stench, rot, dead flesh, it's totally not human. Joey leaned in, sniffed, then pinched his nose. That's just his nasty sweat. Obi already smelled awful, but Jenna didn't buy it. Finally out of options, Obi muttered, Sorry, haven't showered yet. After that, the crew entered the room. Joey blinked and asked, You said you came from that hideout at Gun Station. Aren't you guys too young to be on patrol? Ben answered, If you're 18 or older, you gotta patrol and guard. But Jenna still didn't believe it. No way was there no solution. Obi Young-jun finally spoke up. Sorry, I haven't had a chance to shower yet. After a while, the whole crew went inside. Jong Minan asked in shock, You said you came from that hideout at Gun Station, but you guys are way too young to be on patrol, right? Bae Sunho explained that anyone over 18 has to patrol and stand guard. The crowd had swelled to around 300 to 400 people now. Gunja Station alone couldn't hold everyone, so they had taken over nearby buildings, spreading out as the area gradually expanded. Jake couldn't help but be amazed. This was massive. Mike added, Anyway, this is about 2 miles from Gunja Station, so it's just a temporary chill spot during patrol. Didn't expect to run into Jake here. Suddenly, John stepped forward and called out, Hey guys, has anyone seen a 20-year-old girl named Sarah Haking? That's my daughter. My phone's about to die, but here's a photo of her. Mike took the picture and immediately said, Yeah, I think I've seen her. Ben also confirmed, She's not the girl in the female quarantine area at Gate 1 of Gunja Station, right? I think I saw her at the hideout, but it's hard to be sure just from a picture. Hearing this, Aunt John lit up with hope. Really? Thank you so much, guys. Is Sarah okay? Mike nodded. Yeah, but just based on a photo, it's hard to be sure. Seeing her in person would clear things up. Then let's head to the hideout right now. Jake hesitated. Wait, quick question. While you were coming in, did you see anyone armed? Like a weird vehicle with zombie decals up front. Jenna covered her mouth and added, When we moved in by car, they suddenly chased us. Kang Han said they had guns too. Ben frowned. Dude, you're totally overreacting with that nose wrinkling. Jenna sighed. Man, you reek of sweat. Mike got curious. By the way, who was that earlier? Jake replied, Carter Chong came with us. We go to the same school. Mike immediately recognized him. Oh, the dropout? In your class, right? Jake nodded. Yeah, him. Mike tutted. Such a weird crew. Jake continued. Anyway, Carter said he'd lure them out. It's been half an hour with no word. We're pretty worried. Mike paused, then suggested, If no one's here, want to check the rooftop? Jake wasn't sure but agreed. Sure, sounds good. Suddenly, Jenna grabbed his shirt. Hold up, Jake, you stay here with me. Let them go check. Jake looked confused. She hesitated, or, I could come with you instead. Watching this, Mike and Ben exchanged bewildered looks. Jake reassured, Don't worry, I'm going with my friends to scout the rooftop. Jenna, you stay back with Hazun and... Okay. No arguments. Jenna gave in. Yeah. And hey, don't wander off, got it? The other two yelled at them, clearly annoyed. A little later, the three climbed the stairs to the rooftop. Jake grabbed binoculars and scanned below. He was surprised. What? No one here? But there's definitely a car waiting outside the building. Is Kaon safe? If the other side had guns, we should have heard shots. Maybe they used silencers, so no noise. But even silencers make some sound. Jake was still mumbling when Ben shouted, Hey Jake, no joke, aren't you dating Han Jenna? Jake panicked. What? No way. Where's that coming from? Why else would you be hanging with Jenna? Ben snapped. If you keep that up, I'm throwing you off this rooftop. Spill it. At that moment, Mike cut in. He's not the type. And you, man. She openly disses losers like us. The hottest girl in Song Gun High, but to us losers, she's a total badass who'd dump us in a heartbeat. You're not in her class but thinking about Han Jenna? Ben calmed down a bit. Yeah, every time she looks at me with disgust, I don't even get mad. Mike grinned. Honestly, if you're pretty, you can get away with anything. Jake yelled, annoyed. The other two shouted back louder. Plus, Han Jenna used to hate you most, Jake. So what's changed? And you say, Jake, stay here with me. If you're not dating, then what's up? Jake started losing confidence. How do you even know? I'm just tagging along with Jenna, that's all. Mike cut him off. Dude, you didn't even say Han Jenna, you just said Jenna. Total couple move. Ben agreed. Definitely dating, you idiot. Jake barely noticed and turned his head. Also, Jenna might have anxiety issues. Her parents disappeared, and she has no one left. She's changed a lot since before. Ben's eyes widened. So, it's official, you're dating. What a moron. How far have you guys gotten? Jake was defeated. You guys are crazy. Ben shook his head. This world's a mess, so of course, Han Jenna's lost it. Acts like she's Jake's official girl. Unreal. Jake couldn't argue and gave up. Cut it out. We're not a thing. What matters is finding Kang Carter first, Mike said. Not sure if those chasing you are the same group. Jake was stunned. Gunfight? That's dangerous out there. You guys okay? Ben sighed. Weapons are just sticks and pipes, so if we're in trouble, we'll radio for backup with guns, and a rescue team will come by car immediately. No need to stress. Mike added. After a few days, no sign of them, so they probably ran off. Not sure if the ones chasing you were the same. Jake fell silent. He suggested, if we're worried about Carter, we can hang tight here then head to Gunja Station later. Sound good? Jake hesitated. That's cool. He pulled out a radio and explained. The hideout's packed, so survivor intake is strict. But since we know you, a few quick checks get you in immediately. Jake was surprised as soon as he saw it. They have a super strict process for letting survivors in, but since I know the guy, all it took was a quick check, and he got in right away. When Ryan spotted that, he was legit surprised. That walkie-talkie's a dead ringer for Kang Hakon's. Could it be that Kang Hakon ran into someone from your hideout and got their walkie? Try to connect. Oh Byung-jun was like, oh, really? He met someone from our crew? If he's got one, we might be able to link up with Go-in-ha. But first, you gotta report to the command center. Dong Min-jun added, also, since we rushed out, Han probably left his backpack in the ambulance. If the walkie's still in the vehicle, it might not connect. After hearing that, Oh Byung-jun switched on the walkie and reported, this is Ah Bum-jun. Reached the Grand Plaza building in the inner Hodoro area. Found 4 survivors, they're classmates of ours. Can we bring them along? The voice on the other end shot back immediately. Even if they're friends, they have to get checked at Haimang Hospital for infection and be quarantined for at least a day. You know the drill, right? Jong Min-jun went pale right away. Infection screening? Oh Byung-jun, clueless but upbeat, replied, yeah, of course, I know the rules. Testing's gotta happen. But one of our friends is missing, so we gotta find him first. If it takes too long, maybe move out tomorrow. After a brief silence, the voice responded, all right, but you gotta report anything as soon as possible. Over. Oh Byung-jun just turned off the walkie when Jong Min-jun blurted out, wait, does checking for infection have to happen before entering the hideout? Oh Byung-jun answered confidently, it's mandatory. Outside the hideout, there's this place called Haimang Hospital. They've got specialists who diagnose infections super accurately. Dong Min-jun heard that and slumped, head down. After a few seconds, sweat dripping, he looked up and asked, so what happens if the test says you're infected? Oh Byung-jun answered like usual, if you're infected, you turn into a zombie, so obviously they take care of you right away. Jong Min-jun, you're not infected, right? Same goes for the rest of us. Dong Min was shaking so badly he didn't dare speak. Inside, he was freaking out. What if he tested positive? The three just stood there, frozen. Up on the rooftop of the building across, Some guy sneaked out to peek at the group and Minan's crew and reported, "This is Patrol Team 2. We spotted survivors on the rooftop of the building in Inner Hodoro." Noticing the green armbands on their arms, he was sure they were from Gunja Station, the ones involved in that recent shootout. The walkie voice asked, "What about the one who escaped from the ambulance?" The guy lowered his voice and said, "One with a rifle chased him, but no word yet. Thought it was just one guy, but looks like there are more than 4. Can't say exactly. Also, the one who bailed from the ambulance had a K2 assault rifle. Not sure what weapons the rest have. I only have melee weapons now, so alone." He got cut off mid-sentence. "One of ours died because of them. If they're from Gunja Station, catch him alive at all costs. If they fight back, shoot to kill." The masked guy fell silent, then answered in a low voice, "Got it." But inside, he was cursing under his breath like crazy. Damn it, if they want to mess with me, they should do it themselves. No clue if the teammate chasing that night shift dude is still alive or dead, but tackling them all alone? No way. Plus, it's all men. And who even knows how many? Watching the 3 Minun guys through binoculars for a while, he finally decided to first check which floor they were on, or just wipe them out completely. Meanwhile, Obyung-jun led the 3 downstairs while Jong Min-jun followed, nervous as hell. "I really only trust Basun-ho-ho and Obyung-jun. They're my ride-or-die homies," he thought. "But should I tell them I got infected? Would they believe I'm immune? No, forget that. What if the test says I'm not immune? What if I'm infected but just not showing symptoms yet? Or what if I'm some kind of special infected? Either way, they'll treat me like a zombie. That could get dangerous. Maybe I should let the others go to Gagunja refugee camp, and I stay here. But I need a legit doctor's diagnosis to know for sure. No other way? Dunno. For now, I'll keep the infection thing to myself and focus on finding Hun first." A while later, the 3 were back in the basement room. Watching the clock tick by, Obyung-jun checked the walkie again. It was radio silence for way too long, so he said, "Still no response. Either Hun's not holding the walkie or something's wrong. Otherwise, he'd answer by now." Jong Min-un nodded, silently praying, "Let's wait a bit more. If not, I gotta go find him myself." Suddenly, there was a noise outside. Dong Min-un looked toward the door, alert but nothing else happened. Time kept slipping by. The sun had climbed up over the building's rooftop. Sunlight streamed through the window of the opposite building. Slowly, a window cracked open. The guy with the face mask peeked out, scoping the Dong Min-un building. "So these school kids, heard them talking, doors locked for sure. They've got to be holed up in there. I even brought some infected ones to circle around," he muttered. "Let's get this started." Inside, where Minun's group was holed up, Jenna whined, "Hey, you 2 losers. Quit slouching next to me. Go outside and keep watch." Obyung froze. "Wait, what? No way we're doing that." Jenna snapped back. "We know this place like the back of our hand." Suddenly, another noise came from outside, making Minun anxious, looking out. He leaned forward, confused. What was that? Glass breaking. More sounds followed. Dong Minun had no choice but to step outside to check. Again? Did someone throw something? The noise was getting heavier and more frantic. Jake sped toward the chaos. From a nearby room, flames were roaring hot. He spun around, panicked. "Fire! There's a fire, grab a fire extinguisher, now." But before he could get far, he spotted another room going up in flames too. Was it happening everywhere? Jake froze for a moment, his mind racing. Someone threw a Molotov cocktail. "Our spot's been blown. Gotta move, gotta get somewhere else." Jenna arrived, wide-eyed and shocked. "What? No way." Jake quickly hit the radio. "This is Jake. We're under attack by unknown hostiles. Need backup as soon as possible." Not sure how many enemies yet. While Jake was still sending the distress call, he shouted, "Everyone, pack up now." Jenna was stunned, eyes huge. She followed the group to the exit, but just as Jake was about to open the door, she called out, "Wait, Jake, hang on." But Jake had already swung it open. His expression went numb as he looked down. A cluster of zombies was hanging out right there at the exit. Jake scanned the scene no way through, then slammed the door shut. Ben, a bit confused, asked, "Why you're back inside?" Jake's voice trembled. The infected have taken over the fire escape. Someone led them here on purpose. People behind him gasped. "Wait, what?" Suddenly, Jake grabbed his stomach, cursing under his breath. "Damn it. Why isn't the infection showing symptoms yet? Last time with Ponin, once symptoms hit, the infected didn't even attack. Was this different? Or was his rage specifically aimed at Park Seon-pin? Thinking about it, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Ah, you damn bastard Ponin." Ben and Obi gave him worried looks. "Jake, what's going on? Why curse Ponin all of a sudden?" No answer. Jake switched gears. "Obi, how long until backup arrives?" Obi stumbled for words. "If they come by car, At least 10 minutes, maybe longer because they're coming from another spot. Seeing him hesitate, Jake added, with all this infected around, it'll take even longer to get here. Obi nodded, yeah, for sure. Outside, thick black smoke billowed, with the constant sound of bottles smashing. Jake went for a desperate plan. All right, here's what I'll do. I'll lure the infected toward the fire escape. Meanwhile, you guys get the hell out of here to somewhere safe. And don't go outside if you can help it, no telling how many there are out there. Jenna shouted anxiously. Ben looked skeptical. Wait, what if you're already bitten, Jake? Jake handed off his backpack. No choice. I'll draw them away. Ben, hold on to this pack. If we get separated, I'm heading straight to the Gag Gunja shelter. We'll meet up there. Turning away, Jake left Jenna frozen in panic, yelling after him. Jake. She reached out but only grabbed empty air. He dashed to the door, leaving the group stunned. Bursting outside, Jake ran and yelled to catch the zombies' attention. Hey, assholes. Over here. They were right on his tail. Clutching a spiked bat, Jake sprinted up the stairs, telling himself not to freak out. I got this. If I'm really immune, better me than my friends getting bit. As long as they don't rip me apart, even a bite won't kill me. He glanced back at the horde chasing him, panic creeping in. How many of these freaks are there? After a while, he finally got out of the stairwell and started planning his next move. If I can lure them up to the rooftop and circle back inside. But no luck, he hit a dead end, and before he could try another route, the zombies caught up. Peering down from the skyscraper, Jake cursed under his breath. Damn it. This view hit him with memories. The first day the outbreak went down, he had climbed to Jenna's apartment, ready to jump and end it all. If he hadn't met Jenna that day, that might have been the end for him. Thinking about it, he realized Jenna's the reason he's still breathing, and now he was fighting hard to survive, because he promised Jenna he'd make it out alive and not die before reuniting with his mom. Fueled by that resolve, Jake flipped off the zombies with a smirk. You think a bite's gonna kill me? No way. Then he spun and leapt to the rooftop of the building across. I'm not scared. Can't be scared. But as he hung there mid-air, fear exploded out of him. Shit. On this side. Jenna was dazed but kept pace with the others, glancing back up at the roof. The group ahead kept urging each other on. Everyone down there holding up okay? Yeah, no problem. Jenna, come on. Jenna stayed glued to the scene, silently begging, Jake, just survive. Please. Jake landed on the edge of the opposite rooftop but couldn't keep his balance, tumbling onto a pile of tables and chairs, then crashing hard on the floor. He curled up, groaning, then slowly pushed himself up, trembling as he muttered, Man, that took a toll, but I'm still alive, thank God. Looking at his twisted ankle, he grimaced. Ow, must have landed wrong. Suddenly, laughter rang out, making Jake tense up and snap his head around. The guy with the face mask strolled over cool as hell, grinning. Can't catch you alive, so you want to wipe us out. Then why'd you come crawling right to me? Talk about lucky, huh? Josh backed away, shaking. Wait, is that for real? So, who the hell are you guys? Face mask dude snarled. You're part of that Gunja crew, right? Josh was all flustered. Hold up, wait. But before he could finish, a hard kick slammed into his gut. Masked dude kept grilling him. I saw you rolling with the Gunja bunch earlier. Where are they now? Josh clutched his stomach, groaning. Why'd you hit my injury spot? But before he could say more, the masked guy pulled out a radio and reported, This is the Cold Patrol team. Got one going with the Gunja gang. Command says they're on their way here. He answered obediently. Yeah, I'm keeping him here to squeeze info out. Josh finally snapped back to reality, gritting his teeth and glaring up at him. Wait, hold on. But the masked guy didn't care. He just stomped down with a boot, then the screams started, loud and relentless. Meanwhile, over at the bar, Jenna's crew was hiding out, trying to stay safe. Ben shouted out to Obi and June, tense as hell. No one around outside, right? All clear. Obi grabbed the radio, a voice coming through. This is Kim East. I just got in front of that building. Obi shot back. Got it. I'll head out front now. He tucked the radio away. Turning to the group, he said, Man, lucky break. The guys on my end just arrived. We're close. Before he could say more, Jenna cut in. I'm staying here. You guys go on ahead. Obi was shocked. What? No way. If Minan's not coming, we're meeting at the Gunja safe house like we said, right? This place is too dangerous. Head there now. But Jenna stood firm. You're really gonna leave Minjun behind? We still gotta find Kang Hakon. I'm not moving unless we find them. Ben struggled to persuade her. What if they get found first and Minan and Hound go to the safe house alone? Aunt Joan agreed. Yeah, for real. Jenna, even if we find them, we should hit the safe house first. Ask for backup, then search. Staying here is way too risky. The safe house is just about a mile away. If Minjun and Hound are okay, we'll catch up soon. Everyone was trying to convince Jenna, but she stayed silent. The bar doors shut again. Down the hall toward the emergency exit, Obi's group headed to the backup vehicle. Upstairs, the masked guy glanced around, muttering, saw the gun crew in camo. Are there soldiers mixed in? No wonder the guy who bailed from the ambulance had a K2 way more firepower. We're screwed. Josh winced, hearing that, quickly trying to explain. We're not with those guys, seriously. But the masked guy didn't buy it. It's too easy to lie with words. Josh kept trying to clear things up. We just bumped into them on the road. Not sure if they're really Gunja. The masked guy laughed. Doesn't look like it's your first time meeting. Talking like old pals but won't convince me. Josh shivered and switched the subject. More importantly, the building next door was on fire. Better get out fast. Kali, the guy said. Relax. The fire won't spread here easily. I'm meeting up with your pursuers here soon. If they're still alive, they should get here by midnight. If not, they're dead, and you're next. You'll be begging them to show up. Mid-sentence, he froze, staring at himself like he couldn't believe it. What's wrong? Dude, what's up with you? Don't tell me you're infected. Josh freaked, not daring to look at his own body, confused. What the heck? Right now, the masked guy started panicking, non-stop questioning. Damn it, you're infected. No way around it, you're dead meat, right? When did Josh get infected anyway? Josh whispered weakly, I'm not infected. But the masked guy doubted it. Hesitating, he aimed his gun at Josh. Maybe you should turn zombie, then we can mess with you. Hell, just end it now. Josh screamed out in panic, wait. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. The masked man went silent, peeking out. He muttered under his breath, Mount Dorbong. Silence followed for a few seconds. He said again, Mount Dorbong. Josh wondered inside. Mount Dorbong? Is that a signal? Right then, a voice came from outside. Jang heard it, and the masked guy let out a relieved sigh. Damn, it's you? Glad you're back. He opened the door, happy to see him safe, but outside was Hun, pointing a gun right at his head. Before he could say a word, a headshot blew him away. The noise had Josh inside freaking out, eyes wide open. Hakon slowly walked in, disbelief clear in his voice. Can't believe it's you, Kang Hakon. Josh, so glad you're safe. Han answered like usual. I was just in the building next door. Josh bombarded him with questions. What, you say next door? What the hell happened? Han finally explained. I went after that guy to get info, so I'm late. Josh slumped, complaining, dude, you're crazy good. Not even a high schooler, more like a special ops. Hakon shot back with a loud laugh. Why? You think I'm a spy or something? Gotta take risks to survive. What about Jenna and the others? Josh said. Someone looked through the window and saw them being taken toward the Gunja safe house. Hakon was skeptical. Can you really trust the Gunja folks? Josh filled him in. You know Ben and Obi, right? My schoolmates. They were seen there, so I think it's legit. Plus, there were some soldiers with them, all decked out in gear. Kang immediately suggested we get out of here. But Dongmin's legs were messed up and he couldn't walk, so he had to lean on Kang for support. He felt kind of bad, like, sorry about this. After jumping off that neighboring rooftop, I think I hurt my leg. Kang freaked out and asked, you can still walk if I help, right? Dongmin nodded quietly. They strolled out, chatting like it was no big deal. I found your glasses up on the rooftop. Dongmin said, teasing. You always seem to find my stuff, huh? The sky was slipping into dusk. Dongmin was curious but also quiet. Then he dropped a bomb. But I think my symptoms are coming back. If I head to the Gunja underground bunker now, would that count as being infected? Kang wasn't sure but figured those people might show up again. Better if we just stick close to Gunja first. Dongmin hesitated. So who are those guys, really? Kang stayed silent, remembering when they caught that dude who was so beaten up he could barely move, but still trembled as he spilled. I told you everything I know. The gathering spots, the passwords. We keep moving, so nothing's set in stone yet. We're around Junang Creek for now. But by tomorrow, they'll probably be somewhere else. We're just regular folks from the province. Kang cut him off fast. Uh-huh, sure you are. Regular folks? Yesterday, one of my guys got stabbed by some thug. The cut wasn't deep, but the knife was covered in infected blood. And guess what? That guy ended up infected. Before turning, he told us if a cure ever showed up, to find him. Honestly, I think that's wishful thinking, don't you? I've used that very knife myself to take down a few infected while we were running, Kang said. The blade is still soaked in their blood. If I stabbed you with it, you'd turn too. Right? I'm not trying to kill you, just want to run a little test. Like, how exactly does the infected blood spread? Through what route? Hearing that, the guy started shaking and finally spilled the truth. We came from a jail in Yeoncheon County. Suddenly, the infected appeared there, and the place went crazy. A bunch of inmates, me included, escaped during the chaos. Some others I met at the prison heard the mess and came here, but hold up. Kang abruptly cut him off. You're just a bunch of criminals sneaking onto vehicles during the chaos to rob banks or malls, right? The guy panicked and denied it. No, I'm not a bad criminal. Kang wasn't buying it. So, what is a good criminal? Criminals are all the same. Running out of excuses, the guy begged. Please, I'm begging you, don't kill me. Kang lost patience and cocked his gun. How the hell did y'all escape with weapons? What's the deal? Were those weapons found on dead special ops or something? Spill the source. The guy admitted, I didn't grab them myself. They say those weapons were just recovered recently. A few days ago, a helicopter dropped something, and when folks checked the crash site, they found 2 AR rifles and a grenade. Like a supply drop. Kang's eyes went wide, shocked. The guy kept going, 1 rifle's kept by our team leader. Someone else grabbed a gun off a soldier's dead body, plus a few grenades. Most of the rest are melee weapons. I guess it's gear meant for operatives. Back to the present, Kang was walking and said, looks like someone's deliberately dropping weapons somewhere, maybe to control the mess. Could be the government, the U.S., or someone else, I have no clue. Jong Min mulled over supply drop quietly, then lowered his head without saying a word. Suddenly, Kang froze and blurted out, no way. Dong Min looked up, trembling. In front of them lay a big banner sprawled over a pile of bodies with a message sprayed as a warning. A nearby car was burning on the street, and the blood-written words glared ominously. Dong Min hesitated, the Gunja bunker. Are we really here? Kang stopped him instantly. Wait, a person up there. Kang's gaze darted to the rooftop ahead where a soldier was aiming a gun. When they saw the gun pointed down at them, both panicked. What? Run. Before they could move, a gunshot rang out. Jong Min shut his eyes tight, only hearing zombie growls nearby. He glanced over and saw a zombie's head just blown apart, stammering, they're infected. Kang panicked, urging, gunshots mean more zombies are coming. We gotta ditch this spot, now. Dong Min agreed, and they bolted into a narrow alley. After a while, they barely managed to shake off the pursuing zombies. Jong Min freaked out and suggested, Kang, they probably won't go after me. Why don't you go ahead? Kang refused instantly. We're this far already. Let's stick together and find a way into the bunker. But when they reached the end, they hit a fence that freaked them out. Wait, what? A dead end? Don't tell me this is near the bunker entrance. Before they could figure out their next move, more zombies lunged from behind. Kang shoved Jong Min aside and fired to take down the lead attacker. Right then, someone opened a door behind them, shouting, come inside, quick. Jong Min scrambled into the shelter, whispering, thanks. As Kang slipped in, they slammed the door and aimed guns at him. Drop your weapons, hands up. Kang froze, confused. The guy barked, you bastards. Drop your weapons and put your hands up. Besides us, there are others aiming at you from different spots, so don't even think about any funny business. Jake had no choice but to lower his gun. The guy kept grilling him. Where'd you get that gun from? Jake hesitated. We just happened to find it on the way here. You guys came out from the gag gun bunker too, right? My friends should have arrived already. Before he could finish, the guy barked, just answer our questions. Where did you come from? Jake replied, we're just regular high school students, but the guy didn't buy it and kept pressing. Regular students who know how to handle that kind of gun? Don't bullshit me, jerk. Jake tried to explain. A few days ago, there was a shooting. Those guys got stopped from coming in, and there was a fight. We were chased down by those same guys. The dude suddenly shouted, accusing, you scumbags are working with them. Huh. How do you know so much? His buddy stepped in. Hey, cut it out, they're not with those guys. Then he turned to calm the two of them down. That was the first time we had to fight armed outsiders, so we've been super cautious ever since. We're not reckless killers, we have to follow protocol. Hope you understand. First, you gotta head to the isolation building for testing. Neither of you got bitten, right? Jong Min noticed the vein on his hand fading and quietly felt relieved. Thank God the symptoms were disappearing. Still, testing was risky. Hesitantly, he replied. Baeon and Obeon Jun are friends of mine. Our group probably arrived here earlier with them. I want to see them before testing. Can you call them on the radio? The guy with the gun quickly turned and asked, can you meet anyone before testing? The guy in the cap said cautiously, those patrol guys are out today, probably no problem. Then he grabbed the radio and spoke into the West Gate 3, where 2 unidentified people were held. They claimed to be friends of Beast Sun Ho Ho and Obeon. Check if those 2 have arrived yet. The response came back. After wrapping up, the guy told John and Jake to wait. Someone would get back to them soon. John fell silent, waiting. As dusk fell, the radio crackled again. Situation Control reported that Byun Ho had returned, but Obeon Jun hadn't, with 2 more survivors, a woman and a little boy. John was surprised, thinking, still not back. His brain confirmed what he heard, and he shouted inwardly, what's that about? Their people have to be here already. Our whole crew was in one vehicle. Among the survivors, there were supposed to be 2 women, right? The radio operator answered. According to the scene report, one surviving woman insisted on staying back to look for her friend. Oh Byung-jun stayed with her. For now, get them to the isolation place first. The guy in the hat acknowledged the order promptly. John hurried to ask, wait, is the woman staying back her name Han Jenna? Kyle confirmed. Definitely Jenna. No one else is looking for us but her. Looks like Obi-jun is with Jenna already. The gunman ordered. All right, put your hands down. John had no mood left. He cursed silently. Slowly standing, he asked, permission to leave? I think I gotta go back. That person staying is our friend. The guy in the cap calmly reassured him. Really? Then you don't have to go anywhere. We'll have someone escort them back, so chill out. Besides, it's dark now, really dangerous. By our rules, no one leaves the zone after 6 p.m., except patrol teams. You can't just walk out whenever you want. Head to the hospital in the isolation building, get tested, check your health, and handle other formalities. Your buddy Byun-ho will be there too, so meet up with him. Jake reached out to support him, but John shook his head, dazed. I'm fine. I can walk. As he stepped inside, he asked, what about the two from my group who came here earlier? The guy in the cap answered, a woman and a kid, right? They're definitely in the isolation room. Jake looked around curious. This place is pretty big. Huh? The guy eagerly explained, stretching his arm from the main hall. Because of the large number of survivors, we built the Gagan bunker. Then, with more lost soldiers showing up among the survivors, we took over the nearby buildings. The whole area now spans a few hundred meters around the Gagunja Center. This outer gate we're standing at is the bunker zone. We put up barricades to keep it secure. Jake pointed in one direction, asking, seeing this sign, does that mean there are infected people in this area? The guy with the cap explained, we haven't cleared all the buildings yet, so infected folks are still holed up in the other buildings. See that office building over there? We're trying to take that one too. It's tough to get everyone out. The infected are inside, but if we secure a few safe floors, that gives us space for more survivors. Jake smiled and asked, nice. When did you guys start all this? Unlike him, John looked like he was about to face the firing squad. Face gloomy, mentally only thinking, testing makes me nervous. At the same time, Jenna's old building was engulfed in thick smoke. Determined, Jenna climbed to the roof, spotting the nail-studded bat on the floor, instantly recognizing it as John's. So if he jumped down here from the other building, he must be alive. The smoke carried the faint scent of John. But why did he leave the bat behind? Forget it. Before she could think more, Oh Byung-jun walked over, urging, hey, the fire might spread to this building. We gotta get out now. Before he finished, Jenna sprang up yelling, yo fatso, I told you to leave me alone. Why'd you come back? I said I can find them on my own. Since when have you guys been working here? Unlike him, Ryan looked like he was about to face execution, totally stressed out with just two thoughts racing through his mind, test results. Man, I'm freaking out. Meanwhile, over at Jessica's spot, the building she used to stay in was billowing smoke. Jessica was determined to check the rooftop, and when she saw a spiked bat lying on the floor, she instantly recognized Ryan's bat. So he must have jumped from that building, which means he's definitely still alive. The smoke masked Ryan's scent a bit, but why did he leave his bat behind? Did he forget it? Before she could figure it out, Owen came over to hurry her along. Hey, that fire could spread here real quick. Better get out now. Before he finished, Jessica shot up and yelled, hey, dude, I told you to leave me alone. Why are you coming back? I said I can find them on my own. Obi was freaking out, totally lost for words, but I couldn't just leave him behind. Plus, I just snagged a gun, so don't stress. Janice snapped, turning back with a sharp glare. For real? Worried. Do you even know how to use that thing? That hit Obi even harder, making him more awkward. Well, I practiced shooting a few times. Janice stayed icy, firing back. Oh yeah? Then why are you so shook? Outside Minin and Kang Hakon, I don't need anyone. I can handle myself. Obi ran out of comebacks on her, cursing in his head. Damn, she still hates me like always. Does Han Jenna even like Minon? What's up with these two? Suddenly, Jenna's tone softened. Okay, even if you're a total loser, thanks for watching out for me. Obi's face flushed bright red, completely shocked, his ego shouting inside. Wait, did Hangina just thank me? She's totally into me. Then Jenna slapped down that dream with a smirk. You really think I meant that, loser? I know you're just causing drama to get some alone time with me, right? Obi was caught off guard. No way. Jenna sighed. Seriously, I gave you one good line and you lost it. Still, having someone like you around isn't so bad. I hate being alone. Obi was spinning, emotions all over the place. This crazy girl knows I'm a loser who can't say no to chicks, and she's playing me hard. Suddenly, Senna froze mid-step. Outside the door, slow footsteps echoed. Both of them broke out in sweat. Obi whispered, Han's sneaking up. The footsteps grew louder. They gripped their weapons tight and pressed against the wall by the guard room. Jaina was confused inside. Jiang Minan or Kang Han? If it's not them, the strange noises kept coming slowly, making both hold their breath waiting. Back at the shelter by the subway station, night had fallen, but the lights were still on. Dong Minan scanned the area, amazed. Even this quarantine building had lights. It felt so peaceful. My mom should be safe here, for sure. Just then, Bi Sun Ho ran up, shouting, Jiang Minan. Jiang Minan was stunned. Bi Sun Ho, you sent people, right? Bi Sun Ho hesitated. Yeah, we sent someone back there, but no contact with Obi still. Jiang Minan froze, couldn't believe it. What? On Jenna's side, the rooftop was empty now. On the ground, Obi's walkie-talkie crackled with steady calls. He tried to answer as darkness deepened and the sun sank behind the building. Inside quarantine room 2, Dong Minan's voice rose. Please let me go. I'm telling you I gotta find my friend. A guy wearing a cap snapped back angrily. You two already lost contact, that was dumb. It's way too dark outside, super dangerous. If you want to die, go ahead. Another standing nearby added, if they want to die, let them. They just got here, they ain't really one of us. If zombies get them, their problem. This cap guy was Hao Hain, 28, a former South Korean sergeant, stubborn as hell trying to warn them. Too bad. Out of everyone who made it here alive, he was the first to decide to take off on day one. Suddenly, Kang Chun shouted, Jiang Minan, going out now is crazy, wait till morning. Plus, your leg's messed up. But Jiang made up his mind, firm as ever. Then Kang, you stay here. I'm going after Jenna and Obi. Aren't you the one saying survival means no risking yourself for others, that you'd never gamble your life? I don't think that rule holds anymore. Had-in tried to talk him down but gave up. Some folks will come by at dawn. If you're dead set on going, fine. We won't stop you and we'll loan you some gear to go out the west gate, it's the safest way. Han hesitated behind them, then called out to Jiang with a shaky voice. As Ha-in's careful instructions poured in, your leg's injured. We'll get you an electric cart fully charged, so no worries about running out mid-trip. You know it's dumb using a gas-powered ride at night like this, but electric's way better than walking, and here's the gear. Jiang said straight up, I'll carry it in my bag. Seeing Jiang's determination, Kang got thoughtful for a sec. Right before Dong Minan stepped out, he shouted, Jiang, we're going together. Let me come, I want to grab my gun. Dong looked at Kang, shocked. The soldier didn't argue, just urged them on. Go. It's getting darker and those zombies out there are growling. Ha-in led them to the safe exit, not forgetting to tell them, head out, turn right, then left, and keep going. But that area is packed with infected. We'll shoot to lure them away. Here, take this. If you've handled a gun before, you can use this. That's all we can do. Dong Minan gave a grateful look. Thanks. Ha raised his walkie-talkie, ready to shoot instantly. Rapid gunfire cracked. Zombies swarmed outside, running off in one direction. Ha called out, they're moving that way, go. The shelter door opened. Jiang Yin and Kang wheeled out the cart. Let's roll. Inside, the escorting soldier voiced his doubt. Getting a gun isn't easy. You really want to give it to him, he might not come back. But Ha-in firmly replied, whoever he's looking for has got to be family or someone important. At that moment, in a brightly lit room, Jenna was shoved hard against the floor. She spun around, panic flooding her face, only to see a few prisoners grinning like they owned the place. That person must mean the world to her, like family or a partner. At that same moment, in a lit-up room, Jessica got shoved down hard. Panicked, she spun around to see some prisoners grinning like maniacs, chuckling darkly. 2 of those idiots are dead, but I never figured there'd be a girl around here. Escaping those 2 losers was lucky enough. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind them. Pretty chill. The prisoners turned around to see a muscular guy fresh out of the shower, clearly not pleased, asking, Diho, you, the first one here? He didn't get what first meant, retorting, step aside. Then he walked over, sat down across from Jenna, lifted her chin with his hand, and slowly sized her up. Not bad. How old are you? Jenna was caught off guard for a moment, then coldly turned her gaze away. Diho's eyes narrowed, his voice ice cold. You guys better not do anything dumb to her. She's way too young. The prisoners behind him fell silent for a moment, then the leader burst out laughing. Dude, the apocalypse is here, and you still talking about justice? Where the hell do you get that nonsense? Drop the morals. Who cares how old she is? As long as he's 34 years old. The big charges were straight-up gangster boss stuff. Illegal fights, drugs, weapons, murder, robbery, serious accidents, extortion, kidnapping, and so on. The guy next to him quickly tried to calm things down. Man, are you nuts? That was Joe Ma Sang-cheon, 30 years old, serving 12 years for violence and robbery. Joe shot a glare at Tex for trying to scare everyone. You know why I'm behind bars, right? Shut up. If you don't want me to kill you, Tex snapped, silencing Joe. Apologetic but still pissed inside. Damn it. Then Joe turned his attention to Obi-Young-jun, telling him to kill that pig over there. Use the girl as bait. Obi-Young-jun froze, yelling, hold up, wait a sec. Joe didn't care. If we pull this off right, we take over Gunja Station. It's huge, loaded with food and weapons. Jenna wasn't quiet anymore either, yelling, wait, you're gonna kill my friend? Please, spare him. I'll do whatever you want. Obi-Young blushed again, thoughts racing wild. Jenna just called me friend. And now he's begging for me? Someone begging like that. It's not normal feelings. Clearly, he likes me, there's no mistake. If we both survive, maybe he'll confess. Jenna kept pleading over there. He might be a loser, but being a loser isn't a crime. Yeah, there's tons of losers out there, just like him. But he's my best friend's buddy. If he dies, my friend's gonna be crushed. Just as Obi-Young started to hope, his spirits got crushed again, cursing inside. Damn it, came all this way just to get insulted too. Screw it, can that guy just die already? Tex suddenly broke his silence with a suggestion. Right, D-ho, killing that pig's a waste. Maybe it's got some use. Or maybe we can mess around with it before killing. Heh. Obi-Young-jun felt a bad vibe. Mess around with me? Joe didn't care, turning to Jenna. Hey, you ever kill a zombie before? Jenna stayed silent. D-ho pressed on, so how are you gonna survive? Jenna kept quiet. Dio thought for a moment, then decided to throw her in. Start now. Tex couldn't process it, and seconds later blurted out, what? Seriously? Dude, catching a girl like that is tough. Isn't it a waste? Ma Sang-cheon hurried to advise. Forget it. Man, sounds fun. Hey, get ready. Yeah. Jenna's eyes went wide, trembling as she asked, wait, what are you going to do? Tex laughed, just like expected. Joe was ruthless. Ha ha. Thought they'd cut her some slack, 'cause she's a girl, guess I was wrong. D-ho handed her a fork, telling her she had to defend herself or end up like those losers, then shoved the fork into her hand with a poker face, saying, no big deal, don't stress it. Point it at their faces and stab. Think of them like objects attacking you. Feel the fight or flight rage pumping through you. Go crazy on them, like a madman. Jenna was totally lost. Hold up, what do you mean? Dio concluded. She had to be ready for anything to survive. Simple, right? He was Song Joe, 26, death row prisoner. Moments later, the blood-smeared steel door slammed open. Jenna got thrown inside. Couldn't believe it, standing up and scanning her surroundings. What the hell? The room was eerily quiet. After a while, zombie sounds echoed from outside. Jenna froze like a statue, slowly figuring it out. Don't tell me. Right after, the door got kicked open. A zombie got shoved inside by the prisoners. Joe stood calmly at the door, saying, we made the fight easier. We chopped off its hands, so you can handle it, right? To survive in this fragile body in this world, you gotta go insane, stay alive. After saying this, he turned and walked away, slamming the door, leaving Jenna wide-eyed and terrified, clutching the fork. How am I supposed to do this? No, I can't. But before she could brace herself, the zombie lunged to attack. Jenna instinctively ducked. The zombie slammed its head into the wall, howling. Jenna stood frozen, unbelieving what she saw. She scrambled to the door, desperately yanking the handle. No luck, so she started pounding and begging. Please don't. I can't do this. Please. Open up. But outside was eerily silent again. The zombie lunged at her once more, biting. Jenna was scared stiff, eyes shut tight, standing still and taking it. The fork Joe gave her slipped to the floor. The zombie got crazier, mouth wide open, screaming. Jenna had no choice but to let it push against the door, praying silently. Please, someone, anyone. Just then, a hand grabbed the zombie's neck, yanking it back and throwing it against the opposite wall. The scene switched so fast, Jenna's eyes bulged in fear. The other prisoners grumbled annoyed. What the hell's going on? Why help her? D-ho? What gives? You bored already if that girl dies too quick? Joe casually picked up the fork off the ground and repeated, didn't I say? To survive, kid, you gotta lose your damn mind a little. Before Jenna could even react, Jay slid around behind her and shoved the fork back into her hand. His voice was steady right by her ear. Just this once, I got you. Hold it like this. Jenna's voice trembled as she pleaded. Wait, but we don't have time with that zombie coming. It lunged straight at them. Jay stretched out his arm, grabbed the creature by the neck, and slammed it against the wall. Jenna stammered. What the hell are you doing? Dio replied coldly. It's all for your own good. Feel it. Really feel what I mean. When I say to survive, you gotta be half crazy. Then he grabbed her hand and lifted it. She freaked out. Hold on. Jay didn't care. Jenna shut her eyes tight and stabbed forward. A scream echoed, then the zombie went silent. Blood splattered all over Jay's face, and the creature dropped dead. The fork slipped from Jenna's hand too. Like always, Joe preached. If you want to be sure it's dead, you gotta go this far. Jenna was shaken and sank to the floor. Jay patted her shoulder to calm her down. First time scary and shocking, that's normal. People change over time. It's all for you, so chill out. You gotta be able to do this on your own. Even when I'm not here, until you can kill it yourself, we'll keep practicing. Take a 30-minute break, then we start again. Okay, got it? After saying this, Joe turned and left, Jenna sitting there alone. Meanwhile, over by that building where Jong Min-jun's crew was, the quiet street suddenly filled with the noise of vehicles. Jong and Kang raced ahead on electric bikes. Seconds later, a pack of crazed zombies chased after them. Kang looked calm and asked, "You sure you said near the Gajian station?" Jong confirmed. "Yeah, definitely." After that, he got quiet, worried. Remembering when they got caught before, the masked guy reported over the radio. "We're still at the building next to the main square. Got a Gunja survivor in custody." The other side immediately replied, "We're about 1 to 2 miles from Gajian station. We picked this spot to hide." The masked guy urged, "Please hurry, boss. I'm hiding because Gunja's on the hunt." The radio calm downplayed it. "I'll get there soon." The masked guy still sounded uneasy. "To be safe, give me the exact hideout location so if anything goes sideways or we get separated, I can head straight there." Then came a sharp response, "Hey dumbass, what if you blow our spot? You ready to take that risk? It's near Gajian station, but I can't give the exact location. Just 3 of us, including me, will be there. Just drive." The masked guy wasn't happy. Being an adult guy acting like a lackey for Jew wasn't cool. He could have just been straight with me when I asked. Thinking this, he pressed. "Gajian station is online too, right? Is it okay if we don't go straight there?" Kang suggested, swinging by the last building first. Oh Byung-jun's last radio signal came from the rooftop next door, so maybe he's still not caught. Just then, Jong looked at the building in front of them doubtfully. "Huh, the fire's bigger now." Dong Min was a little worried. "You good?" Kang reassured. "It hasn't spread to the next building yet. Let's hurry." The two switched their route and took off. After a bit, a faint light flickered inside the dark stairwell. Jong, carrying the flashlight, sighed with relief. Thank God, at least this area is still safe. Suddenly, they spotted someone slumped over at the stairwell's corner. Getting closer, Kang scanned him and said, "Judging by that armband, looks like one of the Gunja survivors." Jong couldn't believe it and yelled, "No way." Kang looked around and quickly spotted bullet casings scattered on the stairs, picked one up. "You think those are bullet shells? They use the same rifles as us, so definitely those guys." Jong was skeptical. "How do you know?" Kang explained. "Where the casings landed tells the story. They were ambushed before they could shoot back and had their weapons taken. The gun I'm holding belonged to a guy I killed who said they have another identical rifle." Hearing this, Jong worried even more. What if Jenna and Bong Joon got caught too? Kang didn't answer and went ahead. After a moment, they reached the rooftop, found Obi-jun's radio quickly. Obi-jun held it up, surprised. "This radio's Bong Joon's." Kang glanced around and said, "No bodies, just dropped stuff means they were probably captured." Kang radioed back in. "This is Kang Hakon. We made it to the rooftop and found 2 dead in the stairwell but no sign of Obi-jun or the female teammate. Still, we found Obi-jun's radio, now heading straight for Jeond." There was a brief pause before the reply came through. "Copy that. Be careful." Dong Min quietly glanced at Kang. After more time, they kept moving. Seeing zombies from afar, Dong Min asked, "That's the spot?" "The alley next to Jeond exit," Kang suggested. "From here on out, we gotta keep it quiet." Jong lowered his voice. "All right, there are dozens of buildings in this alley. How do we know which one's right?" Kang shrugged. "No clue." Suddenly, Kang spotted a dude sitting on a second-floor porch nearby. The guy was totally relaxed, laying his gun on his lap and smoking while grumbling nonstop. "This place is full of infected losers. Gunja can't even find their way here. So why bother watching? That Jew kid's younger than me but acts like he's the boss. Why am I stuck doing this dumb crap anyway?" This dude's Mike Sanders, 27 years old, locked up for 6 years for assault and theft. He was dealing drugs when a flashlight suddenly blasted right in his face, catching him off guard and making him shut his eyes fast. Regaining his senses, Mike instantly pulled out a gun, pointing it and yelling, "Yo, who the hell are you?" Before he could finish, Jason Roberts appeared like a shadow behind him, pressing a blade to his neck. "That's exactly the question I was going to ask." Mike froze, disbelief written all over him. "What?" Jason snapped coldly. "You're an escaped convict," Mike stammered. "Wait, who the hell are you?" Jason, emotionless, ordered, "Just answer how many people you got with you inside. I'll count down 3, 2, 1. Mike was sweating bullets, cursing his luck. Jason then pressed the blade lightly, making Mike scream in agony. After a brutal questioning session, Jason's voice came through. Hurry up, Mike. Min. Get inside fast, we're running out of time. That's when John Myers appeared, nodding along. Yeah. The two then walked into the building Jake had taken over. Creeping slowly up the stairs, Jason went ahead, staying on alert, signaling the way silently. He ducked behind the wall's edge, poking his head out to check. This oddly quiet scene made him uneasy. An elevator door was wide open. Jason peeked down and saw light spilling out. He heard noises from the basement, and down there, hallways showed signs of a fight. Inside a room, Ty Walker was nervously replying, I swear, I don't know anything. I just got here. The prisoners weren't buying it, still acting dumb, huh? You punk, you want me to cut a finger to remind you. The guy talking was Danny Hughes, 30 years old, ex-special forces with 5 assault convictions, attempted murder too. Mark Johnson stood to the side, listening, then suddenly spun around to peer down the hall. He stepped out cautiously but saw nothing unusual. From the elevator, a faint sound echoed again, as Jason and John shone their flashlights up near the elevator entrance. Jason grabbed his walkie and reported, this is the bar building in that alley near Gate 1 at Guadalupe Station. Looks like they've found the hideout of the escapees. After hearing back, Jason said, all right, I'm heading in. You coordinate outside. I'm going down first, so don't come down until I give the word. John nervously warned, be careful. The basement is still dangerous. They dragged in another zombie. Joe pushed it into Jenna's room and kindly asked, you think you can handle it this time? Jenna wept, begging, please, why are you doing this to me? But no reply. The zombie was shoved to the floor. Jenna weakly pleaded, please let me go. Joe, stone-faced, said, I'm not hurting you here. I'm doing this because you're special, so step it up this time. Watching the zombie get back up again, Jenna stepped back on her own. Please. Joe didn't bother locking the door. Inside came screams from the zombie and Jenna. Dean was tense, listening closely to the noise when suddenly he's wide-eyed, spinning toward the stairs down. Jason leapt down and climbed on a nearby crate to check below. No one there. He landed quietly, eyes sharp outside. By chance, Mark Johnson walked by, his head full of questions, having just heard noises from the elevator. Their eyes locked immediately. Mark didn't have time to react and stammered, who's there? Without a word, Jason fired his gun into Mark's leg. The scream was loud, grabbing the attention of the prisoners. They all looked outside. What's that noise? Danny peeked out and saw Mark curled up, groaning on the floor. Danny stayed hidden in a corner with Jason pointing a gun, threatening him. Shut up or you're dead. Once Mark was under control, Jason finally exhaled. Even if it was him, he'd never been in the military, never learned close-quarter combat. He wasn't sure if this mission was the right call. From the guy he interrogated, there were supposedly 7 people total then. Counting the kidnappers inside and the guards outside, 3 had died. Excluding the hostage, there were at least 3 left inside. This guy had an AR rifle and grenades too. If they already took out the guy at Gunja Station and grabbed another rifle, at least 2 were armed with rifles now. Using this guy as bait to lure Jenna and Obi out was the smartest move. On the other side, Danny checked once more and reported. Mark was wounded by gunfire. The Gunja Station guy must be the one with the rifle. Dean flinched. What? Both got ready with their gear. Damn it, give me a gun. Hand it over. I'm done arguing, Danny declared. I've been special forces, after all. Outside, Jason hid behind a wall, shouting loud, we're here for 2 from your group. Are they inside? Silence for a few seconds. Jason called out louder, Obi, Jun, if you're in there, answer me. Obi finally groaned and yelled back, yeah, we're here. Me and Hannah. Dean gave them a glare. Shut up, you damn fool. Then punched Obi to silence him. Upstairs by the elevator, John listened and recognized Obi's voice. Looks like Jenna and Obi were still alive and kicking. Danny popped his head out, yelling, who the hell are you guys? What's your plan now? Jason stayed quiet a beat, then fired back loud. I'm Jake Hansen from the UDT, rolling in from Chicago. There's dozens of your guys surrounding this building, and we're ready to shut you down by force. Inside, there are 3 armed dudes, right? The tech's crew was sweating bullets, tension written all over their faces. UDT, Special Forces, damn, we're done for, huh? But Jake stayed cool, pushing back without a wobble, though they didn't look too professional. Maybe UDT's just a bluff. If there were really a bunch of guys breaching, they'd have hit all at once. To me, that guy's probably solo or maybe with 1 or 2 others. Numbers-wise, we're holding our own. Still, the tech squad couldn't keep their cool. Damn, that guy even knows how many of us there are. Jake ignored Ben's analysis, reckoning that whoever snuck in took a crazy risk shooting right away, so they're either tough as nails, a reckless lunatic, or some wannabe pro acting sloppy. One of those for sure. Seeing no response from inside made Ben even more eager. Come on, make your move with me. Right now, your buddy's in my sights, one shot and he's dead. Let him live, and I'll let my two people walk out safe. Jake couldn't make the call alone. What now? The text gang was flipping out. Where's Sam? That girl. In the room. Damn. After a tense pause, the leader gritted his teeth and ordered the grenade toss. Jake couldn't believe what he was hearing and turned around. What? I said, throw the grenade. The text boss repeated loudly. Damn. Jake hesitated. But what about Mason? The leader cursed and snapped. That loser's just dead weight anyway. I say we throw it. If this is a trap, we're all screwed because of Mason. Mason clenched his teeth, furious. Grenades? Damn. Pressured by life and death, Mason begged, please, have mercy. Man, please just let them go. Dio, help me out here. Suddenly, footsteps echoed, startling everyone. Stepping in without a hint of fear came Dio, flip-flops, slapping the floor, carrying an AK, clearly annoyed. Seriously, all this dragging out dumb stuff. The scene caught everyone off guard. Wait, what? He's coming this way? Mason wanted to back off, terrified, but Dio kept his face cold and leveled the gun at Mason's head, stating, Survival rule number 1, if your selfish crap puts your teammates in danger, you might as well drop dead. No sooner said than done, he shot Mason dead. Jake didn't expect such ruthless cold-bloodedness and quickly aimed outside. But Dio closed in fast, yanked the gun away, and shoved Jake back with a sharp jab to the chin. Jake flew backward. Jiao heard the noise, spun around, and saw Minun bursting from the elevator, gun drawn. But he showed zero fear pointing his weapon. On the other side, Jong Minjun hesitated. Han, Hanzana, and Obyung, let them go. Jaya repeated in surprise, Hanana. So that girl is Hanana. He lowered his gun and ordered, don't shoot Jun. Then asked, can I just let that chubby guy go? Except Hanana, I feel like she's special, even though we just met. Dong Minun silently sweated, unsure. Summoning guts, he yelled again. Let Rena go before I start shooting. Jao shrugged, casually commenting that he seriously seemed ready to pull the trigger. Hanana must be the trigger, making him lose it. You guys got some history or what? Before Minun could reply, voices echoed from the elevator. Looks like reinforcements are coming. The 4 others moved behind the building to flank. Dio's face paled a bit. What? No way. Reinforcements for real? Even if you shoot me now, my guys aiming at you will shoot back. Looks like we're losing this, huh? Better lower your gun. Jongan Jun snapped. Shut up, shut up. Jaya was done messing around, coldly turning away. Do whatever you want. I'm out. You don't got time to mess around. Go check on Hannah now, Minun said confusedly. What? Jaya replied. She's alone in the room with that zombie. That line made Minun's eyes go wide. What the hell do you all plan to do with Jen? But Gio didn't care and just walked off. Catch you later if we get the chance. Kwok Tich, ready with gear, urged. Gio, hurry up. Jong Bin Jun ignored everyone and rushed inside, instantly hearing Obyung's urgent questions. Obyung? Is Gina here? Jen. Obyung was thrilled. Jong Min Jun, you came to save me? Not here. Different room. Hearing this, Minun dropped everything and bolted. Obyung fumed. Those bastards. Those two are definitely in love. Meanwhile, inside, Minun ran down the hall yelling, opening every door. Jenna sat frozen in front of the motionless zombie. Hearing him, she stiffened but moved. The sight had Minun seriously worried. Gina, you okay? The moment she saw him, she threw herself at him, clinging so tightly it pinned him down. Tears streamed, sobs shaking the room. He was stunned, unsure how to react, but shakily rubbed her head. It's all right. You don't have to be scared anymore. Still, Jenna's cries kept echoing relentlessly. On the other side, the fight had stopped. Hadoing grabbed the radio, voice crackling. I tracked him for about 300 meters but lost the trail. He immediately ordered, splitting up is too dangerous. Everyone, fall back and regroup at Gunja Station. The person on the other end acknowledged quickly, following instructions to the letter. He ran from door to door, banging each open, shouting in a panic. Jenna sat frozen in front of the motionless zombie. When she heard the noise, her body stiffened but then moved. This scene got Ryan a little worried. Jenna, you okay? As soon as she saw him, Jenna dove in, wrapping him up tight and pinning him down, leaving Ryan frozen in place. Tears kept streaming down her face, her sobs echoing nonstop. He was speechless for a moment, unsure how to react. His hands trembled as he gently rubbed her head to comfort her. It's okay, you don't have to be scared now. But Jenna's crying didn't stop, filling the whole room steadily. Elsewhere, the fight had come to a halt. Hayden grabbed his radio, A voice crackled through. I chased them for about 300 meters but lost their trail. He instantly gave orders, splitting up's too dangerous. Everyone regroup and head back to Gunja Station. The person on the other end confirmed the orders and signed off quickly. Hada-in couldn't hold back and went off on those damn little jerks, then turned to Ha to give some props. You did great. I heard you're still in high school, seriously impressive. Kang Home replied, exhausted. We've taken them down so many times, I'm legit worried they'll come back for revenge. But Hane cut in to calm him down, chill out. Just stay extra alert, that's all. Sure, their numbers are down, but we can't slack off. Where'd you learn to shoot like that? Kang Han looked a bit uneasy. Ah, that, he brushed off, knowing it was a touchy subject. Whatever, it's not like it matters in this apocalypse world. But Kang Hon opened up. I crossed the border as a kid. The first guy I ever shot was some North Korean soldier who kept messing with me. I snatched his gun while he wasn't looking and pulled the trigger. Hane couldn't help but be impressed. Damn, didn't expect that. Kang Han kept going. After I settled in South Korea, once I finished high school, I wanted to join the army just like Sergeant Hane here. A pause filled the room. Then he hesitated and said, Sergeant Hadha-inin, I gotta talk to you about something important just between us. Hearing that, Hane was pretty confused. Later, inside cell 2011, looking at Dong Minen's stomach wound, Hane's voice cracked with disbelief. No way. That wound looks infected. When did this happen? Jong Min-jun started to tell the story hesitantly. Probably over a week ago. I guess I got infected before that. Kang Hun agreed hesitantly, careful not to let this slip. Right? Hadin nodded back. Yeah. For now, it's just us two on this. But I gotta report this to the doc in charge at the evacuation center. I'll handle it, so don't sweat it. Lucky for you, the doc and I go way back. First, let's get you checked out. Jong Minen was stunned at this. Ah, here's your gun back. Nah, I'm good. But Ho Ini shoved it back to him. Yeah, keep it. You don't believe me? Thanks, man. Night was settling in. At the evacuation camp, Dong Minan remembered he needed to get checked and quarantined for a day. Thanks to that, he made it to the Gunja evacuation center alive. But our ultimate goal is the Gangnam evacuation zone, so we can't stay here long. Earlier, Kang Han asked, my little sister and Minan's mom are at the Gangnam Center. Have you heard anything about Gangnam? Sergeant Ho Hain said that about a week ago, through an emergency broadcast, they got some intel on the situation. Word is the Gangnam evacuation zone is legit, real, and the biggest one in Seoul. Of course, besides short-range comms, all other devices are dead, so no one knows what's really happening over there. Hopefully, it's as chill as here. The gist Ho Hain got from the broadcasts is that South Korea is now in the worst shape ever, virus spreading insanely fast, sweeping through the whole peninsula. The central government basically collapsed, from Seoul all the way down to Busan. No city's safe, but multiple evacuation zones, big and small, are still running. Some prisons got sketchy because inmates broke out, but others turned into evacuation spots, totally isolated from the outside. Neighboring countries are rough too. North Korea locked down all borders and seas, but no one knows if the infection is inside. Japan locked down fast after the Korean disaster, and initially, it worked well, but some Japanese and Korean refugees tried sneaking in by boat. A few carried the virus into Japan. Apparently, zombies started popping up there even with tight lockdowns. China flopped on their initial response and became the next zombie hotspot after South Korea. Thailand, Taiwan, and Indonesia have also reported zombies, but the US is on high alert. They locked down military bases in South Korea and embassies like crazy. Nationally, they're evacuating citizens by planes and choppers. Rumor has it some U.S. units stationed in Korea have infections, but the details are murky. With the whole world in chaos, the U.S. is clearly more involved than anyone else, though no one knows what's next. Sergeant Haynes said this zombie disaster wasn't an accident, but a carefully planned bioterror attack. Bioterrorism means intentionally spreading germs, bacteria, viruses, toxins to cause sudden, massive outbreaks. The communications went down entirely in just one day, and zombies popping up inside military units and prisons is way too strange to be a coincidence. Some think North Korea did it, but nothing's confirmed. The leading theory is this Reds game. On disaster day, Reds held a massive offline event, and suddenly zombie-like infections from the game started happening for real. Players like me, Bimun, and Sun Ho believe it too. The idea is someone purposely spread the virus in Korea and dropped weapons and supplies to make the game's survival scenario real. Maybe the developers planned this disaster, or maybe some foreign corporation obsessed with the game masterminded it all. Nobody knows the truth yet, but why Korea? If they wanted to do this, they could have anywhere in the world. One thing's clear, someone's deliberately turning that zombie game into reality. At the same time, over at the hideout of that Hakyeong crew, 20-year-old Emily, Professor Stevens' daughter and a freshman at Jefferson University, broke down crying. Hazoon and John just finished their quarantine safely. Thanks to Sergeant Harris's help, they managed to reunite with the professor's daughter during isolation. But since the professor caught the virus while traveling, I wish he could have made it here. Guess I can't celebrate just yet. Meanwhile, in the quarantine zone, Jenna sat dazed in a corner when a voice called out from behind. "Hey Jenna, you awake now?" John asked anxiously. "You okay?" She stammered without forming full sentences, making him more worried. "Are you really fine? You've been out of it this whole time." Sweating, she replied. "Yeah, I'm all right. Just felt kind of off earlier, but I'm good now." Seeing this, he stayed silent, thinking it made sense like, even if zombies were real, you'd struggle to take one down with just a fork. Remembering that crazy scene, his eyes dropped. She must have been seriously shaken. Suddenly, B-Sun came by shouting, "Jenna, you guys next. Time to move." Before he finished, the Korean student snapped. "Hey, can you stop calling me Jenna? We're not that close," she said. B-Sun was dumbfounded. "Then what? How am I supposed to call you?" "Hey you," Jenna got madder. "Just hearing a dude like you say my name ticks me off enough." He got even more awkward. "No, seriously, don't be like that," he said. Dong Min-jun was sitting nearby and felt a bit nostalgic. Looks like Jenna's back to her usual self. Both Jenna and Kang Hakon tested negative. The only catch is Kang Hakon has a bunch of small injuries, so after quarantine, he still needs to stay at the hospital and take a few weeks off. Later, inside the quarantine room, Jin nervously lifted her bandage to show the doctor her wound. She was tense. Finally, it was her turn. A bit nervous, but all she could do was trust Sergeant Harris and the doctor. The doctor examined her and, to her disbelief, said, "Wait, has it really been over a week already?" "No way," she added. "You seriously haven't had any symptoms?" He honestly answered, "Sometimes my whole body changes color like a zombie, or I'll get a sudden fever that goes away." Hearing that, the doctor wiped her sweat and said, "Honestly, you don't even need tests to know. You've definitely been infected." Her name's Dr. Selena Yoon, 27, an internal medicine intern and Sergeant Harris's girlfriend. John was stunned hearing this. She explained more. "Of course, I'll run blood tests to be sure, but if you haven't had major changes after a day or so, there's a good chance you're immune." He finally relaxed, hearing that. "So, she's saying I'm immune?" Dr. Yoon hesitated a bit. "I'm pretty sure you are. Developing a treatment could be a huge breakthrough." He quickly cut in, "What about me? Am I going to be a guinea pig for the medicine, like in the movies?" She immediately reassured him, "That's just Hollywood stuff. Here in the evacuation zone, we don't have the resources to develop vaccines or treatments. You know how our situation is. Maybe Japan or the U.S. is different, but I've already heard this from my boyfriend, Sergeant Harris. For now, I'll keep your infection a secret." John breathed a sigh of relief. "Thanks, Doc." Yoon added firmly, "But you've got to keep this promise, no matter what." John stiffened. After some clinic talk, he scratched his head and admitted, "I really am infected." Jenna stuttered, "Oh, really? So, that means you're immune, right?" He stayed calm. "The doctor says research will continue." But just then, he suddenly remembered something. "Oh wait, hang on." Seeing her rush off so fast, he got startled. "Whoa." Seconds later, Jenna burst into the patient room yelling, "I've got urgent news." Dr. Yoon looked surprised. "What's going on?" "I have to leave soon. Can we talk tomorrow?" Jenna stammered, desperate. "No way. I need to know right now. It's super important." Hearing that, Yoon stopped packing. After a moment, she sat down, seriousness hitting her face. "All right, spill it." "You said something but then held back." Jenna hesitated, unable to say it. I gotta ask you not to tell John." She avoided eye contact, cheeks flushed. Yoon awkwardly replied, "Okay, shoot. What's up?" Jenna's voice wavered. If he's infected, can he still be, with a girl?" Dr. Yoon's eyes nearly popped out. "What? Be with a girl? What do you mean?" Blushing, Jenna barely spoke clearly. "I mean, if John really caught it, then when it comes to, that stuff with girls, it might not work out." Yoon wasn't following and asked, "Why are you suddenly asking that? Why even bring up such a weird question?" No answer, so she covered her mouth, thinking. "Wait, is Jenna and John, are they dating?" Jenna's face turned bright red as she yelled, "No way, we're not dating. He's like a brother to me. We're just super close, like siblings. Still, if something happens to his ability to be with girls, that's a huge deal. He'd have to live single forever, no touching girls, no kids. Life would be brutal." Suddenly, she jumped up screaming. Dr. Yoon sighed, defeated. "Okay, first, calm down. I get what you're worried about. But let me ask you something. Jenna, would you kiss one of those wandering zombies out there? John's sick, just like them." Not sure if you've heard the explanations I sent him, but he definitely caught it. Until we get a cure, by the rules, he can't get close to anyone. That's exactly what I meant. Yoon Jane frowned, unsure why she suddenly asked that. Why even throw out a dumb question like that? Seeing no answer, she covered her mouth, amazed. Wait, are Jessica and Ryan dating? Jessica blushed bright red and yelled. What? No way. We're not a thing. We're just like siblings, closest family. But seriously, if his body can't handle dating girls, that's a huge deal. He'd be stuck single for life, no touching girls, no kids. Life would be brutal. Suddenly, she jumped up yelling loud. Yoon sighed inside helplessly. All right, first calm down. I get what you're asking, but let me ask you something. Jessica, could you kiss those zombies roaming outside? Ryan's infected just like them. I don't know if you heard the explanation they gave Ryan, but he's definitely infected. So until they figure out a cure, he's banned from any contact, no exceptions. The virus mainly spreads through wounds or blood, but it could also be passed via saliva or other body fluids. Sharing stuff or skin contact definitely carries risks. Still, Minzon's one dangerous character. After a bit, Jenna stepped outside, her mind heavy with Sergeant Ho Hain's orders were keeping things under wraps for now. But the truth is, Minjin can't enter the quarantine zone. Sure, he's not biting anyone right now, but if he gets too close to others or shares food and drinks, it could get risky. We've stressed following those rules strictly. Since he might snap at any moment, we gotta stay on high alert. If he turns into a zombie, he'll have to be taken down immediately. He understands that. When she came out, Jong Minan stood and asked, "What'd you say to him?" She whispered back, "Nothing much, honestly, I kinda stuttered. The doc told me that last time when we ate together, it was a massive risk. Because of me, others could have caught it. So now, whenever I go out, I gotta wear long sleeves. Even though the virus doesn't spread through the air, you still gotta be careful to avoid direct contact. So basically, if you stick with me from now on, you're kinda at risk too. I think hunting for my mom should be something I handle solo, but hey, the choice is yours." Hearing that, Jenna's eyes welled up and she took off running fast. The shock left Dong Min frozen, stunned. Later, inside the quarantine room, Jenna curled up alone. Jong Min opened the door and hesitated. "Hey, are you mad?" "Nah, I mean, you've gone through so much coming with me here, I really appreciate that, but I'm honestly scared. What if you catch it too? It's safer here, plus there's plenty of people. I bet you wouldn't be lonely without me. I say this because I really care about you." Jenna stayed silent inside, thinking. Why is he worrying about that nonsense? After a moment, she spoke up. "Jong Bin, honestly, thinking about my mom in Chicago makes me kinda sad. It's not because of you, so don't stress. And hanging with you isn't really easy either. It's just because I promised to go find your mom with you. I want to keep that promise and stick by your side. Whether I catch it or not, that's my risk to take." Hearing her say that, he stammered. "Oh, sorry." Jenna cut in. "Thanks for coming to find me today. You must be tired. Go get some rest." He nodded and quietly left. The door shut, leaving the room silent. Jenna wrestled with her thoughts. Could I really catch it even inside? Time passed all night. Next morning, at the shelter base, Kang Haken was told he needed almost 5 weeks to heal from his injuries. He struggled over to the dock and asked, "Wait, you're saying I've been in rough shape this whole time?" Worry swirled through him, so before heading to the Gangnam safe zone, he had to stay put here for at least 5 weeks. 5 weeks? You mean I gotta hang here for 5 weeks before entering the Gunja checkpoint? I thought since the army's running it, the rules would be strict, but it's actually pretty chill here, way more laid back than I expected. After a bit, the three gathered. Hedohain introduced, "This is the Gunja checkpoint school commander, Lieutenant Colonel N. Hai-young-ji." Before all this craziness, he led the 82nd Mobile Regiment. Jong Min shyly said, Hey, Colonel An, I'm 50 years old. The former commander of Korea's Army Mobile Regiment 82, now head of the Gunja checkpoint." The colonel smiled warmly. "You've been out there fighting zombies, huh? Make yourself at home here. If you need anything, just say the word." Jong Min recalled, Lieutenant Colonel and Hyung-ji really seemed kind. But rumors said after his wife and kids got attacked by zombies, he hated those things with a passion. He told everyone, "They're infected. Shoot 'em down." Since then, he stopped seeing zombies as people. Orders were shoot on sight, even before the full transformation. So my infection absolutely can't get out. Basunho and Bung Joon know I'm infected. Besides them, Jenna, Kaun, the professor's family, Sergeant Ha, and the doc are the only ones aware. Since I could turn into a zombie anytime, I agreed to be monitored by Sergeant Ha Doha as my condition to live here. Under Sergeant Ha's watch, I stay alone in a room next to his quarters. Kang Hakon and Jenna also live in the same building. Checking out my own space with steady, clean water running, I sighed. They even got drinking water. Lucky me. If nowhere else is safe, this place ain't too bad. If Sergeant Ha's plan to expand the checkpoint works, it'll get better. But to find my mom, I gotta leave eventually. Thinking that made him sad. Recalling Jenna's words from last night, I promised to help find your mom. Then at the professor's place the day before, she said firmly, I'll help you find your mom, no matter what. Remembering that scene, he froze a little. Did I say something unnecessary? Since Jenna's grown closer to me, we're tighter than before, and that makes her important to me. If she got infected or worse because of me, I can't even imagine what that'd be like. Time kept moving into the afternoon. Hua led the crew along to give a quick tour. It all started at Gunja Station platform, but now every building is split up into living zones. With more survivors showing up, they had to expand the area. Inside the zone, the rules are basic, almost like life before the outbreak, calm as hell. That quietness makes it feel even weirder. Dong Minan scanned the room quietly without saying much. Later at dinner, Ho Hain asked, shocked, an underground tunnel. Kang Han nodded. Yeah. And shooting practice, all run super organized. Every dude over 17 has to train for a while, then do patrol or guard duty. Some women volunteer for it too. Suddenly, B. Sun Ho turns and asks, oh yeah, a few of our people from school ended up here too. He looked surprised. For real? He got confirmation just as they spotted them over there. Right then, someone called out, Jenna. She spun around, shocked. Wait, y'all are here. Her two friends freaked. No way. What's going on? Jenna, you're still alive. Turns out she was the fresh survivor who just got in. Remember that day we hung out? On the way home, I almost died. My folks picked me up, but I got trapped here on the way. Dang, so much crazy stuff to catch up on. Dong Minun glanced that way, thinking, these are mostly freshman classmates, and Jenna was tight with all the girls. Suddenly, someone noticed him. You came here with Jenna too? He asked, puzzled. Why? The girl replied, shocked, didn't expect him to roll with her. Jenna laughed and jumped in. Crazy coincidence, I guess. Jong Minun, you know these guys. He hesitated, trying to deflect, but the girls kept bugging him. Yeah, Jenna and Jong Minun are a weird pair for sure. Me? I just think it's crazier that Minun's still breathing. You're ruthless, man. But what about Jenna's parents? She got asked too much and answered awkwardly. Anyway, tons to fill you in on, but let's catch up later. Sure, we hang here in this building. Cool, see you around. Ryan glanced around silently, saying nothing. After a bit, during dinner, Hayden asked, surprised. An underground tunnel? Really? Kang Han confirmed. Yeah. Since all the Han River bridges got shut down, I plan to check out Gangnam via subway line 5 tunnels, which is why I popped up at Gunja Station on line 5. Hadden hung his head low, whispering, of course, we thought about that too, but now? Totally impossible, especially given our current situation in manpower. Unless there's a chopper scoop up, getting to Gangnam right now is next to impossible. Stay here a few days, you'll see. It's tough just figuring out where to go. Come down to Gunja Station, I'll show you what the platform looks like. Kang Han got quiet after that. Time passed after dinner. Inside the base's underground section, Ha Do-han's calm voice echoed. Those fireproof doors they slammed shut, they kept zombies at bay back then. Now the area's off limits except for patrol crews. Early on, quite a few survivors were holed up here, sleeping on floors even. Luckily, there's a convenience store inside, so surviving for a few days wasn't an issue. He paused, then led the two down below. Outside the glass doors, zombies shuffled around. Hadden flashed his flashlight, warning, I've been to Atchison Station. The next stop here, zombies filled the place. Don't know if the platform gates were open or if they crawled out of a train, but somehow, they swarmed in here. The tunnel's lousy with zombies now. It's risky, but I've been meaning to clear a path through Line 5's tunnel under the Han River. But we don't have the manpower yet. We had to pour resources into setting up barbed wire and barricades around the compound to grow the safe zone. Even if we block the tunnel and get through, if the government or districts like Songpa and Gangdong have locked it down on the other side, there's just no way out. Dong Minun tensed up hard hearing that. After thinking, he said, sometimes I get symptoms like I'm infected, but zombies don't attack me then. My body gets messed up enough to collapse any minute, but during that moment, I'm safe, even surrounded by zombies. If those symptoms hit again, let me try crossing that tunnel and see what's on the other side. The dark hallway was dead silent as the four huddled together. Hadden quietly repeated Minun's point. You mean when those infection signs flare up, zombies ignore you? Is that right? How long do those symptoms last? Jong Minun answered. I'd say around 1 to 2, maybe 3 hours. I'm not exactly sure when the symptoms kick in, but during that time, the body gets so drained, it's easy to just drop. Hadden exhaled softly, skeptical but intrigued. If what you say is true, and when those symptoms appear, You sneak through the Han River subway tunnel to check if the other side is sealed off. You'd have to go from Wang Simi Station to Jamsil Station. That's about almost 4 kilometers, pretty far. You gotta go from Wang Naru Station to Chon Lake Station. It's almost 4 kilometers, a pretty long trek. If you count both ways on foot, it'd take about 2 hours. But what if the symptoms fade before then? You just end up getting ripped apart by zombies. That's when Jake threw out an idea. What if we use electric bikes? I bet we could do it in an hour tops. Mike rubbed his chin and nodded. Yeah, we gotta check if the subway tracks and streets are safe for that. But the symptoms timing is unpredictable. That's risky as hell. Plus, our safe zone crew is already stretched thin. Last time, 2 people died. Even if it was because of escaped convicts, they might come back. So right now, we have to stay extra alert. Jake looked at him seriously and asked, why can't I just do it myself? I'm the one carrying the infection anyway, and I might as well be an illegal squatter here. Hearing this, Hannah immediately frowned and objected. No way. You can't be reckless and risk turning someone else into a walker. Jake blinked, confused. Walker? Oh, no, I messed up. I meant overload. If your body can't handle it, you're in danger. Han agreed with Hannah. Yeah, Doc Han's right. Symptoms popping up and how long they last, nobody knows. That's way too risky. Better to monitor things and get the help of our fighters to pave the way. Jake hesitated. A moment later, outside by the iron gate, a guy was posted as a guard. The 4 stepped out together. Suddenly, Hannah stopped dead, eyes wide in shock. Right there, in front of her, was a woman with short hair. She frowned harshly and snarled. What's up, Hannah? Damn, you're still alive? Didn't think you'd make it. Earlier, Hannah's phone showed a call connecting to her stepmom, Chloe Sujin. What the heck? She grabbed onto it like a life raft, blurting, hello. Chloe's voice was sharp and impatient. I'm busy. Hannah quickly filled her in, panic rising. Look, I'm stuck on the emergency stairs of a building near Main Street. Help me out. I called 911 and the cops. Nothing. Instead of helping, Chloe just cussed her out. What kind of crap are you talking about? Handle your own mess. Those words crushed Hannah's spirit. What? Chloe snapped. The whole complex is chaos right now. I'm barely holding on myself. I'm hanging up. Hannah begged. Wait, you've got a car. The FD building with the Pilates studio is close. Come get me. Before she could finish, Chloe cut the call. That cold, endless ringing crushed the faint hope Hannah had left. She stood there silently, disappointment swallowing her whole, snapping back to reality. Her eyes suddenly widened, locking on Chloe's. Jake was the first to notice Hannah's strange reaction. He whispered, Is that someone you know? She bit her lip and answered, Yeah, that's the one I told you about. That B. D ditched me and my dad to chase some damn fame. Hannah's words set Chloe off. She yelled, You think I wanted to leave you? That day the complex was a mess. I almost died. I ran to save my own skin, and now you're painting me as the villain? A man nearby tried to calm Chloe. Let it go, babe. But she wasn't having it. She spat venom. You ain't my daughter. I'm not crazy enough to risk my life for you. We're not even related, just strangers. If you treated me halfway decent before, I wouldn't be like this. It's on you. You're a spoiled brat. Jake quickly stepped between them, stammering, What? What did she say? Crazy lady. Cut it out. Chloe screamed back. What? Crazy? Who the hell do you think you are? You two still just standing there. Helen stared her down, rolling her eyes. Even in this safe zone, there's troublemakers like this. Han frowned, whispering, Who exactly are they? Mike explained as he walked, They're a couple who showed up a few weeks ago. I don't like them. The guy claims he's sick, so he won't help with the response team. They don't listen, break rules, and cause nothing but drama. She used to be some famous actress or something, but who cares? Fame means nothing here. If they keep poisoning the vibe in the safe zone, we'll have to kick them out. By the way, I didn't realize you and Hannah were connected. Jake glanced briefly at her. Suddenly, Helen's radio crackled to life. A voice came through, We found a U.S. soldier at the south gate too. They'll disarm and escort him inside. Jake frowned. A U.S. soldier. The voice added, If any survivors speak English, come here now. Helen said, Sounds like a U.S. soldier stationed in Korea got lost. Anyone here know English? Right then, a familiar voice called out, I do. Helen looked confused. Hannah repeated, I speak English. Later, inside an army room, a soldier stood at attention in camo gear, speaking with authority. I was patrolling after setting up a base at a school nearby. That's when I found out only 5 of my units survived. 4 others stayed behind guarding the base. Everyone else didn't make it. He frowned, asking, American military. The other end warned, if any survivor speaks English, have them come here, as soon as possible. Hayden thought it might be U.S. soldiers stationed in Korea who got lost. Does anyone here speak English? Right after he asked, a familiar voice responded, "That's me." Seeing Hayden's confused look, Hannah repeated, "I speak English." A bit later, inside a military room, soldiers dressed in camo stood at attention. The man spoke in a serious tone. "I was patrolling after setting up a base at a nearby school. That's when I found only 5 of my unit left here. 4 others stayed guarding the base. The rest didn't make it." Hanina sat across from him and picked up where he left off. He said they set up a temporary base at a nearby school, then went on patrol and ended up here. There are 5 survivors left. The rest didn't make it. A few weeks back, we managed to contact the command center and the Okinawa Air Base. They said they'd send a rescue chopper, but then the signal cut out again without warning. While she was chatting with David Brick, Kang Hakon whispered from behind, "Hanena sounds totally different." Jong Minan nodded. "Yeah, she's definitely one of those rich kids who've been learning English since kindergarten." David Brick spoke in a low voice. "I'm not totally sure, but I get the feeling someone's messing with our communications on purpose." Hanena added more info, saying the Okinawa Air Base promised a rescue chopper, but the comms seemed jammed. Hao Hain was caught off guard and blurted, "So does that mean we might get help from the U.S. military to evacuate out of South Korea?" "Yeah, everyone who's still alive here," David Brick said, sounding worried. "Do you think the U.S. could back us up and get us out of South Korea?" "There are roughly 500 survivors here," David frowned. "That many people make it tough for us. The bigger problem is we've lost contact with the command center." Hanina heard this and cut in. "We'll keep trying to reach them, but don't get your hopes up too high." She explained that with so many people here, it's probably tricky. The real issue is losing touch with command, but they're going to keep trying. Hadhain stood silently nearby. "Wait, if we can send Minan the immune one to the U.S. with this American soldier, couldn't they develop medicine or a vaccine?" The vending machine stood quiet, unused. The sun was dipping toward evening. Inside a room, the clock ticked loudly in the stillness. The hallway was empty, when suddenly a door swung open. Yoon Shin peeked out, looked around, then shut the door and sat down. Fixated on her phone, Yoon Shin silently prayed, "Come on, hurry up. It's been forever. Where's the drone? Why isn't it here yet?" Her voice trembled. "Could it be that I actually found someone immune? I've got to report this to Jane, the savior." The phone screen had 0 signal, but then 2 bars blinked to life. Yoon Shin's heart leapt. "Got the signal. Finally, I can report to the savior." 1 bar, 2 bars. Once the call connected, a cold voice answered. "What's going on?" She stammered. "I'm researcher 135 at the Gunja evacuation site. Among the survivors, I found someone immune." On the other end, there was a shocked response. "What? All right, I'll connect you to the savior right away." Yun Sin covered her mouth, stunned. She repeated the word savior silently to herself. Not wasting any time, Yoon Jane spilled everything she knew. "Maybe you won't believe me, but even fully infected, he's totally different from the other zombies. If 0 is normal and 100 means fully infected, he flips between 0 and 100. I can't be 100% sure, but he's unlike any mutated zombie. He's clearly immune and totally normal. Why? I can't say just by myself. I plan to send blood samples via drone. But honestly, to be sure, the immune person needs to be brought here for live experiments. What do you think?" The voice on the other end spoke slowly. "Immune? Huh. That can't be true. There's no way someone's immune. That has to be a deadly error," Yoon Shin nervously asked. "So what now? If it's an error, should it be eliminated?" Silence filled the room, then they rejected that. "No, first send the blood sample. And like she said, the immune person should be brought in for testing. Because if immunity exists, it means the virus now spreading has flaws. If researched well and enhanced, it might evolve into a stronger, untreatable form." Yoon Zin covered her mouth, shocked. She stammered, "But how can I bring the immune person over alone right now?" Suddenly, a knock startled her. A familiar voice called from outside. "You in there?" It was Hado Hain, frowning. "What's up? Why's the door locked?" Yoon Shin opened it and gasped at the sight of him. Hado Hain looked worried, asking, "Why'd you lock the door?" Yoon Shin made up an excuse. "Huh? I'm just changing." He stepped inside and shut the door behind him. She was curious. "So what's this about? Roll call's happening now." Hado smiled lightly. "I've got something important to tell you, just you." Yoon Jane broke out in sweat and stammered, "Can it wait?" He shook his head. "Why? It's really important. You heard about the American soldier who came here, right?" Yoon Jane nodded. "Yeah, infection checks are normal now." Hadoin's eyes gleamed with an idea. "He's still trying to contact command." She listened carefully, then asked, "And then?" He said, "So if we send Minan the immune guy or at least his blood sample to the U.S. through him, then America might be able to develop a cure or vaccine. That's the plan. If they pull it off, this hell on earth could finally end. Yunzin's eyes went wide after hearing Hane's idea. What? You told that American soldier we have someone who's immune? You actually told him that. Hadoa shook his head softly. Nah, I haven't mentioned anything about it yet. She let out a sigh of relief hearing that. He paused a moment and then said, but this is something we can't fix just between the two of us. We gotta get help from someone with serious connections if we want a vaccine or cure. Yunin cut in, voice low. Hadoa, man, are you sure that American soldier's trustworthy? We don't even know for sure who he is. If we hand over the blood sample, how can we be sure it gets to the lab safely? And there's no guarantee they'll make a successful cure or vaccine either. Ho's face went uncertain. Then Ayunjin kept advising, if the only immune person, Minun, goes in and something happens, what then? Unless the lab's verified or some government agency comes looking, you just can't hand over blood samples like that. After a few seconds of silence, Hadudu Hane finally spoke softly, I get it. Just then, a voice crackled through his walkie-talkie, reporting an unidentified flying object over the downtown building. It was night, so it was hard to tell exactly, but it was probably a drone. Ha froze and blurted out, what? Suddenly, two loud gunshots rang outside the window, grabbing both their attention. The voice on the other end kept updating, saying they were trying to shoot it down, but it wasn't easy. He quickly said, Sergeant Han Do-hyun here, I'm heading there right now. Yoon Se-jin asked worriedly, a drone? What's going on? Ha-doa was already rushing for his boots. Looks like someone outside sent it. Stay, put until this all blows over, okay? She watched his back as he bolted and called after him, be careful. The footsteps faded away. Yoon Se-jin stood silent in the tiny room, thoughts racing as she spun around and hurried to her desk, her mind a total mess. She had to get back on the comms. Please work. But contrary to her hopes, the Wi-Fi bars they'd had earlier went completely dead. Yoon Se-jin opened her eyes wide in despair, thinking, this is nuts. Pitch black outside except for a faint light down the hallway. Kang Hakon brushed his teeth, puzzled. What do you mean a drone? We actually lost it? Is that drone from the American troops? They said 4 of their guys were nearby. Ha-do replied, they said it's not theirs. Most likely someone else sent it, probably escaped prisoners or whoever. If intruders are sneaking in like this, well, guns are illegal in Korea. You don't just pull out a gun easily, especially now with the apocalypse going on. We can manage food somehow, but bullets are the real problem. We definitely need more weapons. I wish someone would drop supplies like last time. Kang Hakon asked, are those supply drops not from the Americans either? Ha-do explained, according to Sergeant David, those supply runs didn't seem to come from the American side either. Kang Hakon leaned in, so who's sending them then? Hane's eyes flickered sharp. No clue. But whoever it is wants to help the survivors. The next morning, the 4 guys from David's unit waiting near a school joined the shelter. Ha-do led the big group inside as whispers floated behind him. This place is unreal. Bet it can hold a few thousand people, right? That's Korea's strength for yeah. We decided to call the American command here. David Brick spoke in English, sounding thankful. Thanks to you, we finally found a safe spot. We're really grateful. Having American troops in the shelter raised the chances of getting support, so that was definitely a good thing. The heavy iron gates outside were still locked tight. Suddenly, a voice called from behind Hanina. Hey, what's your name? I'm from downtown Jun. Where were you from? Feels like we've crossed paths before. Hanina turned, instantly recognizing him. She sighed silently. Even here, these buzzers still swarm like flies. June from downtown kept pestering. How old are you? Hanina tried to politely decline. Sorry, I'm busy working as a translator right now. Inside her head, she vowed, even if the world ends, her fame won't fade. The guy didn't take her rejection and didn't back off, instead creeping closer. Isn't this supposed to be downtime? Right. Who's that with you? Just friends? Not your boyfriend, right? Hanina ignored all that and glanced around, wondering where Minun had wandered off to. Suddenly, her eyes snapped wide open. Right in front of her, Jong Minun was chatting with another girl, giggling and thanking her. Really? Thanks. Hanina's heart jumped. Jong Minun, she pushed between the two and asked, what's going on? What are you talking about? Jong Minun tilted his head, confused. Huh. Oh. Just chatting about the shelter's facilities. Hanina forced a smile and turned to see Hakung. Oh sis, I've been looking everywhere for you. I need lip gloss and blush. Can you help me find some? I went to the store, but they were out. Say Hakung looked awkward, hesitating. Jenna. Before she could finish, Han Jenna blurted out, sis, how do you keep your skin so flawless? I break out if the water's wrong. But here, it must be good, right? What do you use to wash your face? Si Hakung's voice trembled as she whispered. But Jenna didn't even notice, just kept babbling like that. Oh yeah, Han was looking for you earlier. You should go see her. Oh Byung-jun glanced their way sadly and muttered. No surprise there, Hannah and Johnny are totally an item. Guess us book nerds should just give up. Just then, Ben shot a sly grin and spoke up. Nah man, they're not actually dating. Caught off guard, Ollie blinked. Ben got serious. Listen, I'm Ben Solo, with 18 years of expert singlehood and instincts sharpened from countless daydreams about crushes. I know for sure. Ollie groaned, so what's the big deal with that? But then Ben dropped a bomb that left him speechless. Hannah is into Johnny. Ollie nearly freaked. What? Why though? Ben calmly laid it out. Honestly, I don't get it either. Whatever drives Hannah to like Johnny, even I find it pretty mysterious. Back in the day, Hannah grew up in a rich family. Daddy was a doctor in Beverly Hills, and she basically got whatever she wanted. So yeah, you could say she's a major control freak. But as time went on, she got restless, and it's definitely Hannah, not some clueless dude like Johnny, who didn't see it coming. Ollie got curious. But how on earth is that possible? Johnny's just a nerd like us. Plus, I'm way better than Johnny in every way. Face, body, you name it, I'm the upgrade. So what does Johnny have going for him? Suddenly, Hannah popped up out of nowhere, voice icy. Hey, you two geeks. Both flinched and blurted out. We're not spying or anything. Ben hurried to explain. I just overheard you guys talking about Johnny. You've been tight with him, right? Hannah raised an eyebrow lazily. Then you gotta know Johnny pretty well. When you hang out, what do you even talk about? Like crushes or ideal types of girls. Stuff like that? You're close, so you must know. Ben was stunned. Girls? Hannah, you really have no clue what us nerds chat about. Mostly just games, cartoons, comics, and fangirling over idols. Stuff like that. Hannah muttered idols. Then suddenly her eyes went wide like she just remembered something. Flashback time, she was staring right at Johnny's awkward face as he was studying the gorgeous face of Yuiana. Hannah frowned. Johnny, why are you staring like you want to swallow her whole? Is she your ideal type? Johnny snapped back to reality. Quietly, he said. She's a friend I knew since we were kids. Yuiana. Hannah's eyes popped in surprise. Back to the present, she asked the other two. Yo, does Yuiana from Lumina actually know Johnny? Ben spaced out. Wait, he told you Yuiana knows him? Or is he just making some wild stories again? I swear, anyone parents or friends of friends know idols, that's normal. If Johnny really knows Yuiana, I'd call him family. Hannah giggled. Ha, just what I thought. Johnny talking nonsense like that. Ollie, standing nearby, suddenly blushed bright red. Stammering, he asked, so, do you like her? Hannah raised an eyebrow coldly. What? Ollie fumbled hard before getting the words out. Well, there's a rumor. Do you have feelings for Johnny? Hannah snapped. Last warning, just say it straight. But Ollie just kept stuttering. Do you like Johnny? She snapped. Out with it, fatty. Later, in a cramped apartment littered with empty bottles and trash everywhere, a lazy voice broke the silence. What's the plan to get back at those kids? Got any clever moves? Like a guerrilla attack or sneaking in secretly? Or maybe lure zombies there and torch their base completely? Joe sat quiet for a while, then finally spoke slowly. We gotta cut our losses and leave that place. Quan Tex froze. Wait, what, Joe? 5 of our guys are already dead because of that place. Joe explained coldly. Now there's only 3 of us left and we're seriously outnumbered. Quan Tex was stubborn. We can just recruit more people, drag survivors nearby into our squad. Joe shook his head low. No, we've got to move somewhere else. Joe's tone made Quan Tex scowl. Then he smirked and teased. You still thinking about that girl, huh? Come on, Joe, be honest. You like her, don't you? Using your age as an excuse, it's all a cover. You totally like her. You're not like before, when you just say, kill them all. That sister story was just an excuse. Admit it, you want her. She's hot enough to make any guy look twice, right? Come on, just admit it. Quantex rambled on, oblivious to what was about to happen next. Joe's strong hand suddenly grabbed his collar. Raising his sharp scissors high, his face darkened, looking terrifying. His voice turned low and serious. You want to get chopped up like what they did to my sister? Say it again. Sweat poured from Quantex non-stop. He forced out a nervous laugh, trying to backpedal. I'm just kidding, man. Please don't. You spared me before. I won't mention your sister again. Joe finally let go of his collar. Just then, someone peeked through the door, calling out to both of them. So, is Yuian from Lumina actually connected to Ryan? Ben shouted, stunned. What? He told you Yuian knows him and started making up crazy stories again. I swear, friends of your friends and their parents knowing idolins is totally believable. If Ryan really knows Yuian, then I'll just call him Dad. Hannah chuckled. Oh, really? Just like I thought. Ryan talking nonsense like that. Owen, standing nearby, was already blushing hard. He stammered, but do you like him or something? Hannah raised an eyebrow coldly. What? Owen fidgeted nervously, finally managing to say, there's rumors. Do you have a crush on Ryan? Hannah snapped. This is your last warning, spill it. But Owen kept stuttering. Do you like Ryan? She snapped angrily. Get lost, fatty. Later, in a cramped apartment scattered with empty bottles, a lazy voice spoke up. How are we going to get revenge on those kids? Got any clever ideas? What about guerrilla tactics or sneaking and stealthy? Or maybe lure zombies to attack their hideout and burn their base down? Joe sat silently, saying nothing. Finally, he slowly spoke. We gotta give up that place. Quentin froze hearing that. What? Joe, what's up with that? Because of those guys, we've already lost 5 people on our side, Ja said coldly. Now only the 3 of us are left, and we're way outnumbered. Kwon Tae-shich kept being stubborn, saying, we just gotta find more folks to replace them, just pull in survivors from around here. Zhao lowered his head and shook it softly. Forget it, let's move somewhere else. That look on Joe's face pissed Kwon Tae-shich off. He smirked and shot back. So, you're missing that girl, huh? Hey, Jae-ho, come on, be real. You like her, don't you? The age thing is just an excuse. Honestly, you're into her. You're not normal. If this was before, you'd have straight up told to wipe them all out. That little sister thing was just a cover story. You like that girl, right? She's hot enough to make any dude turn his head. Admit it, man. Just be straight with me. Kwon Tae-shich kept going, not noticing anything weird about his own rambling. Dooho's strong hand shot out and grabbed him by the collar. He lifted a sharp pair of scissors high, his face darkening into a scary expression, voice dropping low. You want to end up chopped to pieces like the guys who messed with my sister? Say it again. Sweat poured down Kwon Tae-shich's face nonstop. He forced a laugh and tried to back off. I'm just joking, man. Cut me some slack. You spared my life once before, Ja said as he finally released Kwon Tae-shich. I won't ever bring up your sister again. Then suddenly, someone popped their head in from outside, calling both of them. Hey, step aside for a sec. Gotta talk, both of you come here. Jake grimaced, clearly annoyed. What's up? Mike said, all mysterious. I found something seriously messed up. The blazing sun beat down hard on that street as the 3 of them arrived, hearing faint noises nearby. Jake stammered, what is that? Right in front of them lay a bloody guy's corpse. Those blood-covered figures shuffled like zombies, making weird guttural sounds. Inside a cramped metal room tucked away in an alley, Mike nodded in agreement. Not bad, huh? Looks like there's gotta be dozens of them. If we lure that horde near the safe zone and force the folks inside to open fire, the gunshots will just pull more zombies toward the fence. I can't really guess how tough that giant zombie is, but with that many around, the safe zone's barrier will definitely take a hit. The guards will have to shift most troops to that side. That's when we'll sneak in from the opposite side. Jake chuckled proudly, then added that afterward, they'd wipe out everyone who survived inside. Yeah, those jerks gotta be wiped clean for me. Mass shooting spree, that's top of my revenge list. Like payback for this crap world that locked me up. You get me, right? Jake asked. Sarah replied coolly. Using zombies to mess up the safe zone. So you're not really trying to take it over anymore, huh? Just a revenge plan? Jake nodded right away. Exactly. Mike then laid down a condition. All right, but that girl better track down Hansina. After that, kill whoever you want. Jake frowned. Hansina, you mean that girl? All right, not sure what you're really thinking, but since you agreed, now we gotta figure out how to lure that big zombie mob here. It's not just 4 or 5, but a whole swarm this big. The usual tricks won't cut it. We also need to pin down the safe zone's weak points first, Mike suggested. How about using a survivor as bait? Jake thought for a moment then shook his head. No rush, we can plan it out slow. Meanwhile, at some apartment complex, when Hansina caught the news, she gasped, for real? Has Heath crossed the Han River already? The long-haired girl nodded firmly. Yeah, the last update said he was crossing with his parents. What about Ping? Shouldn't he be in the Gangnam safe zone? Hansina sighed softly. The long-haired girl went on. Honestly, I think we should get out of Korea altogether. No other choice. Islands like New Zealand or Hawaii might be safe from the infection. The short-haired girl added, airports are locked down tight, how would you even get out? Hansina just chuckled quietly, overhearing their talk. Just then, Dalminen's voice rang out, Reina, the sergeant wants you over here fast. She quickly looked up. Again, yeah, I'm on my way. Hansina left in a hurry. The 2 girls watched her go. The short-haired one muttered, back in school, she pretended to be all high class. Now, she looks so ridiculous, right? The long-haired rolled her eyes with disdain. She just got lucky born into money. Honestly, she ain't any different from us. Their chatter kept going, totally ignoring Han as he limped in from outside. Yeah, right after that zombie mess started, they locked him with us. Life's crazy like that. You never know what's coming. He overheard their trash talk unintentionally. Hanzina found it hilarious. In school, she looked down on Minon. Now they're buds? What a joke. The other girl joined in. Wild. Nobody saw that coming. But deep down, she probably still hates him, right? The long-haired girl agreed. Yeah, she's just putting on a front now. Once things go back to normal, she'll treat him like crap again. Total fake. As Hani shuffled past without looking at them, his cold voice cut through. If you knew everything these two went through together to get here, you wouldn't even believe how close they are. Only those two truly get it. The two girls froze. The short-haired asked, annoyed, what? You know him? The long-haired replied, no, we don't even go to the same school. Why care? Spill it already. Kang Hacken sighed quietly, glancing at them. Elsewhere, Hanzina stood before David Brick, reporting, they say they got in touch with the U.S. recon team from Okinawa moving into the Soon zone. He raised his eyebrows. So, rescue's coming soon. She got serious. We share our location, but the orders to rescue or retreat still have to come from the U.S. side. Honestly, they said it's tough to get all survivors out. Depending on the situation, only select people might be extracted, or they might make this area a major base for analyzing the Korean infection and collecting data. He's a low-ranking soldier, so he can't make decisions, but he promised he'd do his best. Hanzina nodded a bit, understanding. Her eyes briefly darkened with sadness. She was silent a few seconds, then hesitantly asked, will I be able to go to America, my friend Minon? He's immune to the virus. David Brick frowned. What? Hanzina pleaded. My mom's doing medical research in the U.S. If Minon could meet her, she could probably help him somehow. Please, help me and Minon get to America. Sorry, I met Minon's mom. Maybe she's at the Gangnam safe zone right now. It would be awesome if we could take her along too. David Brick couldn't believe what he'd just heard and quickly asked, wait, is he immune? Can you explain that a little better? Haddon shot a shocked look toward her, thinking, did Gina just say Minon is immune? Meanwhile, at the hospital, it was 9:05 in the morning. Yoon Shin sat dazed in her office chair. She was scrolling through her phone, worried. Usually, calls only came on scheduled days, but the rescue team had to realize this was serious. They'd probably reach back out pronto or send backup soon. There was no way she could handle Minon alone. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, followed by a gruff male voice. Hey babe, mind if I come in? Yoon snapped out of her thoughts and said fast, yeah, come on in. The door carefully swung open. Haddon stepped inside, sitting across from Yoon Jane without saying a word. She crossed her arms and asked, what's up with you showing up at this hour? Haddon lowered his head, silent for a moment, then spoke. I already told that American soldier about Minon's immunity, so sharing that info isn't a big deal at least for now. No rescue orders from them yet, so we gotta wait until the U.S. troops arrive before we handle it carefully. Yunin was shocked by his words, her teeth clenched so hard she was shaking. I told you not to say anything. Why didn't you listen? Why'd you go and do that? Yunzin's angry outburst caught Haddon off guard. He stammered, babe, calm down. She snapped, furious. Damn it. Sweat poured down Yoon Shin's red face. She glared, breathing hard, struggling to keep her cool. They stood frozen opposite each other like that for a long beat. Finally, Hadun hesitated. Babe, you've been acting weird lately. Anyway, it's decided once we get the rescue call, they'll talk to us and come collect Minon's blood sample. Whether we bring Minon along, no promises. He spun around and left. You and I gotta save humanity from this nightmare. It's the best way. Only then did Yoon Jain's lips tremble. If anything happens, it's on you. You're the one to blame. Although Hudden heard her, he didn't look back as he walked away for good. Yun Sej hurried over and opened a small cabinet drawer, mumbling. It's come to this. No other options left but to get rid of Minon. The hospital corridor suddenly echoed with hurried footsteps. Yoon Jin hid her pistol under her coat, moving fast like the wind, telling herself, proud to stand before the rescue team, for the honor and sacrifice of South Korea, for its permanent end. She finally stood in front of Dong Minon's room. Yoon Sai knocked and called out, Hey, Jong Minon. A voice quickly replied inside, Yeah. She smirked wickedly, doing her best to sound casual. I'm Yoon Seorin, your caseworker. Mind opening the door for a second? I found something weird in your blood sample and need to check it as soon as possible. Dong Minon opened the door right away. He looked at her confused. You could have just called me. Why'd you come in person? Yoon Jane said nothing but raised her gun, aiming it straight at Minon's forehead. She gritted her teeth coldly. You're a damn suicide case. He was so stunned all he could do was stutter. Dr. Yun Sane. She stared into Minon's terrified eyes and twisted her lips into a sinister smile. For the rescue team, Jin, you gotta sacrifice yourself. Just then, a shout rang out from the hallway. Freeze. It was none other than Haddon, holding a gun directed at Yoon Sane. She turned, suspicious. Haddon frowned. No wonder I felt off, you're not the girl I used to know. Yoon Sejin didn't lower her gun. Shaking, she said, I found something awful. Minun is specially infected. He can talk and act normal, but his instincts are just like other zombies. He's pretending to be normal to get in here, aiming to infect all of us. His goal is to turn us all into zombies. We're in serious danger. If he keeps living, we're all dead. He's a ticking time bomb. Someone's gonna get bit today or tomorrow. I'm doing this for everyone here. Why are you treating me like this? Haddon gripped his gun tighter. Coldly, he said. You're not the Yoon Sin I knew. Something's possessed you. You're a totally different person now. The smile on Yoon Sin's face froze. She snarled, damn demon. Didn't expect you to say that to me. Shoot if you want, but even if I die by your gun, I will kill Minun first. Haddon froze, stunned by her words. Hey, is someone threatening you? Since when did you become like this? You've never been like this before. Yoon Shin's smile turned ice cold, knowing things were bad. Haddon shouted, I'm asking you when this all started. Her eyes flickered. Sensing a breakthrough, Haddon went on, I thought it over. Even if you shot Minun right in front of me, I couldn't shoot you. Whoever did this to you, I'll find them no matter what. Yoon Sane panted, lowering her gun. She yelled out, her scream stunning Minun into silence. I'm gonna find the guy who did this to my sister, no matter what. Yoon Sane was gasping, lowering the gun in her hands. Her scream made Minun freeze in place. Yoon Sejin spun to face Haddon. Standing tall, she shouted, I swear before the ultimate savior, for the ruin of this broken world, for the permanent collapse of South Korea, I offer my body and soul, pledging absolute loyalty. Haddon's eyes went wide in shock. Sejin didn't even hear him calling her name as she kept yelling, I swear. Then she pressed the gun right to her mouth. Haddon panicked, yelling, Siren, wait. But Yoon Sejin pulled the trigger without hesitation. A loud bang shook the air as crimson sprayed the wall, leaving Haddon staring in disbelief. He stared with wide eyes, unable to process what he just saw. His mouth stammered, speechless. Seo Jakso's Dong Min was so scared he collapsed backward, face full of shock. Yoon Sejin's body fell hard to the floor, blood pouring from her wound. Moments later, in the dark hallway, everyone had gathered in Yun's office. Sanjae Minjun hesitated, then asked, Are you okay? Haddon took a deep breath and began telling the story. Just last year, Seo Jin went through hell. Her parents were scammed, their home destroyed. Her dad died in an accident caused by a drunk driver. Then her mom took her own life. She basically broke down completely. One time, she climbed a bridge over the Han River, ready to end it all. I managed to stop her. That shock nearly crushed her spirit entirely. Not sure if everything started to spiral from there, but she did pull herself back together. When she first came here in hiding, she was all about healing the wounded, obsessed with studying infections to save humanity. A truly dedicated doctor, right up until recently. But who knows when things really started going off the rails. Suddenly, Dong Minun cut in. You said savior. That's what she called herself. Who exactly is the one she worships? Some cult, or what? Han tilted her head, confused. Then she remembered from before. Han said the game developer's name was Daniel Jin. Those two names definitely gotta be connected somehow. Kang Han checked Yoon Sin's phone, sighed, and shook his head. We've gone through everything, but besides the phone, there's nothing. And it's locked, can't get in. If an iPhone's locked, no one but the owner can crack it. Hearing that, Hannah looked disappointed. Locked tight and no Wi-Fi to dig through, we're stuck. Jong Minun was quietly listening to everyone's chatter. He rubbed his chin, wondering about this zombie game. Daniel Jin, a Korean-American developer. So what really went down? The room fell silent. The dark hallway only felt colder. A few days later, Han Jana stood outside Minun's room, waiting for ages. Getting impatient, she thought, why is he still stuck in there? Finally, Han called out, Jong Minun, you in there? Come out for a sec. Dong Minun's voice came from inside. I can't. Suddenly, symptoms flared up bad. She blinked, surprised. What? Dong Minjun's room was just stacked with instant food boxes. Jong Minjun and Ho Hyun stepped inside. Ho Hyun looked at him, confused. Why the sudden change? Dong Minun scratched his head. I caught a little cold yesterday. My immune system's weak. Maybe I caught a virus or something. Not sure. But this feels different. Ho Hyun folded his arms. Different how? Dong Minun shook his head, frustrated, unable to put it into words. Just feels weird. He exhaled deeply, then warned, whatever you do, don't leave this room. Stay put. If anyone sees you like this, you're done for. Dong Minun nodded. Yeah. That morning, two shadows showed up on the rooftop, watching the perimeter. Suddenly, A loud siren blared, catching the attention of a man wearing a hat. He grabbed binoculars and scanned toward the alarm sound. Why the hell is there an alarm going off? Suddenly, he froze, eyes locked on something he couldn't believe. The kid quickly spoke up. John. The young man behind him answered sternly. Bin hits John. He ordered an immediate message to all the shelter members to grab every bullet and weapon they have. Gather at Westgate 1. The alarm sirens kept wailing nonstop. A police cruiser just sat there like a sitting duck, with a horde of zombies chasing right behind. They were grinding their teeth and growling silently in a creepy way. Covered head to toe in blood stains, and right in the middle of those zombies was a giant, terrifying beast. The hallway outside Dong Minen's room was dead silent right then, not a single sound. Inside his room, he curled up tight under a thick blanket, breathing hot air. Dong Min shivered, feeling like his body might melt down, losing it. This felt totally different. What the heck is this? The alarms blaring from outside jolted Minun awake. His eyes widened as he wondered, what's that sound? A loudspeaker nearby announced, emergency situation. A grenade exploded at Westgate 1. Possible intruder detected. Part of the fence is breached. High risk of infected overrun. All survivors outside, fall back immediately indoors. Hearing this, Dong Minun trembled and blurted, what? A few hours earlier, in a deserted intersection, the Quan Tae Shi gang was plotting in secret. Dong Du-hun seriously reported to their leader. The dividers are set, and the vehicle's running. We can roll out anytime. Tae-shich was pumped, throwing praise without holding back. Good job, Dui-hun. That means we don't have to go back for the armored car we used before. Tae-shich kept hyping his plan. They'd just blast the siren to lure the zombies, then drop the car at the perfect spot and toss the grenade near the fence. The zombies would all swarm there, the grenade would blow the fence, and then the whole horde would rush the Gag Gunja shelter. That plan's crazy risky. You think you can pull it off? Jae-hun coolly assured him. I already picked the exact spot for the cop car and grenade drop, he said. Tae-shi's grin got even wider. Classic Jae-hun. Then he pulled out a few weapons, adding, oh yeah, and I found a stun gun and handcuffs too. Tae-shik's face brightened up even more. A stun gun? Haven't seen one of those since the cops raided us. Wonder if that thing even works on zombies. Then he noticed the dead cop lying on the ground, his uniform soaked in blood. After a moment inside the hideout, Tae-shich threw on the police gear, cheerfully telling Jae-hun, wearing this should keep the survivors from messing with us. Plus, doesn't it look way better? Du-hun was quick to agree. You actually look like a real cop. Dressing like that might make it easier to fool the survivors. This time, Tae-shich ignored Jae-hun and suddenly turned to Ju. You're on stun gun duty, Ji-hu. Ju barely reacted, sounding indifferent. Whatever. Doesn't matter against infected anyway. But the moment Tae-shich shoved the stun gun against his chest, Ju froze. With a wicked grin, Tae-shich taunted. How's it feel? Ju's been zapped before. I got so stiff I couldn't move. Almost pissed myself. Huh. While Tae-shich was still gloating, Ju suddenly lunged forward. Caught off guard, Tae-shich fell backward, shouting, you little punk. Ju didn't hesitate and swung hard. You filthy bastard. Tae-shich took a punch that hit him like a wrecking ball. Du-hun stood frozen, shocked at the fight playing out in front of him, stammering, damn it. Finally, Ju got knocked out by a butt stroke to the back of his head, slumping to the floor. Tae-shich slowly crawled off him, still venomous but dazed. No way this freak's even fazed by a stun gun. Du-hun, curious about Tae-shich's wild move, cautiously asked, hey, what was that about? Why'd you attack Ji-hu out of nowhere? Annoyed, Tae-shich snapped back. That guy's just gonna backstab us sooner or later. He kept glowering at the unconscious Ju as he criticized him without holding back, could tell by the look in his eyes. The slick old fox even dragged up the past to convince Jae-hun, sneering, you know he's a psycho serial killer, right? He's wiped out our own team, killed all those people, dismembered them too. What else could he be if not insane? Scumbag. Dui-hun tried to disagree a bit. I heard it wasn't just crazy he was avenging when they abused his sister, and she ended up killing herself. But Tae-shich quickly shut him down cold. You talk way too much. Intimidated, Du-hun quickly backed off. Sorry. Feeling satisfied, Tae-shich jabbed the stun gun back at Ju. Han spoke up. I was gonna mess with him a little before killing him, but whatever, let's just get this over with, you bastard. Right then, Du-hun quickly stepped in to stop him. Wait, we gotta save those bullets, use them wisely, let's try another way. In the end, they chose to chain Ju to the window bars with handcuffs. Tae-shich laughed cruelly. That punk thinks he can disrespect me? This damn prisoner? I'm not killing him right away. I'm gonna slice him up just like he cut me just the limbs. Du-hun protested again. Man, we don't have time. Let me handle this. Then he grabbed a megaphone, looked at Ju, who was still out cold, and spoke with a low, serious tone. Tex chuckled, totally smug. That punk dared to disrespect me, that damn convict. I'm not offing him just yet. I'm gonna tear him apart, piece by piece, just like he did to me. Gonna start by slicing off his hands and feet. Then Dwayne jumped in again, trying to stop things. Man, we don't have time for this. Let me handle it. With that, he grabbed a loudspeaker, glanced over at Jake, who was still out cold, and spoke up in a low, serious tone. No other options left, Jew. Like Tex said, honestly, even hanging with you makes me kinda uneasy. I've been with Tex longer, so what can I do? After saying that, he turned on the speaker and left it blasting in the room. Killing them feels wrong, but whatever, let's just use them as bait so the zombies keep chasing the infected. Right after, he bounced fast, leaving the door wide open with loud noises coming from inside to lure the zombies in. A little later, at the safe house, a couple of guards were standing on the rooftop, scanning the area. Suddenly, some noisy sounds came from far off. One guard got suspicious, grabbed his binoculars, and peered into the distance. Why is there a siren all of a sudden? After checking for a bit, his voice shook as he called out to his mate. Brock, Private Jones. He ordered the younger soldier in a deep tone, send a radio message to all troops in the shelter. Bring every damn bullet and weapon you can carry. Assemble at Westgate 1. Emergency situation. I repeat, emergency. Outside, a police cruiser blasted its siren non-stop, speeding straight toward the compound, followed by a pack of howling mutants. When it slammed into the barricade at the base's outer fence, the guys inside scrambled out and bolted. Dan hid behind a wall, cautiously craning his neck, eyes locked on the thick fence ahead. Without hesitation, Chun snapped off the grenade's safety pin. The watchman up top suddenly spotted two grenades rolling right to the base of the wall. Before he could react, the fence and part of the wall exploded into a fiery mess. The alarm sirens wailed instantly all over the compound. Westgate 1 got hit by grenade blasts. Suspected breach from outside, Han, Jenna, and the other ladies freaked out hearing the news. What? The announcement kept blaring, and with the wall partially blown up, there was a big risk the infected might break in. Everyone left outside scrambled inside to take cover. Right at that moment, Jenna suddenly froze. Hold on, she felt something. Before her eyes flashed an image of a mutated Libonu burning in flames. She whispered softly, fire. Then it hit her, and she shot out the door. Shooting won't cut it, gotta use fire. The women nearby watched her bolt and called after her with worry. Hey, Han, Jenna, where you headed? Jenna weaved through the panicked crowd outside, their cries nonstop. The barricade's been broken, get out of here, fast. She grabbed the first soldier she ran into. Wait up, you got any Molotovs? But in her rush, the guy didn't catch what she said and yelled, what are you standing there for? Get inside, now. Jenna shouted after him as he took off. Hey, listen up. The other soldier just kept yelling, telling everyone to focus fire on the monster. Through the haze of gunfire and smoke, Jenna spotted the twisted Libanu staggering closer. Panic hit her, gotta get out of here. While running, she kept thinking of someone who could help the corporal. But seriously, where the hell was he? Suddenly, another name popped into her head. Jiang Minan, he's probably showing infection symptoms. If it's Minjun, maybe he's got a fix. Maybe there really is a way. First, gotta find Minan. She dashed toward another gate, following a shouted direction. Quick, this way. As she slipped inside, the guy exhaled in relief and slammed the door shut. Then a desperate scream echoed. Han spun around to see her dad and stepmom sprinting over. Wait, don't shut the door. Good timing, you guys made it. Come on in. But her stepmom snapped at Jenna, standing right at the threshold. Hey, get out of here, now. Just as the bolt slid into place, a terrified shout rang from outside. Help me. A little girl was running scared, chased by a savage zombie. Choi Sujin saw this and panicked, yelling, Don't open it. Jenna snapped back, annoyed. What? Open the door already. Sujin had a valid point. The zombie was right behind that kid. You want everyone dead? Jenna refused to back down, shouting, Go lure them away or fight to buy time. Just save the kid. The girl tripped and fell outside. The zombie slashed onto her. Her frantic screams pierced Jenna's ears. Please, someone save me. Jenna shoved Choi Sujin aside. Move, psycho. Then she yanked the door open and dashed out. She pulled a pocket knife she always carried for protection and ran. Memories of what Joe told her flooded back. Feel it carefully. What that feeling really is. Joe's cold whisper echoed by her ear as a gloved hand gripped her weapon tight. To survive, you gotta go half mad. Jenna swung her blade high. Joe's chilling words repeated. To survive, you gotta lose yourself. Jenna's knife plunged deep into the zombie's neck from behind. Blood splattered all over her as the creature collapsed. The scared girl she saved sat up shaky. Thanks. Jenna asked, worried. You okay? We gotta move fast. The two sprinted back toward the door inside. But when they reached it, Jenna was shocked. The door was locked tight from the inside. That hit her hard. The little girl whispered nervously, "Hey, don't even notice the other zombie creeping up behind me." In a blink, the zombie bit and shoved the girl aside. Jenna's heart skipped as she looked up to see more zombies charging their way. She shut her eyes tight, hopeless. Then gunshots rang out, and the zombies dropped. Jenna took a breath, relief flooding back. Hato Inin stood holding his gun, worry clear on his face. "You good?" Behind him, David Brick announced in English, "Right side's clear." Jenna, trembling, called out, "Corporal Ho's urgently asking for you. Come quick." Still shaken, she glanced at the girl and mumbled, "That kid." Hato, in cut in firmly, "It's too late." Jenna's eyes stayed glued to the girl's lifeless body, but Ho-Ho's urging pulled her back. "Come on, move it." The three backed each other up and finally reached the main hall of the building. After taking down a few chase zombies, they slipped inside. Ho ordered Jenna toward the stairs quickly. David couldn't help but mutter in English, "God damn, this sucks." Jenna's voice was slow but filled with anger. That woman locked the door. Ho quickly calmed her down. "Yeah, that kid was pitiful, no doubt. But right now, retreat and regroup is what counts. We'll deal with that woman later." Suddenly remembering what she'd seen, Jenna hurriedly told Ho, "Sergeant, listen, I've faced that big mutant before. It hates fire. We have to use fire, but no one's listening." Hato nodded. "I was just about to call off fire to rethink the plan. We got some Molotovs and a flamethrower, but not enough." Jenna worriedly asked, "So what now, Sergeant?" David's impatience showed in his radio call. "Sergeant, got any plans?" Ho hesitated for a moment, but Jenna's trembling voice snapped him back. "Sergeant, Sergeant." At that moment, a transmission crackled through the radio. "This is Sergeant Gang Hun. The southern zone's been wiped out. Survivors holed up in buildings down south are cut off. That's in another base sector just reported over the radio. Lieutenant An Hai Yan, you copy? We gotta hold the northern side at all costs. Everyone, fall back to the main gate at North Plaza. Set up defenses, now." Hato In couldn't help but curse under his breath. This was straight up dumb luck gone bad. Almost instantly, he grabbed the radio and gave clear orders. "This is Corporal Hoyne, cease fire immediately. All troops, pull inside. Gunfire only makes the infected more aggressive, and they'll swarm this whole area. We need to abandon the southern zone." Hato In kept Jenna's words in mind and crafted a plan. These big monsters and the infected all hate fire. Grab all the gasoline, Molotov cocktails, and flamethrowers from the hideout. Position them along the northern fences. Most importantly, hold the underground Gunja station where all the weapons and ammo are stored. Entrance points 1, 2, 3, and 4 on Gunja's south side have to be fortified. Don't let any breaches happen. If the fences get torn down, stash gas and Molotovs right inside the entrances. But right then, an angry voice blared over the radio, cutting him off. "Just a backup, Corporal. What the hell do you know? The infected are swarming the northern fence." Another voice backed him up. This was Sergeant Gao Yang Hun. "Corporal Ha's right. Lieutenant, first priority is to stop the shooting and stabilize the situation." Silence from the lieutenant followed briefly, then he reluctantly gave the order. "All units, cease fire immediately. But if you spot any survivors showing infection symptoms in civilian areas, shoot them on sight." Hato In cut the feed and sighed deeply, worry creasing his face. "At this rate, we're doomed to get wiped out." Then he asked Jenna, "Yo, where's Minan? That kid said if the infection's fully active, you can still move around freely." Jenna shrugged, unsure. "I don't know either. Maybe the symptoms faded." Hato In muttered, "Whatever, we've got to save Minan no matter what." Quickly, he calculated the odds if the symptoms really vanished. Minan's probably trapped inside the goon building. "We're stuck first, we have to get him safe up north." Turning back, Hoyne asked Jenna, "Jen, it's way too risky for you to head north alone. Come with us to goon and pick up Minan." Then he looked at David. "How much ammo you got left?" David replied with a grim face, "Almost out, like 12 rounds." Hato In groaned. 12. I've got more than that, damn it." His mind raced back to the chaos outside South Zone's and nightmare of infected everywhere. "On our way to GCN, I'll try to lure them away, drag them further south. We can't let them spill north." Resolve firm, Hato made the call. "Jenna, ride with David and Goon to get Minan out. Make sure Minan wears a mask and hat, don't let anyone see he's infected." Jenna caught on fast, voice shaking. "Wait, you're planning to distract all those infected by yourself?" Hato nodded without hesitation. "The other team's already stopped firing. I'll get on the rooftop we scouted, use gunshots to herd them away." Then he promised her, "Of course, I'm covering you all the way until you find Minan." Jenna reluctantly turned to David and explained, "He's going to lure the zombies off so we can get Minan out." David immediately shook his head. "Are you nuts? Zombies everywhere, and he wants to distract them alone. No way I'm going. Jenna translated for Hohen again. David said, since infected are so widespread, the distraction's too risky for him alone. Hadoin tried to convince David. Look, listen. I'm not your boss, but you gotta survive and get Min to safety in the States. That kid might just be humanity's last hope. Hearing that made even Jenna fall silent for a moment, but Hohen pressed them on. Let's move now before it's too late. Head down this way and get out. David finally agreed, moving quickly to follow orders. Movement started immediately. The shooting stopped, tension eased a bit, but South Plaza was completely trashed. Crazy zombies running wild, dozens dead and wounded. The plan was simple. Corporal Hain covers Gina and Soldier David while they escort Minnan out of Goon safely. According to the base map, the infection hotspot lies between the northern fence and where Goon and Hohen want to pull the infected deeper south, locking them out from spreading north. Keeping the north side secure was critical. The three, led by Hohen, moved carefully toward Gina. She asked if Kang Chang-han was at Goon. Hohen quickly answered, I ran into Kang earlier. Told him to get the Han family north. They should be safe now. Just then, a few zombies popped up right in front of them. Without hesitation, Hadoin opened fire. They bolted immediately after. When Jaina and David finally reached Hugo Gion, he was pacing anxiously. I'll hold down this spot, you get in there and check on Minnan. Hurry. Jenna rushed inside following his orders. Got it, she called out, running while silently begging, Minnan, please still be here. She found Minnan in a corner, clutching his stomach and curling up tight. Carefully, she called softly from behind, Minnan, you okay? Suddenly, his hand shot out, grabbing hers, and slammed her into the wall. Facing his mutated, scarred face and blazing red eyes, Jenna blushed despite herself. Was this the same scene from her dream? The whole thing just made no sense. But then she froze, spotting Min Jun doubled over, clutching his stomach in a corner. Jenna called softly from behind, Yo, Min Jun, you good? Suddenly, her hand got grabbed tight, and Min Jun slammed her against the wall. Despite his twisted, mutant-streaked face and burning red eyes, Jenna's cheeks flushed. Was this the scene from her nightmare? She was even more confused now. Since when did Minnan get so damn sexy? But Jenna's still got some sense left. She's fighting back against him. Hold up, Min Jun, that move's way too sudden. Even if I'm hooked on you, this isn't the moment for that. But Minnan's not listening. His glowing red eyes keep fixated on Jenna's pale, slender neck that's on full display. Min Jun swallows hard and mutters, looks damn tasty. Jenna hears it all. Her face burns bright red, totally embarrassed. What the hell? What did he just say? Flustered, she stammers out a mess of words. You freaking perv. What the heck is wrong with you? Let go. Like I just fall for a loser like you that easy. But honestly, she's not putting up any real fight. Min Jun stares at her, frozen. That's when Jenna tries playing the logic card to snap him out of it. I get you're freaking out because of this infection or whatever. But now's not the time for this crap. The safe zone's in chaos already. Hearing that, Min Jun staggers, coughing violently, voice shaking, wondering silently, what kind of girl is this? Seeing him struggle, Jenna forgets about her embarrassment and presses, You okay? Min Jun studies the weird patterns swirling on his hands, whispers to Jenna, I think I'm getting it under control. All right. Even though his voice is still weak, Minnan confidently says, I can suppress these symptoms now. Jenna looks at him suspiciously. What's that supposed to mean? Like you can control the symptoms? Min Jun nods and explains, kind of. I'm managing it a bit, but I'm still worried. When this infection hits, my body gets super weak. Don't know how long I can hold out. He glances again at the blood veins on his arms and slowly adds, I'm still not used to it, but it seems like I can consciously get back to normal. Hearing that, Jenna's impressed. Then that alone is a crazy powerful skill, right? If you can turn symptoms on and off whenever, even in a crowd of infected people, you won't get attacked. Unlike her optimistic tone, Min Jun stays serious and replies, but honestly, I get this weird feeling like it's shortening my lifespan. Suddenly, Jenna switches gears and asks, So like you said before, you can communicate with the infected? Minnan looks confused and asks back, Communicate? Jenna reminds him, We talked about whether you could actually command the infected, remember? Seems like Minnan recalls their plan and carefully responds, Yeah, but no time now. Depends on the situation. Then he pushes forward. We gotta move now, no time to waste. A bit later, he slings a mask over his face, pulls his hoodie down low, and heads out. Min Jun clicks open the magazine of the pistol in his hand, thinking, Good thing, Sergeant. How loaded this for emergencies? Behind him, David quietly asks Jenna, You really think we can control the infected like that? Jenna whispers back, That's why we only try it in serious situations. Suddenly, a gunshot cracks through the air. The three of them recognize Sergeant Ha's shot immediately. They ducked into a narrow alley, spotting a bunch of infected running straight toward the gunfire. The zombies were moving fast when Minan led the way, signaling Jenna to follow. But as she stepped out, some zombies from a nearby tunnel suddenly rushed at her. Minjun panics, thinking, "Whoa, no way." Then he yells, "Stop." He steps between Jenna and the zombies, arms out, shouting at the infected to halt. But the horde keeps charging. Minan doesn't back down, keeps ordering. I said freeze. Jenna stands right behind him, worried, whispering, "What the hell? Dong Minjun, it's coming at you." Only then does Minan quickly draw his gun. Damn gun. Just then, David shouts and fires his shot just in time, holding off the attackers. Damn it. He's backing up and shooting, yelling at them both to move as the mutated creatures roar behind. Finally, the three of them make it back to base. From across the yard, Jenna yells, "I'm safe. Let me in." The soldier at the gate asks cautiously, "You didn't get bitten anywhere, right?" Jenna quickly confirms, "Yeah, no bites." He then turns to Minan, who's masked up, and orders, "Hey, take off your hood." Jenna jumps in nervously. "This is urgent. Open the door first." But the soldier insists, "Stay put." After a moment, Minan pulls off his mask, revealing a perfectly normal face. He assures the guys inside, "See, totally fine." The soldier nods but warns seriously, "Okay, emergency situation, you're in for now, but any sign of infection inside, you know the consequences." Jenna finally exhales, thinking about Sergeant Ha, hoping he's okay too. Once inside, she and Minan reunite with Kang Hark Chan. He looks worried, asking, "Everyone's all right?" Jenna breathes a sigh of relief. "So you guys are here too? Good." Kang quickly updates Minan. "Everyone needs to gear up and get ready for whatever's next." "Really?" Meanwhile, Jenna's eyes catch Choi Sujin chatting happily nearby. Before Sujin even notices, Rena storms over and slaps her hard. Shaking with anger, she snaps, "Hey, you lousy bitch. If you hadn't locked the door, that kid would have been saved." Jenna keeps firing off accusations at Choi Sujin. "You're the one who got that kid killed. She was just a little elementary school girl." Sujin clutches her swollen cheek and snaps back bitterly. She made a firm call through the iron gate telling everyone inside, "It's all clear, just like you see." The guard finally nodded but didn't skip the warning. "Okay, emergency's real, get inside first, but if even a hint of infection shows inside, you know what's coming, right?" Jenna finally exhaled, thinking of Ho Hain, hoping her friend the sergeant would come back safe. Once inside, Jenna and Min Jun ran into Kang Hok Chan. He looked worried but glad to see them both safe. "Everyone's all right," Jenna smiled, relieved to find him here too. "That's a huge relief." Hawk quickly briefed Min Jun on the situation. "Now everyone's got to gear up and be ready for whatever comes." "For real?" Jenna's eyes flicked suddenly toward where Choi Sujin was laughing nearby. Before Sujin even noticed, Rina stormed over and slapped her hard. Shaking with anger, she snapped, "You damn snake. If you hadn't locked the door, that kid would have been saved." Jenna kept hitting hard with her accusations. "You're the one who got that kid killed. She was just a little elementary schooler, for God's sake." Sujin clutched her stinging cheek, her voice harsh as she fired back, "That's just insane." Right after, she stormed forward and grabbed Nak, yelling in anger, "What? Because it's kids? You want to die? You jerk." Everyone nearby saw the fight, and they quickly ran over to break it up. Hey, what's going on here? Stop it." After being pulled apart, Chloe got even more furious and demanded, "Got any proof? Got proof I locked that door or what?" Jenna glared at the crazy girl's bold face. Then she turned to the guy who had opened the door earlier and grilled him. "Hey, you were there just now, right? You saw it? She's the one who locked the door." The guy immediately denied it. I'm not sure. It was a mess and my head was spinning." Jenna froze for a second when she heard that, while Chloe got all fired up, taking advantage of the moment. "You're the one who killed the kid, right?" She fiercely threw all the blame on Jenna, saying it was her negligence that got the kid killed, then trying to pin it all on her. "What kind of crazy is that?" But it didn't stop there. Chloe shouted loud enough for the crowd around them to hear. "Everyone look here. This girl accidentally killed someone and is trying to make me take the fall. She's trying to bury me alive." The crowd started whispering and buzzing with gossip after hearing her. "What's going on? What's this about?" Chloe screamed even louder. "According to the rules here, serious punishments are mandatory. You'll be shot right here. Got it?" Just then, a cold voice cut through her shouting, "Enough." Turning around, Rain appeared. She was a little surprised and called out, "Sergeant Ha." Ha Dohain read the base regulations to Chloe with a calm, icy voice. Rule 2, Section 1 of the Gag Gunja Safe Zone Emergency Code. Intentionally abandoning a survivor who could be saved or kept from escaping is a severe offense. Rule 4, Section 5 says, lying within the safe zone to cause disorder or seriously harm others will result in disciplinary action. Violating both, Punishments could be more than just expulsion. As you said, it might even mean death. He stared down Chloe seriously and asked, "Do you take responsibility for what you just said?" Overwhelmed, Chloe stammered. "Again? You want me to say it again? I told you I didn't lock the door. Bring me proof." "Where's the proof?" The man standing next to her quickly stepped in to back her up. I was right there. I saw them close the door, but it wasn't locked." Chloe tried to explain. "It was so chaotic, I just ran off. If it was locked, how come it was locked if it wasn't?" But Ha Do-hain just ignored her and passed by, coldly warning her she'd broken a bunch of safe zone rules. "The most suspicious person is you. Once this dies down, your actions will be thoroughly reviewed by the internal committee. Whatever the truth, you'll face the consequences." Chloe was left speechless from the smackdown. She gritted her teeth in anger and finally just screamed at the top of her lungs. "Who the hell are you low-level soldiers to talk like that? You know who I am? One post on my socials, and you're all buried. Got it?" A moment later, Ha Do-hain quickly updated the rest of the base officers. "I managed to lure most of them toward the southern crossroad, but I don't have enough manpower to handle the whole group. Ammo's running low." Another voice immediately jumped in. "Damn it. So the only option is to make noise to lure them, then push them back? Worst case, the infected might swarm back this way." Ha Do-hain stood firm on a plan: gather as much gasoline and Molotovs as possible. Flamethrowers were set up at the main northern plaza gate. Hearing the discussion, Andy looked worried and asked, "Wait, didn't you lure them south already? How could they come back here?" Ha explained in a low voice. "The key is this was all made by someone on purpose. That means they might redirect the infected back this way." Just as he predicted, on a nearby high-rise, John was watching the scene intently. He quickly drew his sniper rifle, aimed at the guard at the door, and took him out with a single shot. The gunfire caught the twisted creature's attention outside immediately. They all turned toward the noise. Inside the base, an alarm blared instantly. Gunfire at the north gate, and intruders breached the perimeter. Ha Do-hain said with certainty, "It's them. The infected are coming right back this way." Andy panicked and stammered, "What?" Another team member stayed calm and ordered everyone to prepare for the infected swarm, while also prioritizing tracking down the escapees. "Sergeant Ha, can you handle it?" Ha Do-hain nodded immediately. "I'll go hunt them down." The rest focused on defense. He quickly turned to ask David, "David, where are the rest of your squad?" David answered fast, "3 of my guys are either stuck down south or dead. Only me and 1 other are left." Ha Do-hain gave him a strict order. "Then you stick close to Minun. Your job is to protect him." "Got it." David nodded without hesitation, but clearly worried about Ha Do-hain. "Got it. What about you?" Ha Do-hain cocked his gun's safety off and said coldly, "I'm going after those escapees first. They're definitely nearby." David couldn't help but curse quietly. "Those damn bastards." Just then, Hank stepped forward and offered, "Can I come with you, Sergeant?" Ha Do-hain checked him without hesitation. "Hank, you're still not fully recovered." "I'm good," he insisted firmly to Ha Do-hain. "Estimated count is 2 or 3 of them. You'll be in real danger going alone, plus Minun's attention is elsewhere." The underground tunnel, I suddenly turned and asked Sun Ho. "There's like 2 or 3 of them. One sergeant would be in serious danger." Meanwhile, Min Jun's attention shifted to a different spot, the underground tunnel. He suddenly turned to Sun Ho. "Hey Sun Ho, you have any idea how many people have actually made it out alive here?" Without missing a beat, he shot back. The south side took a massive hit, and loads of folks got cut off hard to get an exact count. But just around Gunja Station, there's got to be over 100 hiding out. When Min got that number, he just shrugged it off, like, if this spot gets compromised, we're done for. Sun, though, didn't catch that vibe. He hesitated but nodded. "Yeah, I guess that's true." Min fell silent for a sec, then clenched the whistle hanging around his neck tight. Behind him, Sun was freaking out, trying to stop him. "What the hell? The sergeant told you to stay put." Min stayed cool and asked him straight up, "What if the worst happens and this place turns into a total disaster? Either way, I'm heading over myself sooner or later." Leading the whole crew, he gripped his flashlight tight and kept going, dead set on moving forward.